In the beginning, there was only the primordial world, vast and eternal, and at its heart stood the chief priest, a solitary guardian of time itself. With her fellow guardians, she fought against monstrous beasts, putting an end to countless wars and bringing a fragile peace. But peace is a delicate thing. Betrayal arrived quietly, and the battlefield ran red with the blood of her comrades. A sudden, searing pain rips through her. A golden light pierces her body in a swift, merciless strike. She looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief at her attacker. "How could it be you?" she gasps. Darkness consumes her as she falls, her power shattering like glass. A catastrophic explosion rocks the very foundation of existence. With the death of the chief priest, the primordial world plunged into chaos, burning and crumbling into ruin. Ages passed. The gears of a new reality turned, built upon countless sacrifices. A new, peaceful world was born. At a prestigious academy, a futuristic car arrives, and the students buzz with excitement. Out steps the school's idol, Master Karma, right into a puddle. But even a clumsy entrance can't dim his sparkle for his adoring fans. Just as the swooning reaches its peak, a shadow falls over the school. A massive, high-level military spaceship descends from the sky, silencing the crowd. What in the world is going on? Soldiers line the ramp as students whisper about new transfer students with a powerful background. Bigger than Master Karma's? One girl wonders, her heart torn. Karma himself just smirks, intrigued by the military fleet. "It seems very interesting things are about to happen," he muses. Down the ramp walks a girl, our unsuspecting heroine, her presence commanding and serene. The entire student body is captivated, watching her every move. With a cute little clock charm on her dress, she seems both elegant and out of place. She stands with a young man, her brother, and the crowd murmurs about how adorable the siblings are. But Karma isn't just intrigued, he's struck by a bizarre sense of déjà vu. This girl is so familiar, he thinks, unable to look away. The moment their eyes meet, a vision shatters his reality. He sees her in a different time, a different place, surrounded by cosmic destruction. He's reeling, but our girl has already sized him up. Her cold, honest assessment? This person looks like a peacock, and for some reason, her thought makes Karma inexplicably, intensely annoyed. She turns to her brother, a little overwhelmed by all the people. But Karma, ever the showman, approaches them with a charming smile. "Transfer students?" he asks smoothly. The crowd holds its breath. Our heroine just stares at him, her face a perfect blank canvas. Karma's smile begins to twitch. The silence is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Her brother frantically whispers, "Kianj, smile, smile." And she does. She forces the most terrifying, soulless grin imaginable. Her brother recoils in horror, and Karma looks like he's seen a ghost. In a desperate attempt to save the situation, her brother grabs Karma's hand for a formal introduction but trips, sending all three of them into a chaotic tumble. While Karma gets a face full of pavement, the brother is more concerned about his suitcase, which burst open to reveal a closet's worth of adorable dresses for his sister. Kyeonj deadpans that they're here for class, not a fashion show, right before her stomach lets out a massive grumble. Her brother instantly melts, offering to get his hungry sister some food. But before they can go, a message flashes on their watches. They're summoned to the principal's office. Her brother pops a piece of candy in her mouth, and they head down a grand sunlit hallway. What is Moses Academy principal's purpose? Kyeonj wonders silently. They spot a man with long, silver hair standing by the window. "No matter what," her brother whispers. "The principal was the one who helped us escape." She nods. She knows. They knock on the door, which swings open invitingly. The moment they step inside, a giant, monstrous claw slams down. The office is swarming with terrifying beasts. Her brother springs into action, kicking one away while whipping out a blaster and a freaking lightsaber. This kid came prepared. He fights valiantly, but one of the beasts lands a nasty blow, sending him flying. As the monster lunges for his sister, a golden light erupts from Kyeonj's hands, blasting it back. She stares at her own power, completely stunned. "Be careful," her brother screams, but another beast is already upon her, its jaws wide open. Suddenly, the silver-haired principal swoops in, pushing her to safety. He lands with impossible grace, catching her in his arms. "Are you okay, student Yoon Kyeonj?" he asks calmly. He looks into her eyes, a flicker of something ancient in his gaze. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the ferocious monsters simply vanish. Her brother immediately pulls her behind him, his lightsaber at the ready. "Principal, what's the meaning of all this?" he demands. The principal, Moses, insists he has no bad intentions, but the boy isn't convinced and lunges. Moses blocks the attack with an effortless shield. "This is just a special entrance test," he explains smoothly, then turns his attention to Kyeonj's wound. He gently takes her arm, and a soft light heals the scratch instantly. Our girl is sharp. She realizes if he wanted to harm them, he never would have brought them here. Moses smiles, impressed. "You passed," he says, then makes his offer. I wonder if you're interested in using your ability to make a deal with me. Kyonja's eyes narrow with suspicion. Her brother snaps, "Why should we believe you?" Moses' reply is icy and brutal. "Because you have nothing at all." The brother clenches his fist, ready to walk away from this madness. But Moses lays his cards on the table. When going back to the past through the eternal time, bring back our partner, he explains that eternal time protects their very world. And if it collapses, everything will cease to exist. Kwon is skeptical. Is the primordial world really true? Moses confirms it, revealing a dark truth. The evil nothingness from that ancient war still exists today. It's corrupting soul beasts, turning them into mindless killers, and some have already infiltrated the academy. He needs her power to stop them. He explains that nothingness is an infinite, corrupting energy, and he reveals, was born with a special power to fight it, singular energy. "Just like you did just now," he says, reminding her of the golden light she unleashed. He offers them the ultimate prize, help him, and he'll free them from the control of the institution that haunts them. He'll give them their freedom. "Don't you think," he says with a knowing smile, "it is worth the deal? Our girl's mind is made up." But her brother cuts in, fiercely protective. "I don't care about the nothingness or freedom," he declares. "I only wish for my sister to be well." He grabs her hand to leave. But she stands her ground. "Brother, this is a decision that I need to make myself," she says, her voice trembling but firm. "I want to give it a try." She turns to Moses, her eyes filled with resolve. "What do I need to do?" The deal is struck. "I hope the principal will keep his promise," she says. He assures her he will and tells her brother he will protect her, though the boy is still fuming. But there's one more surprise. Moses reveals there's another student at the academy with the same power, and as the door opens, in walks the last person she ever wanted to see again, Master Karma. "It's him?" she thinks in horror. Karma smirks. "We meet again, classmate Yun Kyonj." She gives him a look of pure, unadulterated indifference. Her internal nickname for him? Male Peacock. She turns to Moses and declares, "I don't need a companion, especially a companion that seems like a peacock in mating season." She calls him a vase that would be better off as a decoration. Karma, trying to save face, asks if she's complimenting his beauty. Our girl delivers the final soul-crushing blow. "No, a vase is the kind of decoration I hate the most." Something inside Karma shatters. He explodes in a fit of rage, screaming that she has no manners. But she's already ignoring him. She turns back to Moses. The goal is freedom. Her answer is a simple "okay." Karma is still having a meltdown in the background. "Don't ignore me." This chaotic new team is officially formed. With a pat on Karma's back, Moses activates a portal, and the floor disappears beneath them. The portal, shaped like a majestic ship, prompt spits them out with a loud belch, sent flying through a vortex of time and space, landing in an undignified heap. Moses gently touches Kwonja's forehead, and she drifts into unconsciousness. He looks down at her, a strange sadness in his eyes. The scene shifts. Two maids in ancient robes gossip about their miss's desperate state. An older woman weeps for her poor daughter. Our girl wakes up in a new bed in a new time. The maids rush to her side as she sits up, dazed. The older woman, now her mother, hugs her tightly. Kyonj, ever the quick thinker, immediately plays the part of a tired daughter. Later, alone in her room, she senses a presence outside. "Come on out," she commands. A very dirty and confused Karma emerges from a bush. He is absolutely horrified to learn that in this timeline, he is now her personal servant. She smirks, calling him a somewhat useful vase. He loses it. This young master is not a vase. With a flick of her wrist, she orders him dragged away. He's furious, kicking and screaming as two guards haul him off into the distance. The mission has officially begun. Welcome back, story lovers, to the Geo8 Recap channel. Grab your popcorn, because this chapter is a wild ride. Our girl sits alone, dismissing her maid with an icy command. She's clearly in a mood, setting her cup down with an angry clatter. She's spiraling, thinking about her fate as the unmarried lady of the Yun family. A bittersweet flashback shows her getting ready for what should have been her wedding day. But the peace is shattered when her maid bursts in, screaming. The news is devastating. Her fiancé, the son-in-law, has been recalled to the military barracks right before their wedding. The shock is so intense, she drops her ornate hairpin, and then our poor heroine collapses entirely. Later, as she sits in solitude, her bracelet begins to glow with an eerie light. A holographic screen materializes, displaying just two words, Wang Yui. Our girl is completely bewildered by this sudden sci-fi twist. Meanwhile, in a filthy stable, a certain pink-haired pretty boy is having the worst day of his life on sweeping duty. This is a serious downgrade from his usual pampered existence, and even the horse is giving him a look of utter disdain. And just when he thinks it can't get any worse, the horse drops a steaming pile of manure right on the spot he just cleaned. The pure, unadulterated rage. He snaps, screaming at the smug-looking animal. That's when a calm voice cuts through his tantrum. "Hey, Peacock, it's our heroine," and she can't suppress a tiny giggle at his chaotic state. He whips around, absolutely furious. "Are you laughing at me, you facial paralyzed woman?" She coolly calls him childish, which sends him into such a frenzy he snaps his broom in half. She's all business, lifting her glowing wrist. She shows him the name Wang Yi, explaining it must be a clue and wondering why her own communicator disappeared. Wang Yi, she muses aloud. The name jogs his memory, and a sudden realization dawns on his face. He points at her dramatically. "Your fiancé." "Half fiancé." She completely ignores his outburst, asking what he knows about their current situation. He quickly deduces they've been dropped into a famous historical battle, and her fiancé, the one who was just dragged away, is heading straight for the front lines. Without a second's hesitation, she declares, "Let's go after him." He scoffs. "How can the two of us possibly catch up with an entire army?" She just gives him a deadpan stare, and a mischievous glint appears in his eyes. He looks at the horse with a devilish grin. Time to make this animal useful. She agrees, but insists they prepare first. He smirks, revealing he brought supplies. A ridiculously heavy sack of money that he makes her carry. "You're fairly rich," he teases, and with that, they steal a horse and ride off into the night. She has to hug him tightly to stay on the speeding horse, which of course leads to him immediately complaining about his butt hurting. They gallop through the dark forest and arrive at a walled city by sunrise. He's still whining about his red and swollen backside. Our girl, ever the strategist, spots a military recruitment poster. He realizes her plan, calling it a cheat code to get inside. In a flash, he snatches the veiled hat from her head. "Are you joking?" he asks, incredulous. He lifts the veil, looking at her with a crazy smile. "How can a woman join the army in this age?" He scolds, pointing at her adorable, chibi-like face. Just blinks. "Oh, then you go and buy it." His jaw drops. Next thing you know, they're in the enlistment line, both now dressed as men. She looks utterly miserable in her new disguise. He quickly lays down the three-point law. "Follow him, don't be reckless, and for the love of God, don't reveal her identity." He grumbles at the massive queue of eager recruits, shocked that the history he read about is actually real. A soldier behind them speaks up, pointing out that for a boy she's got let's just say a very flat chest. Before she can get offended, a guard yells that it's their turn. She gives her partner a nervous glance. He leans in close, puts a finger to his lips, and whispers their cover story. "We are two brothers of the Yun family. Don't expose us." The lie works. They're officially soldiers. They grab their bags and are led to a tent. A gruff soldier orders the newbies to get their beds ready and change for training, which immediately sets Peacock off. Our heroine delivers a swift kick to his shin to shut him up. He hisses at her, whispering a reminder about the rules. With an award-winning fake smile, he introduces them as brothers, internally calling her a violent woman. The soldier, Wang Wen, buys it. Wang Wen laughs, saying they don't look like poor farm boys. Peacock launches into a heart-wrenching sob story about their family being murdered, claiming they're here for revenge and to find the great Wang Yi. Wang Wen's face lights up. "Perfect!" He claps our girl on the back, revealing that he's an apprentice of Wang Yi himself. Peacock lays the flattery on thick, earning a few painfully enthusiastic backslaps from their new friend, who is clearly way too strong. Once Wang Wen leaves, Peacock starts untying his sash to change clothes. He pauses, feeling a strange vibe, and turns to see our heroine also starting to undress. He absolutely loses his mind, blushing furiously. "Why you?" he screams. "Don't you have any common sense?" She just looks at him blankly and says, "Brother." He snaps, "Your brother is not here, and I will not accept you acting like a spoiled child." Her reply is quiet and devastating. "It was my brother that raised me." He freezes, then asks about her parents. With eyes full of sorrow, she whispers, "They died." Instantly regretting everything, he fumbles for a change of subject. He's already changed and waiting for him, leaving him to peek out of the tent, completely flustered. Out on the training grounds, recruits are sparring with spears, the air thick with tension. Peacock is practically dead on his feet, shivering and struggling to even hold his weapon. He's as stiff as a board. While our girl is sparkling, a natural-born warrior, the commander roars at them not to slack off. "I'm on the verge of death," Peacock wheezes. "How are you okay?" He's a pathetic floppy noodle. Her answer is savage, "'Cause you're too weak." With a graceful whoosh, she disarms him and sends him flying. He lands hard on his butt. "I take back the sympathy I had for you before, you monstrous woman," he shrieks from the ground. She looks down at his bruised ego and simply, "Not bad." Suddenly, a commanding voice says, "That hit just had enough power." It's the general. "But your stance is wrong," he adds. He moves behind her, his large frame pressing against hers as he adjusts her grip on the spear, demonstrating the proper form with a swift, powerful thrust. The spearhead stops millimeters from Peacock's terrified face. "Did you understand?" the general asks our heroine, blushing under his intense gaze. She squeaks out a yes. As the general moves on to inspect the others, a soldier comes running, out of breath and panicked. "General, something big happened." The general's expression immediately turns grim. "And on that cliffhanger, we'll have to end it for today. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more." Here is the GOA to YouTube manhwa recap you ordered. Dramatic, suspenseful music starts. Our heroes are deep undercover in an enemy camp and they've just stumbled upon some critical intel. The general plans to reassign all the new recruits to the cooking barracks, to keep them safe. Karma, our girl, exchange a look. She asks if this is their second clue, and he gives a grim yes. The system confirms it with a new, chaotic mission: steal the army provisions. Later, it's time to get cleaned up from the grime of the road. Our little nugget heads for the cleaning quarters, a fresh change of clothes in hand. She's just about to lift the tent flap, when suddenly a stretchy, disembodied hand appears out of nowhere. It's Cheat Code Z, the reliable helper, and it snatches her by the head. Of course, it's just Karma, yanking our girl back from the men's showers. "Where do you think you're going?" he demands, his heart pounding. With the most innocent face you've ever seen, she just shower. Without another word, he grabs her wrist and drags her away. And then he absolutely loses it. "Are you kidding me?" he screeches, his chibi form vibrating with rage. He starts shaking her, yelling about how she's a woman and needs to wash properly. Our heroine just stares back at him, completely deadpan and serious. Karma freezes, the reality of his meltdown crashing down on him. He slumps in utter defeat. "Fine," he mutters. "When everyone's done, I'll stand guard for you." And just like that, our girl's eyes light up with adorable sparkles. This, of course, makes him even more flustered. "Don't look at me like that," he snaps. "I'm just pitying you, got it?" He turns away, literally steaming with tsundere rage. Later that night, the camp is quiet. Everyone is trying to sleep, packed together like sardines stiff as boards. And thanks to Karma, our girl is already fast asleep, totally conked out. But as she sleeps, she opens her eyes just a crack, whispering for her brother. She's pulled into a nightmare. A dark, insidious voice tells her she's weak, a burden. Tears begin to stream down her face as the voice calls her a misfortune to her entire family. But even in her dream, a new resolve forms. She clutches the blanket tight. "That ends now. I want to get stronger," she vows, "to support my brother and protect the people around me." Her thoughts drift to the Holy Sky Academy and the modern world she left behind. There, her brother sits by a window, clutching a cat and staring out into the distance, waiting for his sister to return. Back in the game, the army is on the move. Our duo stands in the ranks, spears in hand. A general rallies the troops with a mighty swing of his spear. "The time has come," he declares. Karma listens intently. The general gives a fiery speech, reminding them of how the cruel Qin army destroyed their homes and families. The soldiers roar back, chanting for blood and vengeance. The war is approaching. The general yells, "Destroy the provisions of the Qin army. All soldiers await your orders." And the entire army roars in agreement. After a long march, the troops take a rest in the woods. Our poor girl is absolutely drenched in sweat, completely exhausted. Karma isn't doing much better, complaining that his pretty boy image is ruined. Just he's whining, she pulls out some, and he snaps. "It's really bad." Just then, a soldier approaches, calling for the general. The man, Wang Yi, smiles warmly. "Just call me Brother Wang Yi," he says. He then turns to our two recruits. "Didn't I order you to the cooking barracks? Why did you come along?" Karma's eyes blaze with passion. "We wish to take revenge," he declares. And while this dramatic declaration is happening, our girl is just calmly munching on a bun, completely unbothered. She's literally thinking, this game is fun. The general is impressed by Karma's spirit, but gives a curious look at the still chewing Qiange, who just thinks he seems like a nice guy. Karma pulls her aside, telling her she's an outsider who doesn't understand. He admits Wang Yi is unusually kind for a man of war, but she cuts right to the point, reminding him he's only here to complete the task from the principal. "Do you think everything I did was just for the task?" he asks, suddenly anxious. He gets flustered, unable to explain himself, running a hand through his hair in frustration. She just watches him, silent as ever. He stares back, his mind a mess, unable to tell what's good or evil anymore. That night, they gather around a campfire. Wang reveals that according to their spy, the enemy provisions will pass by in 2 days. He gives his orders, but one of his men questions if the sacrifice is worth it. Wang Yi gently reminds him of all they've endured to survive before ordering a small scouting party to go ahead. Back in their tent, Karma lies awake, staring at the ceiling. He wonders if Qiange is angry with him for what he said. His tiny inner self is in a total panic. Was he too rough? He tries to dismiss it, but he can't forget her quiet confession that her parents were gone. The thought lingers, does she even understand what it means to accept kindness? Suddenly, he's thrown into a memory of his own lonely childhood. A room filled with gifts, surrounded by maids with fake, empty smiles. He sees himself as a small boy, sitting alone on a massive, throne-like chair, completely isolated. A heart-wrenching thought echoes in his mind. How can people who never knew where kindness comes from ever receive any? He snaps back to the present with a jolt. He looks over at her sleeping form and thinks, maybe she is just a simple fool, one just like me. But the moment of peace is shattered by a desperate cry from outside the tent. A wounded soldier stumbles into camp, bleeding heavily. Wang rushes out to meet him. The scout gasps that their party was discovered by the Qin army. They were all killed. Wang Yi's expression turns icy. Who is the Qin general escorting the provisions? He demands. The soldier's next words send a chill through the entire camp. It's the senior general of the Qin army. He's escorting it personally. This is bad. Very, very bad. The news spreads like wildfire, and panic erupts among the soldiers. There's no way we can win. One man cries, we're being sent to our death. Another tries to keep faith, believing their general wouldn't betray them. As the camp seethes with fear and doubt, a sinister purple smoke begins to creep through the trees. It slithers silently towards one of the tents, our hero's tent. In her sleep, Qiange frowns, her instincts screaming that something is wrong. A split second later, a magical whip of energy slices through the air, aimed right for her throat. Her eyes fly open in shock. She sits bolt upright, a familiar chilling scent hanging in the air. Music swells to a cliffhanger crescendo. Our girl sits by the campfire, the flickering flames dancing in her solemn eyes. She's lost in thought, the weight of their mission pressing down on her. Suddenly, the crunch of footsteps breaks the silence. Someone is approaching her. She looks up to see her red-headed companion standing over her. He offers her a water flask, a silent gesture of something. He leans back with a smug little smirk, trying way too hard to look cool. He sits down beside her, his cheerful vibe completely shattered. I felt very uncomfortable just now, he says. They arrived. A sinister purple smoke begins to creep from one of the military tents. The strange energy spreads across the camp like a plague. He reaches out, and the smoke dissolves his fingertips. The nothingness? He gasps in horror. This dark power infects the minds of the soldiers, whispering thoughts of despair and desertion. Their morale is absolutely tanking. He explains the grim reality. The army is devastated and the enemy is well supplied. The general cannot win this battle, he says, which means their own mission is doomed. Just yesterday, these men were brimming with fighting spirit. He wonders aloud, is the power of the nothingness really this horrific? He continues, explaining that this dark energy preys on a person's inner demons, amplifying them to their greatest extent. But then he just shrugs it off. As long as Yi is fine, the other people are not within our mission. Our girl quietly agrees, her eyes fixed on the general's brightly lit tent. A moment later, that same purple smoke begins to seep into the general's tent. The next morning, the mood in the camp is bleak. The soldiers are pale and defeated, barely touching their food. As our duo eats, the flap to the general's tent is lifted. Our girl immediately puts a finger to her lips. Shh, she whispers urgently. Her companion just looks at her, completely bewildered. Inside, a soldier is desperately reporting to the general. The general, looking like he hasn't slept in a week, just rubs his face. I know, he sighs. But his subordinate won't give up, pleading with him. The general snaps, slamming his hand on the table. This is a military order. Everyone who lays off now is a deserter. The soldier screams back, General, this is simply an impossible task. The general collapses into his chair, admitting they don't even have what's needed to try. He only has 2 days until the main enemy force arrives. He's completely cornered. Our heroes have heard everything. Later, they discuss the situation. The mission is for Wang Yi only, the redhead reminds her. He questions the logic of their plan. What do you think of us rushing in and bringing him with us? Are you capable of overpowering him? They both feel utterly hopeless. If history is rewritten, even if we take him back, what is the point? She asks. He just huffs, saying it's not for them to decide. But our girl's eyes flash with fire. People who are nothingness do not need the power to choose, she declares, and the air between them crackles with tension. He argues back, there is no point in doing it when you know that it is impossible. But she looks towards the camp. They still have a hope of winning. He scoffs. Did Dayu give it to them? She says nothing, her jaw set. Then, with newfound resolve, she walks away with purpose. She has a plan. He yells after her, "Stop there. Don't act as you wish." But she's already at the general's tent, pulling open the flap and tossing something inside. The general looks up, startled. "It's," he asks as she formally addresses him. Her partner facepalms in the background, muttering about his foolish little brother. Right in front of the shocked general, she reaches for the tie in her hair. She pulls it free, and her glorious, long purple hair cascades down her shoulders. The general leaps to his feet, absolutely stunned. You are you a woman?" Our girl just looks down, a little embarrassed. The general remembers seeing her before, thinking she was just a small, flat soldier. Her partner tries to stammer out an explanation, but our heroine is just confused by the chaos. The general clears his throat. "Who are you?" he demands. She introduces herself as Wai Yunying, his fiancée. "I'm trying to prevent you from doing stupid things," she adds with savage honesty, leaving him speechless. Her partner tries to shush her, but she shoots him an icy glare. The general hangs his head in defeat. "My brothers prefer to cravenly cling to life instead of braving death." But she cuts him off. "I have a way," she says, a spark of hope in her eyes. He scoffs. "What way could you possibly have?" She steps forward and shoves the models on his strategy map. "We lure the enemy in deep, then seal the exits. Then they send for reinforcements." The general immediately shuts it down. "There's no way for this method to work. The rock is too hard." She looks him dead in the eye. "I said, I have a way." And with that, she walks out. A moment later, her companion is barking orders, telling the soldiers to bring all the sulfur to the main tent. The plan is in motion. The troops are gathered at the entrance to a narrow canyon. The redhead smirks at her. "I never thought you would come up with something like this." But she is completely focused on the cliff face. He watches her, a flicker of memory crossing his mind of a futuristic world. "Who are you exactly?" he asks. No comment, she replies, ever the mystery. The general watches her too, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, her head snaps up. Here they come. An enemy army marches into view, heading straight for their trap. They wait, hidden among the rocks, until the enemy is deep inside the canyon. Her partner looks at her expectantly. They've planted explosives all along the cliffside. The enemy has no idea what's coming. "Now!" our girl screams. The general roars, "Ignite!" and a soldier lights the fuse. The world erupts in fire and thunder. Boulders rain down, crushing the enemy's soldiers who scream in terror. The general gives another order. "Throw the arrows." A volley of death rains down on the trapped army. The enemy general looks up to see Wang Yi standing defiantly on the cliff above. He orders his men to take cover. Wang draws his sword. With a mighty roar, he leaps down into the heart of the battle. This general is no ordinary person. The redhead observes. Your explosives didn't mess up his front line at all. He turns to see our girl grabbing a spear. Before he can stop her, she slides down the cliff face, straight into the chaotic battle. "You're crazy," he screams after her. She lands gracefully, clutching a small doll. "This isn't an option," she says. "We have completed the task yet." Her partner can only mutter, "You're really a lunatic." Just then an arrow comes whistling through the air, aimed right at her. She spins to block it, but a hand grabs her arm. It's the general. He yanks her back, throwing himself in front of her to take the hit. The force of it sends her hair tie flying, and she looks up at him, completely stunned. An arrow slices through the air, embedding itself in his back. Our girl can only watch, her eyes wide with unspeakable horror. She brings a trembling hand to her own cheek, the memory of the chaos still stinging her skin. A burning sensation spreads through her, and suddenly she's not in the canyon anymore. A heart-wrenching memory slams into her, a catastrophic car crash. The world was shattered glass and the metallic tang of blood. She remembers her own eyes fluttering open, weak and helpless. Her father was there, shielding her with his own body. She could only whisper his name. Her mother was there too, and our little girl cried out for them, her sobs lost in the wreckage. But a harsh voice yanks, back to the present. "What's the matter with you?" It's Karma. He grabs her wrist, pulling her to her feet. She stammers, completely disoriented. He drags her through the rocky terrain, forcing her to run for her life. But it's too late. They're surrounded. There's no way out, she thinks, her heart plummeting. Karma clicks his tongue, his mind racing. Is it too late for their last-ditch plan? The battle is a brutal, desperate struggle. Their men are being cut down. The enemy general watches from his horse, looking bored by their resistance. The general on their side, Wang Yi, has a look of grim resolve. One of his soldiers cries out, "General, the reinforcements haven't arrived." Wang, his jaw tightens. They can't hold on much longer. Seizing the moment, the enemy general gives a chilling order. Capture that woman alive and kill the rest. His men roar in response, and the fighting intensifies into a bloody frenzy. But then, a new sound. A soldier looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief. General, it's the reinforcements. A rare smile graces Wang Yi's lips. The enemy general panics, screaming, block the it, quickly. His soldiers make a final, disparate charge. It's a slaughter. Karma lets out a breath of relief. Finally they arrived, but an arrow suddenly whizzes past his face. A volley rains down from the sky, and our girl screams his name. It's a deadly storm of arrows. She doesn't hesitate, running straight for him. With a desperate cry, she shoves him out of the way. Wang Yi screams her name in pure agony. Yinj! She collapses, reaching for Karma, only to see an arrow already lodged in his chest. Karma, she whispers, her world crumbling. Her hand reaches for him as her consciousness fades to black. Everything is dark. She finds herself floating in a beautiful, terrifying void. Where is this place, she wonders before seeing him. Karma! She looks at her own hands, which are glowing with a strange light. A deep, sinister voice echoes around her. My dear chief priest, do you like the feeling of death? She jolts awake with a gasp, trembling, and in a cold sweat. He woke up, a voice says softly, It's Karma. He's alive, and he pulls her into a fierce, relieved hug. Since waking up, she's been treated like a princess. Her brother keeps piling food on her plate, insisting she needs to eat more. She's so full her soul has practically left her body. Finally, she gets a chance to ask, Brother, where is Karma? How is he? Her brother tries to dodge the question, but she insists. He tells her the principal took Karma away. Then he turns, his expression suddenly cold. Don't think about those things anymore, okay? Startled, she can only agree. The silence that follows is heavy and strange. She whispers to her little white cat. Something seems off with Brother. She stands determined to get answers. Brother, what's wrong? She's about to press him further. But in another room, Karma is waking up. A bracelet on his wrist begins to glow with a faint light. He clutches his head, the phantom pain still there. So this is what death felt like. The memories hit him like a physical blow, the arrow, her scream, her running toward him even as he warned her away. He remembers the look of absolute terror on her face. This kid is worried about me? He thinks, remembering how he told her to stay back or she'd die too. The memory fades, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Suddenly, a holographic screen appears, projected from the bracelet. It's a message from the principal of Moses Academy. The scene shifts, showing the elegant, silver-haired principal walking through a magnificent door into a room that looks like outer space. In the center floats a divine woman with flowing purple hair. The principal's face is etched with sorrow. He reaches for her, and we see tears of starlight falling from her eyes. Moses, no, don't leave, she whispers. His composure shatters as she begins to fade. I beg you. He screams. Don't disappear. And just like that, he's back. Hyunj and her brother are staring at him. What disappeared? She asks. The principal closes his eyes, regaining his composure. He'd been lost in a memory, staring into a cosmic void. He clenches his fist, hiding his pain. He turns to Kyunj, his face a perfect mask of serenity. Hello, Kyunj. It's the principal himself. She's still confused about what he said, but her brother stands protectively at her side. The principal congratulates her on completing her mission, but she cuts him off. Where's Wang Yi? He will be able to meet with you soon, the principal says with a mysterious smile, gesturing toward a shimmering portal. At that moment, Karma appears in the doorway. The principal turns, sees him, and then pointedly ignores him, smiling only at Kyunj. Are you looking forward to it? Karma is completely snubbed. The principal is really eccentric, he mutters to himself. He walks over to our girl. Are you okay? He blushes, insisting he's fine. But Kyunj is still wondering about Wang Yi. What kind of person is he? Her brother asks suspiciously. Kyunj thinks for a moment. He is a good person. As she says it, the portal buzzes to life. Kyunj, he's coming, the principal announces. And from the swirling vortex, Wang Yi emerges. He heard her. Haha, so you saw everything, he chuckles. The principal just smiles awkwardly. More or less, Wang Yi says. Let's get started. Her brother yelps, get started on what? Without a word, Wang Yi drops to one knee before Kyunj. A massive, glowing magic circle erupts from the ground, engulfing them both. The blast of energy sends her brother flying backward. Karma and her brother can only watch in horror. The principal calmly stops her brother from rushing in, a serene smile on his face. Don't worry, he says. It's just a ceremony of allegiance, it won't hurt her. Kyunj's eyes widen as she finally understands. Wang Yi looks up at her, his golden eyes burning with devotion. He is pledging his soul to be her guardian forever. He takes her hand to seal the contract, and it begins to shine brightly. But something goes horribly wrong. A shockwave of power erupts, blasting Wang Yi backward and knocking him unconscious. Kyonj freezes, completely shocked. The world around her begins to crack like a mirror, revealing shards of images. Is this? She reaches out and touches a fragment. Explodes into light. She sees a vision, a past life, a forgotten memory of her and Wang Yi together. These are Wang Yi's memories? She whisked in awe. A tidal wave of his past, his pain, his entire existence comes rushing towards her, threatening to drown her completely. This is everything he is, flooding into her soul all at once. Flashes of a painful past assault her mind. A memory of being torn away, her brother's desperate cries echoing behind her as the car speeds away. Then, a tearful reunion as he finally finds her again. But our poor girl just stares back, her eyes empty, a hollow shell of who she used to be. Suddenly, she's plunged into a terrifying abyss, clutching her head as a voice tortures her. Did you like the taste of death? It hisses, blaming her for the death of her parents. She screams back in agony. No, it's not like that. You know nothing. But the voice is relentless, showing her only shattered pieces of her past. Back in the real world, we see a grand clock. But time is standing still for our heroine. She's conscious on the floor, tears streaming from her eyes, while her brother desperately holds her hand. A man with fiery pink hair gives an icy stare. Standing beside a calm, silver-haired gentleman, her brother can only watch her, his heart breaking. He snaps, turning on the silver-haired man. Is this what you meant by saying there was no danger? The pink-haired man just watches the drama unfold as our girl remains lost to the world. The silver-haired man sighs, explaining she's trapped in the mirror of dreams, reliving her worst memories. Her brother's eyes flash with fury. Memories? He lunges forward, grabbing the man's coat. Do you know what we passed through? He's absolutely losing it, screaming that he dared let her fall back into that darkness. Even the pink-haired dude looks a little surprised by this outburst, but the silver-haired man remains unshaken. You, as her brother, should be able to wake her up, he states calmly. Meanwhile, in her nightmare, the voice continues its poison. You shouldn't have been born. You killed your parents. But then, another voice cuts through the despair. It's her brother begging her to wake up, telling her he's waiting. A single tear falls. She looks up, a flicker of hope in her eyes, as a light appears in the darkness. An image of her brother appears, his voice pleading with her. Brother, she whispers. He holds out his hand, his voice full of love. We only have each other. Come back to my side. His question hangs in the air, full of light and hope. She finds her strength, standing up and calling his name. She takes a step, then leaps towards the light, towards him. They finally embrace, a heart-wrenching reunion in a sea of stars. With a jolt, her eyes snap open. She's back, safe in her brother's arms. He holds her tight, overcome with relief, as the other two watch the scene unfold. The pink-haired man smirks, a little amused by the whole display. But then, she gently pushes her brother away. He looks at her, confused. He begs her to come back with him, but she's made her mind. She tells him she's still too weak. He's stunned, his face twisting in disbelief. No, I won't allow it, he says, but she shuts him down cold. Then you might as well treat me as being selfish. Defeated, he kneels before her, a dark aura of despair surrounding him. Do as you wish, he whispers, his voice broken. He stands and walks away, and she can only let him go, watching him leave with a pained expression. The silver-haired man offers her a hand, trying to comfort her. She takes it, asking what just happened. He explains she was inside the mirror of the heart, a place that reflects one's inner thoughts and fears. He tells her that what she saw was temporary, and that both she and Karma need to become stronger. He asks if they're ready for the next mission, but before they can answer, both of them collapse, utterly drained. The silver-haired man is momentarily stunned, then realizes he forgot about the other person passed out on the floor. Whoops! Our girl wakes up in a sunlit room, a memory of a coin flashing in her mind. She touches her forehead, confused. The hospital? She looks down at her tiny hands, shocked. The door creaks open, and a man with long red hair enters, calling her Gloria. He smiles warmly, relieved that she's awake. He rushes to her side, asking how she feels, his face etched with worry. He panics, shouting for a doctor, asking if her chest still hurts. He pulls her into a tight embrace, apologizing over and over. She's a bit overwhelmed, but whispers that she's thirsty. While she sips a drink, she overhears him talking to the doctor. The news is grim. There's no cure for her heart disease. Her new father is devastated but firm. Gloria is my only daughter. He then asks the question no parent wants to ask. How long does she have? The doctor says it's hard to determine, and to spend as much time with her as possible. The men fall silent, but our little nugget heard everything. Heart disease, adopted daughter, father? He walks back in with a brave smile, telling her they can go home now. Dad, she replies softly. He pats her head gently, then scoops her into his arms. She's startled, but as she holds on, she thinks to herself, maybe this won't be so bad after all. He carries her to their beautiful new home, doting on her completely. Time passes, and we see her sitting in the garden, waiting. Why hasn't Karma appeared yet? She wonders. Dad had to leave for a bit, so she's been waiting alone. She pulls up a system screen with a name, Brad Green. Two guardians. She realizes Karma must be with the other one. Just then a vintage car pulls up. Karma steps out, and she watches him, thinking he finally appeared. Karma holds the door open for a second man, a serious-looking blonde with glasses and a fur collar. Behind him, Karma looks seriously ticked off. This must be the other guardian, and things are already getting interesting. Here is the script for your manhwa recap video. Music begins, upbeat, slightly mischievous synth track. We open on our favorite pink-haired sidekick Karma, looking totally flustered. He's arrived at the professor's house with his boss, the ever-so-charming Mr. Green. Green explains they're here to see the professor's adopted daughter. Karma whispers frantically that they've come empty-handed. Green shoots him a look that could curdle milk. What did you say? Karma immediately flinches and bows his head in a perfect, panicked apology. His boss sighs, muttering that maybe giving him so much respect was a mistake. Poor Karma is crying on the inside, calling Green an eyeglass demon, and wondering why he's always the one suffering. Inside, a maid alerts our little heroine, Gloria, that they have guests. She calmly agrees. Green and Karma are left to stew in the living room, and Karma is already losing his patience. But then, our girl appears, politely explaining that her father had to step out. She tells Mr. Green not to worry about a little thing like her, and Karma is absolutely floored by how composed she is. In fact, he's completely smitten by her cuteness, blushing, and at a total loss for words. Green, however, is as smooth as ever. How could that be? He purrs. He claims there's never enough time to see her so happy and healthy. But the sudden crack you hear is his composure breaking. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the hall, and in walks the man himself, Professor Brad, looking like a storm cloud in a very dapper hat. He completely ignores his guests and rushes to Gloria's side. "Are you okay?" he asks, his voice tight with concern. He places his hands on her shoulders, his protective instincts on full display, while Green watches with an icy glare. Our girl, ever the peacemaker, tells her father she's just going to go rest. She gives a polite little bow and heads for her room. The second she's gone, Brad's face turns to stone. He glares at Green and demands, "What did you come here for?" Green just lets out a smug, dismissive snort. The tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Karma tries to de-escalate, but Green holds up a hand, silencing him. Seeing this is about to get messy, Karma makes a brilliant decision. He runs for it. But he's stopped dead in his tracks when a tiny hand grabs his tie. It's Gloria. She puts a single finger to her lips, shushing him. She stands beside him, silently ordering him to stay put. Karma feels a strange blush creep up his neck. What is this familiar feeling? Back in the lion's den, Green makes himself comfortable. He smirks, saying he heard the professor's daughter nearly died. Brad's jaw tightens as Green warns him not to get Gloria involved in their personal drama. Green then twists the knife, reminding the professor what it feels like to lose a loved one, adding the savage line, "Even if it's just an adopted daughter." That does it. Brad snaps, screaming, "Shut up!" The two men stare each other down, years of history boiling between them. Finally, Brad slumps onto the sofa, defeated. "I know you hate me," he says quietly, "but I have no regrets about what happened with your father." Green absolutely explodes. "He promoted you." Brad fires back that while he's grateful, Green's father was still a criminal who ruined countless lives. Brad covers his face in anguish, pleading, "Why don't you understand?" But Green's voice is cold as ice. "Professor, the one who doesn't understand is you." Cut to outside, where Gloria has dragged Karma for an explanation. She says she needs to know what's going on for her mission. Karma smirks, admitting he'd already figured that much out. But his expression darkens as he prepares to spill the tea on their tragic backstory. He explains that 5 years ago, Brad was Green's beloved tutor, and they were incredibly close. But then Brad discovered evidence of Green's father's crimes and did the right thing. He reported him. Green's entire world collapsed overnight, and he's clawed his way back. He's never forgiven his old mentor. Gloria listens, her mind racing. She asks the million-dollar question. How did Green manage to make a comeback at all? And then it hits her. The only person who could have helped him was her own father, Brad, supporting him from the shadows. Karma confirms it, adding that Green is just too stubborn and prideful to ever admit he accepted help from the man he hates. He grumbles that Green's personality is basically that of a demon. Speak of the devil. The door bangs open and Green himself appears, looking absolutely furious. He glares at the two of them, snapping at Karma for looking dumbfounded and demanding they leave immediately. Karma is frozen solid. He stumbles after his boss, and our little heroine gives them a tiny, adorable wave goodbye. 1 week later, Gloria is trying to read, but she's getting nowhere. Annoyed with the lack of progress on her mission, she decides she's been way too passive. Right on cue, her father walks in, asking if something is wrong. He worries she might be sick, but she assures him she's fine. He gently pats her head, suggesting they go to an auction to cure her boredom. He mentions all the big business players will be there, and a light bulb goes off in Gloria's head. If everyone is going, that means Green will be there too. With stars of pure determination in her eyes, she declares, "I want to go." Her father, a complete puddle in her hands, just smiles and agrees to whatever she wants. They arrive at the lavish event, a gorgeous hall filled with high society, music, and food. Gloria takes it all in, and then she spots them across the room, Karma and Green. Green looks as smug and untouchable as ever. Brad sees them too, and the temperature in the room drops by 20 degrees. Green saunters over with a shark-like grin, greeting them both. Brad's answering glare is absolutely lethal, but Green just laughs it off. "You're too nervous, Professor," he taunts. Changing tactics, Brad turns to his daughter, calling her his little princess. He sweetly asks her for a dance. Just as he reaches for her hand, another hand intercepts. Green has swooped in, snatching Gloria's hand before Brad can even blink. He whisks her away to the dance floor, leaving her poor father completely stunned. Brad is left standing alone, hand still outstretched in shock, before he slowly pulls it back. But Green isn't done. He claps Brad on the shoulder and says with a smirk that while the professor is well-intentioned, it's the students who are disrespectful. And then, in the most chaotic power move of the century, he grabs Brad and him onto the dance floor. Our poor heroine is left on the sidelines, nibbling on a cupcake and watching this soap opera unfold. She sees them dancing, and it is the most tense, awkward waltz in human history. Green leans in, taunting, "Don't tell me I didn't dance well." Brad grits his teeth and admits he danced fine, to which Green smugly replies, "Of course, you were my teacher." The passive-aggressive dance continues. Karma appears by Gloria's side. "Don't you think it is weird?" he whispers. Our girl, lost in her own little world of cupcakes and optimism, just looks confused. But she's not imagining tension. She's imagining pure harmony and friendship between them. She pictures them dancing joyfully in a field of flowers. So she turns to Karma with complete sincerity and says it isn't. Karma is dumbfounded. He then has his own fantasy, a radiant bromance, complete with sparkles and hearts. The vision is tense. He clutches his head in horror. This is moving way too fast, but our sweet, unsuspecting lead is completely convinced. She looks at the two men locked in their dance of bitter rivalry and thinks with starry-eyed hope they will certainly be able to reconcile. "Oh, you sweet summer child, you have no idea." Music swells and fades out. The tension is thick as a mysterious man stops in his tracks. The blonde Green turns to our red-headed professor, Brad, with an icy smile. "Professor, the word fun is not appropriate for our relationship," he says, his voice dripping with venom. "I know you hate me." He offers Brad all his possessions, except for anything under Gloria's name, his voice mocking. "Sure enough, Professor, you know nothing." Green cruelly releases Brad's hand, his glasses glinting. "Since you don't know, don't always point your fingers in a pretentious manner." With a final, savage push, Green shoves to stunned and furious Brad, leaving him standing alone in the hall. He storms right out the front doors. Karma, the pink-haired assistant, watches the whole chaotic scene unfold. "The ski-sky, that eyeglass ghost is not going easy on your adoptive father," he mutters to himself. "Why are they fighting again?" Our little Gloria looks on, completely lost as Karma sighs. "Forget it, adults should speak, children should not interrupt." He turns to Gloria, a new plan forming in his mind. "Try your best to convince Brad to attend all public occasions." He whispers conspiratorially, "I will also try my best. Did you understand?" Our girl gives a solemn nod. His mission assigned, Karma grabs his coat and makes a swift exit. Gloria is left alone, her mind racing. Suddenly, her eyes light up with stars. A brilliant idea has struck this little nugget. She marches forward, calling out. Our poor heroine approaches Brad, who looks so defeated. "What's the matter, Gloria?" he asks gently. Without a word, she reaches out and tugs on the chain attached to his cloak, pulling out a magnificent pocket watch. "Dad, let me borrow this," she declares, holding it high. Brad, completely bewildered, can only stammer out an okay. Meanwhile, Karma finds his Green, waiting for him at the top of the stairs. Green flashes a hollow, knowing smile that sends an absolute chill down Karma's spine. The poor assistant is frozen solid with dread. "As my secretary, aren't you a bit too relaxed?" Green asks coldly as they stand outside. Karma can only squeak, "You wouldn't dare." Just then the doors open and out steps Gloria, looking like a tiny Avenger on a mission. A second later, something clatters into Green's hand. He looks down, stunned. "What's up?" he asks. It's the pocket watch. Brad's pocket watch. He looks from the watch to the little girl who threw it. What's the meaning of this? He demands. Gloria just looks up at him with her wide, innocent eyes. With a tiny, mysterious smile, she just says, "Guess?" and turns on her heel, marching back inside. Green is absolutely furious, veins popping on his forehead, and Karma is right there with him, literally steaming with rage. Green whirls on his assistant. "What are you looking at? Go," he bellows. He gets into his car staring at the watch in his hand, clutching it tightly. Later, on the ride home, Brad asks Gloria where she went. "Where did you go with the pocket watch?" he asks. Our girl, with the straightest face you've ever seen, replies, "It was snatched by a puppy." Brad is completely baffled. "A puppy?" His concern immediately overrides his confusion. "Where did that puppy come from? Did you get hurt?" he asks, checking her over. Back home, Brad quietly hangs up his hat and coat. He tells Gloria it's late and she should rest, but she can see the sadness in his eyes. He's not happy. He just looks away, lost in thought. They sit on the sofa, and he finally opens up. "I know about your situation with Green," he says softly. Gloria just swings her little legs. He has a bad mouth, but his character is still good. Brad says with a sad smile. He tells her not to be angry, revealing that he owes Green his life, calling him a carefree sweetheart. Gloria tells him he doesn't need to apologize. Brad just sighs, saying Green is naive. He remembers a younger Green, a good boy holding a small rabbit. Gloria listens intently, her expression serious. She stands up, full of conviction. "Green certainly has something that he wishes to talk about with you," she insists. "You both need to have a good talk." Brad tries to wave it off as adult matters, but Gloria puffs out her cheeks in adorable frustration. She turns and walks away, her voice firm. "You shouldn't keep on treating him as a child." Brad is left alone, her powerful words echoing in his mind. Some time later, Brad finds Gloria getting ready for yet another party. He apologizes for dragging her to so many events, but she just smiles and says she wants to go. She gazes out the window, a thoughtful look on her face. That night, as she sits on her bed, a system alert flashes before her eyes. Sudden attack. This is it. Be our opportunity for completing the mission, she thinks. I need to tell Karma. The next day, she and Brad are ready to leave for the party. Elsewhere, Green sits in his office, staring at the professor's pocket watch. He touches it gently just as Karma walks in. "Mr. Green," Karma begins, "the businessman gathering is very important. Do you really want to push it away?" Green scoffs, calling them unprincipled. "I don't need it." Karma plays his ace. "I heard that your professor will also be present tonight," he says with a sly gaze. Green just smirks. "My assistant sure is well informed." Karma sweats, insisting it's just his job. "Whether the professor will go or not has nothing to do with me." Green says coldly. Karma absolutely explodes internally. "ATA, everything to do with you." Yuri still holding his pocket watch like it's a trésor. He internally dubs his boss the awkward eyeglassed male ghost. Clearing his throat, he tries one last time. "Sir, if you don't say anything, the other party won't know." He pleads with him to just have a straightforward conversation before walking out. "Prepare my car," Karma orders. Green watches him go, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. But then he adds, "Also 10 days will be deducted from your salary. And don't meddle in my personal affairs." The news hits Karma like a truck, and he bursts into comical, streaming tears. At the party, Gloria and Brad have arrived, and she immediately spots Green and Karma across the room. Brad is instantly trapped in a conversation with a pushy businessman, while Karma takes Green's coat. Gloria sees her chance and grabs Karma's arm. At that exact moment, they both get a system notification. A sudden attack is imminent. "What does that mean?" Gloria whispers, but Karma is just as clueless. "Don't you know history well?" he asks desperately. "Do you have any clues?" But she's drawing a blank. Karma racks his brain for an answer. The two of them begin tiptoeing through the party, trying to be inconspicuous, hiding behind a food table. They overhear the businessman berating Brad. "You really don't help him free of charge," the man sneers. "He is the son of a corrupt." Brad's voice is calm but firm. "This is my personal matter." The man presses on, but Brad cuts him off. "Green is my student. I know well the character of my students," he says, his eyes full of conviction. "His father and he are separate individuals. I ask of you to not have such a narrow-minded way of thinking." At a lavish party, all eyes are on the drama unfolding. Our boy Green is in a tense conversation with some pompous, rich blowhard. The man scoffs and turns his back, leaving a very confused Brad in his wake. The old man stomps off, muttering about Brad being an ungrateful small man, the son of a criminal. Ouch, shots fired. But Brad isn't taking that. He steps up, his voice icy. "That is my professor. Please show some respect." Then he drops the ultimate power move, threatening the man's business supplies. The guy immediately starts sweating and practically runs away in terror. Brad just smirks, taking a cool sip of his wine. Savage. He and Green share a moment, the picture of a successful team-up. But they're not alone. Hiding behind the curtains, our little nugget Gloria is secretly watching the whole thing, and she is loathing the drama, thinking to herself, such a good scene. She's absolutely certain that if those two team up, they'll succeed. Her pink-haired companion looks at her, a little confused, and asks why she's so sure. With the flawless logic only a child can possess, she says, because Dad likes Green. The guy is completely stunned by this answer. His brain literally short-circuits. Gloria puffs out her cheeks, defending her brilliant deduction. I might not understand it, but that doesn't mean I am stupid. He softens instantly, a small smile playing on his lips. She's actually kind of adorable. He can't help himself and gives her a gentle head rub, cooing. Okay, Gloria is not stupid. But our girl is not a puppy. She slaps his hand away with a fierce, go away. He just chuckles, teasing her. Maybe we'll have one more family member in the future. Gloria looks up, her big eyes full of questions. Family member? He smiles warmly. Protecting each other, isn't it what family members do? The words hang in the air as she thinks about it. Meanwhile, Green and Brad are blissfully unaware, clinking their glasses in a toast. A perfect bromance moment. But the peace is shattered when Gloria's bracelet suddenly begins to flash with a bright blue light. She and her companion both freeze, staring at it in alarm. His playful mood vanishes, replaced by a deadly serious look. Tears well up in Gloria's eyes as she realizes what this means. She grabs his coat, her voice trembling. Let's go quickly. They burst out from behind the curtain, and Green immediately notices her distress. Gloria, what's wrong? Who bullied you? He asks, his protective dad mode activating. His suspicious gaze lands squarely on the pink-haired guy, who looks absolutely baffled. Hey, why are you looking at me? Gloria ignores the drama, tugging on her dad's arm frantically. Let's go quickly, but it's too late. The doors are kicked open, and masked men with guns storm the room. The guests scream in pure terror, diving for cover as chaos erupts. Panic spreads like wildfire through the crowd. The pink-haired man sighs in defeat. They're already here. It was too late. Green doesn't hesitate for a second, pulling Gloria into his arms and shielding her with his body as they crouch on the floor. A terrorist barks out an order. Everyone squat down. Anyone that dares to resist? One of the businessmen immediately starts sniveling, trying to sell out the others. And wouldn't you know it, it's the same Portleak from before, now sweating and pointing fingers to save his own skin. He offers them all his money and gets a fist to the jaw for his trouble. Tump! The terrorist leader scoffs in disgust. Ah, the rich are just a bunch of scaredy cats. Another guest defiantly calls them blood-sucking demons. In the chaos, Green leans down and whispers to Gloria, how did you know this would happen? Her eyes are wide with fear as she realizes this isn't a simple robbery. Brad confirms her fears. It's not that simple. Just now I heard the sound of a bomb timer. Everyone's blood runs cold. A bomb? As if on cue, a nearby room explodes in a fiery blast. Boom! The shockwave sends people flying. Green holds Gloria even tighter, shielding her from the blast. He's terrified, asking if she's okay, but also wondering how she seems so familiar with this kind of danger. She just looks up at him. Our brave little nugget. Dad, don't worry, I'm okay. A terrorist shoves them forward, yelling at them to hurry up. Brad can only watch with a worried look on his face. They're herded like cattle at gunpoint, and forced into another room. Stay put nicely, one of the goons orders. A woman trembles as another warns them. Be careful if you don't want to be blown to death. The terrorists then turn and leave, locking the doors behind them. They're trapped. Everyone huddles on the floor in despair. Gloria looks up at her dad, her mind racing. As her companion notes that the terrorists are gone, Gloria stands up decisively. We can't run away. She shocks everyone by revealing the truth. All the exits on the second floor were planted with bombs. She points to the locations. Here and here. The pink-haired man panics. Then how will we escape? Gloria goes quiet, thinking hard. Brad tries to reason that they might be safe, but Green's expression is grim. The horrible realization dawns on the other guests. This is a suicide attack. We're going to die, for sure. The words hit the pink-haired man like a truck. How could this be? A suicide attack. Gloria whispers to him, weren't you a history expert? Don't you have any clue? And suddenly a flash of inspiration hits him. I remembered. He tells her there was a similar terrorist attack in history. When she asks what happened, he explains that the hostages managed to rescue themselves, and then the police and army arrived to finish the job. But Gloria's face is stone cold. This situation is clearly different. He scratches his head, frustrated. If they can't handle this, Gloria knows what's at stake. If these bismen die, history will be rewritten. And if they can't save Green and Brad, their entire mission is a failure. She comes to a sobering conclusion. The people that can save now. Isn't it just us? Just then, a faint sound reaches them from outside. Sirens! Gasp. Ice booms over a loudspeaker. Everyone inside, listen up. You have been surrounded by the army. Tanks roll into view. The guests erupt in cheers. It's the police and the army. We are saved. One man, overcome with relief, makes a mad dash for the balcony. The pink-haired man screams at him. Stop! Gloria, who is right near the edge, turns and shrieks with all her might. Don't the balcony. Here we go again. A girl is trapped, held by two massive goons, but she looks anything but scared. An old man in the crowd starts losing his mind, pointing and shouting. What did you say? He bellows at our tiny heroine, but her fiery-haired protector, Green, is having none of it. He steps in with an icy threat. Don't move forward if you don't want to die. A nearby woman tries to be the voice of reason, reminding him they're all hostages now. That's when Gloria drops the bombshell, literally. There is a bomb on the balcony. The entire party explodes into a panic. Pure, unadulterated terror flashes across their faces. The woman desperately asks about the gate, but Gloria shuts that down immediately. It's guarded. Hope begins to crumble around them. A man in glasses smugly comments on how these gatherings have become more relevant. But Green just glares, clearly not in the mood. He grimly admits that there may be no way for them to be saved. In the chaos, her dad figure, Brad, whispers to her, Hey, do you have any plan? Our little genius nods, her eyes gleaming with dangerous light. I have one, but it is very risky. Her mind flashes back to a previous mission, to the people she couldn't save. She thinks with grim determination. These people must be rescued. Failure is not an option. With sudden resolve, she makes a break for the heavy curtains. Brad screams her name, telling her to be careful. The same angry old man starts screeching again. Hey, didn't you say there was a bomb? The woman beside him delivers a savage comeback. If you have the courage, you might as well step forward to stop it. That shuts him right up. Gloria peeks under the table, and her eyes widen in horror. There it is, a ticking time bomb strapped to the underside. Before she can react, Brad yanks her back with a powerful tug. He holds her tight, his voice shaking. Gloria, it's too dangerous. Two of them are left sprawled on the floor, hearts pounding. Her partner, the other transmigrator, lets out a sigh of relief, recognizing it as a common mercury bomb. Gloria quickly explains to the terrified crowd that while simple, it's powerful enough to blow them all to pieces. She then shoots a warning glare at her partner. You stay away. He just pants, clearly feeling the side effects of their mission. He's so out of breath he can barely speak. Gloria looks down at her own small, baby-fat hands. For a moment, she looks completely overwhelmed. I need help, she thinks. Just then, Brad steps forward, his voice firm. Step back a bit, Dad will help you. He boasts about his young and steady hands. Right before his back cracks like a firecracker. Ouch! But then an unlikely hero emerges. The blonde man with glasses steps up. Tell me, what do I need to do? Gloria blinks, completely stunned. A character switch. He cuts right to the chase. Less nonsense. She explains the bomb's mechanism. The mercury inside is a trigger. The slightest tilt will set it off. Are you sure you can do this? She asks. He scoffs, before immediately shouting for everyone else to retreat. He quickly clarifies that I can't retreat, though. Brad looks at Gloria, his eyes filled with a painful question. How do you know so much about this? She freezes. The time for secrets is over. I don't want to lie to you, she begins. Your Gloria's no longer here. The words hit Brad like a physical blow. He looks absolutely shattered. I was very happy to be your daughter during this time, she says, her own voice trembling. He grabs her tiny hand, his own shaking uncontrollably. She looks down, her heart aching for him. With a whispered I'm sorry, she turns to the blonde man. Let's start. The blonde man takes a deep, steadying breath. His hands move with surprising precision as he begins to unscrew the device from the table. Brad gently pats Gloria's head in a silent show of support. Even her partner watches, sweating with anxiety. The blonde man is drenched in sweat, the word "deet" flashing in his mind. But he does it. He carefully lifts the box free. He opens the lid, revealing a terrifying bundle of dynamite and a mess of wires. The room sighs in relief, but it's not over. Gloria turns to her father. Why didn't you retreat? Why are you still standing here? He gently strokes her hair. You and she are indeed very different, but there is one common thing, he says, his eyes soft with love. Both of you are my daughter. Her eyes fill with starlight, completely touched. He gives her a gentle smile. You can do it. Filled with newfound strength, she beams back. Yes. Points to a single wire. This one, cut it. Be stable. But there's a problem. The blonde man panics. We have no tools. Gloria pulls a pin from her hair, but after a moment, she shakes her head. Not sharp enough. Just then, the woman from before steps forward, offering a pair of gold-plated scissors. She'd grabbed them in her panic. Gloria takes them with a grateful thank you. But of course, the cowardly old man starts whining again. Believing a little girl, you are all crazy. Brad has had he turns on the man, his voice dripping with venom. My daughter has no need to sacrifice her life to save you. The man flinches back, finally silenced. Meanwhile, her partner is fading fast, feeling the strange effects of the nothingness. It's time. Let's start, Gloria says. The blonde man brings the scissors to the wire as the entire room holds its breath in terror. Sweat drips from his brow. Snap! A loud crack echoes through the room. But it wasn't the bomb. The cheap, decorative scissors just broke. The guests are confused. Did we succeed? Her partner stumbles forward. And then Gloria does the most chaotic thing imaginable. She just picks up the entire bundle of dynamite. She holds it up as the crowd recoils. Alas, she calmly explains her new plan. The balcony leads to a windowless floor, a perfect place to contain the blast. The blonde man looks like his soul has left his body. But our girl isn't done. She points out there's another bomb that needs to be removed. I entrust it to you, she says, and the poor guy practically wilts on the spot. Round 2. The team gets to work on the second bomb. The crowd holds its breath, a silent chorus of terrified chibis, letting out a sigh as the box comes free. Gloria points out the correct wire again. This time, her dad takes the scissors and steps up to the plate. Clank. He snips the wire. A massive sigh of relief ripples through the room. They did it. Her partner watches her, a look of pure awe on his face. He finally understands. All her hard work, all her suffering, was for their freedom. Humph, that old fox, he mutters, thinking of their master. Gloria dusts off her hands. Done. The room falls completely silent, and then the silence is broken by a massive cheer. Thank you. Woman cries, grabbing Gloria's hands in gratitude. Don't lose time, run away now, a man urges. Our quick-thinking heroine is already directing the escape, pointing out a blind spot for them to climb down to as they tie curtains into a rope. The blonde man tosses their makeshift escape route out the window. One by one, the party guests begin their daring escape down the side of the building. Down on the ground, soldiers look up to see a shocking sight, rope made of tied-up fabrics dangling from a high window. A young officer immediately starts barking orders, telling his men to get up there and help the escaping hostages. He sends another to report this chaotic development to the commanding officer. The soldiers on the ground spring into action, catching a woman as she shimmies down the last few feet of the rope. They quickly help the trembling guest to safety. Back upstairs, another woman turns from the window to our tiny heroine. You're still a child, you go first, she insists, but our girl stands firm. No need, she says with a chilling calm. Other bombs still haven't been dismantled. I must stay here. The woman is so moved by this little nugget's bravery that tears well up in her eyes. With a final, grateful look, she climbs out to make her own escape. Outside, the situation is tense. The commanding officer gets a grim update. The terrorists killed the negotiator they sent in. Despicable, he roars, slamming his fist down. His subordinate tries to argue for caution, reminding him of the important businessmen still trapped inside. But the commander is done playing games. Do as I say, he bellows. Meanwhile, another man tries his luck with the escape rope, but his fancy shoes, no grip on the stone wall. With a terrified shriek, he plummets to the ground below, landing with a sickening crunch. My ankle. He screams in agony. His cry alerts the terrorists inside. Boss, they are running away, a goon shouts. The red-haired leader snarls and grabs our heroine, yanking her close. He drags her to the window, holding her as a human shield for all to see. Then, all hell breaks loose. A terrorist hurls a firebomb out the window, and it explodes against the wall, engulfing the escape rope in a ball of fire. The only way out is gone. Our girl's eyes widen in terror, her small hands clutching her chest. The man holding her simply stares out at the chaos, his expression like ice. Gunfire erupts from the street below. The soldiers are hit hard, and their officer orders a retreat as the hostages scream and duck for cover. Back in the room, Karma turns to the professor, his face pale. It seems we have no rescue. The two men and the red-haired leader share a look of grim understanding. Suddenly, the red-haired man cries out, Gloria. A vortex of dark energy and strange, glowing circles explodes around them. Karma stares in disbelief. The nothingness? We're thrown into a flashback of a happier time, Valentine's Day. We see our heroine, a frank and firm woman who keeps everyone at arm's length. The men in her life launched a competition to win her heart with gifts. First up, a suitor with a mountain of roses. She walks right past him without a single glance. Absolutely savage. Next, her two fathers try a more practical approach. Her red-haired dad gets on one knee with a ring woven from grass, calling her his little princess. So sweet, except he apparently blew all his money on a date with his lover instead. Then, her silver-haired dad tries to bribe her with a 1-month, all-expenses-paid trip overseas, promising her eternal freedom. She's so unimpressed he fumbles the tickets. Karma's attempt is just plain awkward. He shoves a bracelet at her, blushing and insisting it's not really a gift. She leaves him standing there, utterly bewildered. Finally, her brother gets it right. He offers her chocolate cake and new art supplies. Our girl's face lights up like a Christmas tree. This is the way to her heart. He just smiles, knowing she doesn't care for silly traditions. The memory fades and we're back in the terrifying present. The red-haired man holds our heroine's unconscious body. "Gloria, why must you, lad?" he whispers, his voice breaking. The professor tries to get closer, but Karma holds him back. "Don't. He's not in a good condition." Our girl feels the dark power swirling around her father. His pained question echoes in her mind. He's realizing the truth. If she isn't his real daughter, how could she possibly have the same hereditary heart disease? She knows what this is. It's the nothingness, and it's consuming him. Just then, the commander outside gets a report that the hostages are in the bunker. His response is swift and brutal. Attack! A massive explosion rips through the building. Everyone inside is thrown off their feet. The escaped woman watches in horror from the street, screaming at the soldiers. "You can't do this. That little girl helped us." But they just hold her back as she pleads. Inside, the professor is filled with despair. "We're going to be buried with these lunatics," he mutters. Brad, her father, looks from his daughter's still form to the shattered window, his eyes blazing with fury. "My daughter gave her life to save you all." He roars, his rage directed at everyone and no one. Karma tries to calm him down, but it's useless. Another explosion shakes the foundation. A terrifying dark aura erupts from Brad. "What I need is revenge," he snarls, revealing a bundle of dynamite. The professor lunges for him, but Brad swats him away with a wave of dark energy. But then, a flash of pink. Karma dives in, snatching the dynamite from Brad's hand just in the nick of time. He dodges a counter-attack and lands gracefully, the explosives held firmly in his grasp. He turns to our girl, who is now awake, and gives her a cheeky grin. "Look, I'm still a bit useful, ain't I?" Tears stream down her face. "Karma, how could you be useless? You are my best partner. I trust you." His expression softens. He turns to face the terrorists, his resolve hardening. "Don't cry," he says gently. "I will wait for your return on that sacred sky." He clicks the detonator. As the terrorists scream, the room is consumed by a blinding light. "Don't!" Our heroine cries, but a golden energy shield flares up around her. Her power is surging through the flames. A tendril of dark energy shoots from her father, wrapping around her and pulling her into his arms. A magic circle materializes beneath them, and Brad's eyes glow with an otherworldly light. She relaxes into his embrace. "Dad, it's okay?" He holds her close, whispering her name over and over. The building is coming down around them. The ceiling cracks and shatters, raining debris down on them. In a final act of devotion, the professor throws himself over them both, shielding them with his body. Trapped, looks at the professor and a heart-wrenching confession. "I love you, I always have." Oh, the drama. Our poor girl is caught between them. And as the world collapses, she has a vision of her first parents, shielding her from death in another life. With a peaceful smile, she thinks, "This time, I won't let anything happen to you. We will meet again in a different world." Suddenly, she's awake. Karma is shaking her, his face frantic with worry. The second her eyes open, he crushes her in a hug. He bombards her with questions until she bluntly tells him, "You are noisy." He sputters, a blushing mess, insisting he was only slightly worried. From the doorway, her brother and the dean watch the chaotic reunion. The dean tells her brother he should congratulate her. He thinks back sadly to the day her power awakened, the day she stopped being his. He steps into the room. "Congratulations, Kyanj." Karma immediately goes on the defensive, stepping between them like a guard dog. The two men have a silent, intense stare down. "Little bastard. Old fox." Our girl is completely lost. She ignores their weird tension and asks the dean if her dad and Green are okay. He smiles warmly, patting her head and assuring her they're recovering well. But as she starts to ask another question, his expression turns serious. He tells her to pay attention to her brother, hinting that something is wrong. A jolt of fear goes through her. She bolts from the room and runs to her brother's quarters. But the room is empty. All that's left is a note on his desk. "Kyanj," it reads, "maybe this kind of life is more suitable for you. Take good care of yourself, brother." He's left her. Our poor heroine stares at a letter, her eyes widening in shock as she whispers her brother's name. She rushes to his room, standing before his closet, only to find it completely empty. Her heart plummets. How could it turn out like this? She thinks, devastated. She collapses at her desk, petting her little familiar, Xiaobai. Her mind spirals. It seems that my brother doesn't want me anymore, she thinks, remembering a terrifying moment they were torn apart. But then a happier memory surfaces, of him gently patting her head, clutching her little friend. A fire ignites in her eyes. I have to get my brother back, she vows, asking Xiao Bai where he could have possibly gone. The scene cuts to a desolate, high-security military base. Inside, her brother Canfin gets a fist to the jaw from a cocky bully. You little kid, why did you come back? The guy sneers. He continues his taunts, mocking Canfin about his sister no longer needing a bodyguard. That's the last straw. Canfin snaps, less talking, and launches a swift counterattack. With absolute savage grace, he flips the guy clean over his shoulder. He follows up with a brutal kick, sending the bully crashing to the ground with a loud banj. Panting, Canfin glares down at his opponent. The bully, clutching his gut, gasps a warning. Kid, your sister is more than you think. The person on top will not let her go. But Canfin just turns his back, his shoulders heavy. Later, he tries to cool his head, pouring water over himself. He knows this place is a cage and his sister doesn't belong here. He hasn't seen her truly smile in years. He knows she's strong, determined to escape everything. The most heart-wrenching thought hits him. Am I part of the cage that restrains you two? Back in her room, our girl has fallen asleep from exhaustion and worry. She suddenly jolts awake, calling out for her brother. And then it clicks. She knows exactly where he is. There's only one place he could have possibly gone back to. Outside, the fiery-haired Karma is waiting, looking incredibly impatient, tapping his foot and grumbling to himself. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Qianj rushes out, but he grabs her arm to stop her. Wait, he yells. She tries to brush him off, saying she has urgent business with the principal, but Karma sees right through her. Are you going to search for Yun Canfin? He asks. Her simple yes sends him into a panic. Are you crazy? He screams, grabbing his hair. Do you have any idea how much it costs to escape from there? He begs her to trust the principal to handle it, terrified she'll go back and never return. She looks away, her voice soft but firm. Sorry and thank you, Karma. But that is my brother. She explains that while the principal might be able to get him released, only she can truly bring him back. With that, she walks away, leaving him stunned and reaching for her. His hand falls limp to his side. He watches her go, a sad, wistful smile on his face. Sometimes, he sighs, I really envy them. Our girl arrives at the formidable base, stepping out of the vehicle with unwavering resolve. Brother, I will take you back, she promises herself. Inside, she bypasses the guards simply by flashing her Section Chief Yun ID badge. She strides through the sterile hallways, her determined steps echoing. The staff whisper as she passes, shocked to see their former chief has returned. She ignores them all, her eyes fixed on her goal. Meanwhile, Canfin is at the shooting range firing off rounds, hitting the target dead on. He hears the door slide open and turns, freezing when he sees her. Qianj, how did you? He starts, but she cuts him off. Brother, go back with me. His face turns to ice. It's useless, turning his back on her. You can go back by yourself. She pleads with him, asking why he won't leave. He tells her she doesn't need to understand and to go away. And then he fires a warning shot right past her head. Don't let your determination waver, he says coldly. But in her mind, she just thinks, brother, you're a fool. We dive into Canfin's memories. He's lying in bed, thinking back. He remembers his parents' big shots at the Institute, who always wanted him to follow in their footsteps. But he was just an ordinary kid. His sister was the prodigy. He watched them dote on her, feeling like an afterthought. He selfishly enjoyed his freedom while she shouldered all their expectations, never realizing how much she must have suffered. Then, a tragedy took their parents, leaving only his sister behind. Seeing her so broken and full of guilt, he gave up his own dreams and promised to protect her forever. He thought she was the fragile one. But then she was taken from him, and he fought tooth and nail just to get inside this cage to be with her again. He thought it would be enough, but now he sees her desperate quest for freedom. And his greatest fear is that in that freedom, there will be no place for him. Back at the school, the principal is dropping some major truth bombs. It's 2 souls, he tells the boys, who are absolutely shook. He explains that 2 souls are needed to open the door of eternal time. The boys worry, but the principal reveals Qianj has been doing fine, and has even awakened a new, powerful good side. Karma clenches his fist, utterly bewildered. Canfin's nightmare continues. He's a little boy again, crying as his parents walk away, begging them not to go. He jolts awake with a gasp. He finds Qianj sitting by his bed, holding his hand. He sits up, panicked. Didn't I let you go? Brother, what are you afraid of? She asks gently. He turns away, telling her she should leave him behind. She asks if he's angry, and he comically snaps, I am not, while looking completely flustered. Brother, don't be afraid, she says, her eyes shining. You're my only relative. I don't want to stand behind you. I want to stand beside you. His worlds. He's stunned. The realization crashes down on him. She knows. She always knew. He'd been using her guilt as a shackle, acting like a fragile ghost, but he never truly understood her at all. If the price of freedom is to lose my brother, she declares, I don't want it. And in that moment, he finally understands. He was the one being protected all along. He pulls her into a tight hug. Brother, shall we go back together? She asks, hugging him back. A genuine smile finally breaks across his face. Yes, he says, let's go back. At the principal's office, that himself smiles. Time is almost up, he says, looking down at the boys waiting below. It's time to go pick someone up. At the base, things are getting heated. A hot-headed ally blocks the guards with a lightsaber, trying to clear a path for the siblings. Snarling, step aside. The guards refuse to budge. Suddenly, a massive winged ship descends from the sky. The cavalry has arrived. Kyonj looks out the window, a tear of relief escaping her eye. Karma is already being held back by guards, screaming his head off. Facial paralysis woman, are you okay? The principal steps out ever so cool. Stand back, he commands. Let them go. They have more important things to do. He faces the lead officer with an icy glare and delivers a final, chilling message. Tell your boss that he can't afford any delays. Here we go, folks. Buckle up for another chaotic chapter. A flustered guard reports to the silver-haired man, who just smirks. The result is very obvious, says, oozing confidence. Elsewhere, our girl Canfin and her brother are being escorted through a secure area. A voice rings out across the stunning landscape, welcoming them back. The group walks towards the figures waiting for them. Our heroine looks up, a little uncertain, and squeaks out a tiny hum. The whole gang is finally reunited, standing before a massive, futuristic vessel. Suddenly, Karma, our favorite red-headed tsundere, turns to Kyuanfin. Are you injured? He asks, his voice full of concern. But our girl just walks right past him, leaving him looking absolutely crushed. Just as his heart is about to shatter, she turns back with the most innocent look on her face. I'm okay, won't you come? And just like that, he's a goner. The man is completely, utterly smitten, blushing like a schoolboy. Of course, the peanut gallery is not having it. The dad team and the love rival team unite to deliver a combined death stare of epic proportions. Poor Karma feels the heat and shrinks under their collective gaze. He just sighs and looks away, a gust of wind sweeping past his defeated form. He's gotten so used to their glares it's become his new normal. Later that night, in a lavishly decorated room, our girl stands waiting. The silver-haired man appears, a calm smile on his face. We can begin the guardianship ceremony, he announces. He tells her not to be nervous as a portal of cosmic energy buzzes to life. Two angelic figures descend from the starry void, landing gracefully before her. One of them, a handsome blonde, gently takes her hand and places a kiss upon it. But the serene moment shatters. Our girl finds herself floating in a dark, empty space. A terrifying voice echoes around her. Did you like the taste of death? Fractured memories of blood and pain flash before her eyes. The voice torments her, calling her a sin, a disappointment, the reason someone's freedom was bound. Just as despair crashes down, a gentle, glowing hand rests on her head. She looks up, her eyes wide, the warm, ethereal figures of her parent here. Dad, Mom, she whispers. But it's a bittersweet reunion. They tell her they must go now, that they can't protect her anymore. As they fade into starlight, her mother's voice lingers. You already have new family members. Her father's spirit echoes the sentiment. Don't you? The words hit her like a lightning bolt. New family members? Suddenly, a violent vortex of ice and water erupts around her. The vision shatters like a broken mirror, revealing the face of a mysterious woman just as it collapses. Before she can process it, shadowy tendrils shoot out and bind her. A dark, twisted silhouette emerges from the shadows, trapping her in a massive, terrifying spider web. With a gasp, she wakes up. It was all a horrible nightmare. She sits by the window, lost in thought, just as her brother finishes cooking in the kitchen. She gets up to leave, her mind still reeling. But he stops her, placing a plate of delicious-looking pasta in front of her. You haven't eaten the food I cooked for a long time, he says gently. A warm smile spreads across her face. This time, she vows she will be the one to protect him. Meanwhile, Karma is getting dressed. His thoughts drifting to Kyuanfin as he looks out the window. Facial paralysis woman, he mutters, ever the tsundere. He gets a flash of insight, a vision of their intertwined destinies. Their pair can be contested. He clenches his fist, wondering if he can or even wants to compete with her. He steps out into a grand hall to find her already waiting for him. Their eyes meet, and he can't help but blush as she says, "You came." The silver-haired man claps his hands. It is getting late. Let's get started. In a flash, they are both pulled into a swirling magical vortex, their light and dark energies dancing together. When our girl comes to, she's in a completely different place, wearing a traditional kimono and sleeping in an ornate room. She sits up, her head spinning. Ugh, she's utterly bewildered. Princess changed the Oda shogunate, she thinks, fiddling with her new clothes. What is going on? She hears a noise and turns. A small, black cat is sitting there, but the second it sees her, it bolts. She reaches for it, but it's gone in a flash. A maid enters as the cat peeks suspiciously from behind a door. Our heroine looks dead serious. The maid finds the cat's behavior odd, mentioning that Dahei usually adores the princess. As Qianfen eats, a horrifying thought dawns on her. Why, you can't be Karma, right? At that exact moment, a chorus of angry meows erupts from outside, confirming her worst fears. A flashback reveals Karma's tragic fate. He's been demoted from a powerful guardian to a shovel slave, a pet. The poor cat is fuming on a rooftop, utterly impatient. He thinks about his miserable situation, lamenting that no one else would put up with this. He stares into the distance, wondering if her power is truly absolute. Back in the present, 3 days have passed, and our girl is losing her patience. A maid slides the door open, asking if she's found him yet. She tries to be reassuring, but Qianfen is spiraling. No new guardian, and she's lost Karma. No, she declares, standing up with renewed purpose. I can't be this passive. She searches the entire estate, calling his name. While elsewhere, a mysterious green-haired samurai is being attended to. Desperate, Qianfen resorts to grilling fish as bait. Her bracelet suddenly lights up. The fragrant smell of cooked fish works its magic, and from the shadows, Karma Cat appears, ready to cause trouble. He's tempted, so tempted, but he tries to resist. You are a person, he screams internally, having a full-blown identity crisis on the roof. A roof tile breaks under his paws. He freezes. He's been spotted. Karma! I know it's you, she yells, pointing at him. He makes a run for it, leaping across the rooftops. The green-haired samurai watches the chaotic chase unfold, a small smile playing on his lips at her sudden liveliness. She scrambles after the cat, zapping at him with her magic. Karma, come back, she yells, but in her haste, her foot slips. She plummets towards the ground. Karma Cat whips around, his eyes wide with panic. But out of nowhere, the samurai flashes forward and catches her in his arms. It's a picture-perfect rescue, but this is our girl's life, and nothing is ever that simple. Karma Cat comes flying back with a vengeance and lands right on the samurai's face. The impact sends them both stumbling, and the samurai accidentally kisses her. He pulls back, completely flustered. Karma goes absolutely ballistic, zapping the samurai and meowing furiously. Get up! He's taking advantage of you, but our heroine isn't listening. She slowly sits up, grabs the cat, and a terrifying dark aura surrounds her. Her eyes are glowing with pure rage. Karma freezes, petrified. He messed up, big time. Our poor, fluffy sidekick is having a bit of an existential crisis. Just what in the world happened? Let's rewind 1 hour, shall we? Our girl looks absolutely possessed, clutching the poor cat as a chaotic energy zaps between them. It was an all-out war, a flurry of pink robes and black fur. Back in the present, she calmly asks her little furball, "Where have you been these past few days?" He looks away, sweating bullets while she casually enjoys a snack. She takes a stroll outside, him trailing behind like a guilty little shadow. She turns with a smile that could melt glaciers and says so. You haven't been out of the bedroom in the past 3 days. And then bam, the smile vanishes, replaced by pure fury as her hand shoots up for a smackdown, but instead of a slap, her hand lands gently on his head in a soft pat. Don't be this difficult next time, she murmurs, I will be worried. And just like that, the floodgates open. The cat and his handsome human form are literally weeping with joy. Later, she's napping peacefully with the cat on her lap, already plotting her next move about a new guardian named Liangshan Shengjing. The cat, ever diligent helper, is running a keyword search through history, but he's coming up empty. The system is clear, no such person found. As she suspected, this guardian is an unknown variable in a major historical event. She gazes out at the garden, telling Karma to think about what events could change the course of history. She decides the best way to find out is to poke the hornet's nest herself, and so she makes a bold declaration. I will appoint Liangshan Shengjing as my guard. The order travels fast. Liangshan is in the middle of his sword practice when a messenger rushes in. He pauses, completely baffled by the news. The messenger bows, explaining the situation. A person from the Oda shogunate. Their princess appointed you as her guard. Liangshan's eyes widen. You mean Princess Change? The messenger confirms it's the daughter of the Oda clan, their sworn enemies. Liangshan knows their families have always been at odds. A brief, tender memory of the princess flashes through his mind. He smirks, deciding to accept the position, telling his subordinate to report his decision. The man protests, completely shocked, but Liangshan's mind is made up, a steely look in his eye. Meanwhile, our girl is calmly tending to her bonsai tree. Her attendant warns her that Lord Liangshan is from the enemy Asakura family, but it's too late. The cat absolutely loses it, zipping across the room in a panic. He leaps into the air, screeching that she can't put an enemy right beside her. He lands right in her arms, but she just looks up with a sly, knowing smile. Now, it's already too late. And indeed it is. Liangshan is already approaching her home, thinking to himself that a little danger just means the mission is a success. He kneels before her. "Your Highness." She just hums in response and walks right past him, leaving him kneeling there. He calls out, asking if she has anything to say to him. She turns and tries to poach him, offering him a position by her side, but he politely declines, stating his unwavering loyalty to the family that raised him. She looks on, flicker of disappointment in her eyes as he stands firm. Can't help but wonder, what does she know? Later, inside, the cat is grilling her. "What else do you know?" he demands, but she plays dumb. She tells him her offer was just a polite formality, then gets right in his face. "After you became a cat, did the capacity of your brain become smaller?" Savage. The poor cat is comically defeated, but she snaps him out of it, ordering him to keep a close eye on their new guard. With a renewed sense of purpose, he scurries off. He follows Liangshan from the rooftops, watching as the man enters a room. He peeks in, only to see Liangshan pulling out a pair of sandals. "What?" Liangshan leaves again, and the cat gives chase. He lands on the ground and darts into the room, but it's empty. He's gone! The cat spirals into a full-blown panic. Little does he know, Liangshan is right outside, disguised in a straw hat, fully aware of his little stalker. "Her Highness seems to have an amazing pet," he muses. Elsewhere, a sinister plot is brewing. A lord is informed that Liangshan is on the move, and gives the order to act. His subordinate worries they'll alert the enemy. But the lord is confident, ordering his own man to gain the princess's trust. The little furball is struggling, trying to scale a wall. He finally pulls himself onto the roof, completely wiped out. But his exhaustion turns to shock when he sees Liangshan is already back, kneeling before our girl. He's offering her sweet meatballs as an apology. She asks if they're sweet, and he confirms they are. She takes a bite, and he gazes at her with an incredibly soft expression. Watching from the roof, the cat absolutely crackles with jealous rage. The sweet moment triggers a traumatic memory for Liangshan. He remembers his mother's death in a blazing fire, seeing her body riddled with arrows. He remembers being dragged away as retainers sacrificed themselves to save him from a terrifying samurai, whose armor bore a specific crest. He snaps back to reality, the pain still fresh on his face. He begins to practice with his sword to clear his head, and our girl watches him intently. The cat senses something is off, but she just shakes her head, feeling there's a deep story there she can't quite grasp. She approaches him, staring with unnerving intensity. He stops, a small smile on his face. "Do you like it that much?" He moves behind her, guiding her hands on the sword, gently instructing her to control her power. This is too much for our furry friend, who starts spinning in circles, consumed by a very, very bad mood. Later, he's fallen asleep in her lap, finally at peace. She's enjoying another snack when she asks Liangshan what it is. The movement causes the cat to tumble right off her lap with a loud chump. He lies on the ground, knocked out cold, as the two of them continue to sit together. His mood has now officially downgraded to a especially bad mood. That night, she and Liangshan are lying on the veranda, stargazing. "It's very quiet here," she says. He agrees, thinking this is a place free from loss and hatred. But they're not alone. A pair of furious eyes watch them from the roof. And that's the last straw. The cat's bad mood literally explodes, breaking through the horizon. The claws come out. He even steals her robes, transforming into a tiny, furious version of her. She wakes with a start to find the demonic furball sitting on her chest, looking ready for murder. She grabs him, completely exasperated. "If you have time to make trouble, why don't you grab the task I gave you and complete it?" Defeated, he sits alone, pondering the impossible mission. He slumps over, failed. Suddenly, a strange anxiety washes over him, a feeling that something precious has been stolen away. He gasps, struck by a shocking realization. His human form appears, blushing madly as the thought hits him like a lightning bolt. I'm in love with her. And as our boy has his romantic epiphany, a shadowy figure dashes across the rooftops, signaling that the real danger is just beginning. In a quiet room, a small black cat is absolutely fuming. He is steaming, literally, with frustration, trying to convince himself it's impossible. How could I like a poisonous woman with such a tongue and paralyzed face? He thinks, shaking his head furiously. Just then, the poisonous woman herself approaches him. Our heroine gently pets the little fluff ball, marveling at how soft he is. She can't help but feel that something is strange. And it's not the cat. No, she's thinking about Liangshan, her mysterious guard. The cat, meanwhile, is basking in the attention, almost forgetting his all-important task. Suddenly, her hand stops. Elsewhere, Liangshan stares at a photo of a modern family, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He recalls finding a woman lying injured, maybe even dead, in the woods. Our princess, meanwhile, ponders how hard it must be to be deprived of what's most important in life. As night falls, danger lurks on the rooftops. A group of shadowy assassins prepares to strike. But they're not the only ones with sharp senses. Dahae the cat bolts upright, hissing a warning. Our girl looks up, alerted by the sudden chaos. And then the entire ceiling collapses. Ninjas drop from the sky, cornering our poor heroine. Outside, Liangshan senses the disturbance. He immediately grasps the hilt of his sword, his face a mask of cold fury. Back inside, a shuriken whistles through the air. It flies straight for our girl, who can only clutch her cat in terror. The star slams into her back, and she cries out, holding the terrified little Dahae close. An assassin raises his sword for the final blow. Her eyes widen in horror as the blade descends. But in Sland, a flash of green and Liangshan is there, deflecting the attack. Protect Her Highness! He roars, a one-man army against the shadows. The princess stares, completely stunned by her savior. The commotion alerts the castle guards, who rush to her aid. The assassins know the gig is up and beat a hasty retreat through the roof. Liangshan engages the last ninja, who snarls, "Lord Liangshan, are you going to disobey that person's order?" Are locked in a fierce battle. "Grab him," the princess orders, clutching her wounded shoulder. He hesitates for a split second, and poof, a smoke bomb goes off. The ninja vanishes, leaving only his sword behind. Later, with medical supplies laid out, a maid tends to the princess's wound while Liangshan watches silently from the doorway. She dismisses her attendants, and Liangshan immediately kneels. "Your Highness, I was negligent," he says, bowing his head in shame, but she tells him to rise. "You saved me," she insists, "and I have a question for you." She confronts him, her eyes sharp and knowing. "Why are you protecting me?" He dodges, claiming it's his duty, but she presses on. "Right, they want to kill me, so why did you protect me?" He tries to brush it off, but she's not having it. "I didn't overthink it," she says, her voice like steel. "We both know it well." She gives him a chilling ultimatum. "It's up to you. First, think about whom you are loyal to." Then, changing the subject, she asks him to find Dahae. Liangshan walks away, his heart a battlefield of conflicting loyalties, his face etched with turmoil. Just then, Dahae reappears. "What did you find out?" she asks. The cat reports that Liangshan is from Asakura and is unlikely to betray them. As she processes this, the cat suddenly realizes he's been played. Betray? He shrieks, tricked into giving away information. He collapses in a tidal wave of dramatic despair, only to have a sudden epiphany. The Benuan temple incident. He tells her they have to get there before it happens. The cat gives her a rapid-fire history lesson. The Oda clan's leader was assassinated at Benuan Temple by his minister Akechi. The blame was pinned on a scapegoat from the Sibo family, who had been wiped out by Oda years prior. But this scapegoat was also Akechi's adoptive son. Akechi had been planning this betrayal for 2 decades. The princess listens intently. Finding this key figure, the cat explains, is vital to their mission. Meanwhile, Liangshan faces his own master. "Why did you save her?" The man demands. He reminds Liangshan of what the Oda clan did to his family. Liangshan argues she is innocent, but his master scoffs. "When Oda raised his sword, he didn't care whether you were innocent or not." "No, she's different." Liangshan snaps back, declaring he won't kill indiscriminately. He bows low, begging his adoptive father to stop. But the man is merciless. "If you succeed in your revenge, won't the daughter of Oda also seek revenge from you?" He lands the final, brutal blow. "You yourself are the best example." He dismisses Liangshan, but our boy stands his ground. "My lord, even if you send someone over, I will protect her." His mind flashes to our heroine's wisdom, and her kindness as she shielded the cat from harm. Her question echoes in his head, "Why do you protect me?" He grips his sword resolute. A person like her, he thinks, should not be involved in this bloody battle. His master listens to the report of Liangshan's defiance. A subordinate worries that Liangshan is getting too attached, but the master decides to let him be for now. "He was a kid 20 years ago, what can he remember?" He dismisses. For now, they will not act rashly. Back in her room, the princess is getting her wound checked. "Does it hurt?" asks her maid. "It's okay, it's just a small injury." Dahei looks on with concern as Liangshan returns. He accidentally catches a glimpse of her exposed shoulder and goes beet red. He immediately drops to his knees, completely flustered. She just hums, thinking, he's back. What clues can we find this time? But Dahei is not happy, hissing and puffing up at the guard's return. The maid announces that a letter has arrived from Lord Oda. Len expression hardens instantly. The princess dismisses the maid, saying she'll write back later. The maid adds that her father sent her favorite pastry. It seems my lord father misses me very much, she says with a sad smile, while Liangshan stands by a silent, conflicted statue. Later, they sit outside, and she asks what kind of person her father is. She answers herself, to me, he is a very gentle father. The word gentle triggers a horrifying flashback for Liangshan. He sees nothing but blood and fire, a world consumed by flames. He quickly changes the subject. Does your highness know the Sibo clan? He asks, his voice low. If one day the Oda clan was annihilated like the Sibo clan, what would you do? Her eyes widen in shock. Victory or defeat is the same, she replies coolly. As you enjoy the benefits of the clan, you should take risks as a matter of course. A small, surprised smile touches his lips. Your highness really is different. She turns away. Why did you come back? I won't ask anymore. All she knows is that Liangshan will not hurt her. I know, she says, walking back inside. As she leaves, he offers a final, cryptic warning. Let me remind you, sometimes what the eyes see is not real. Our girl peeks from around the corner, her mind racing. Sometimes what you see isn't the whole story. Grabbing her robes with newfound resolve, she takes off at a dead sprint. Her trusty cat companion screeches, worried about her injuries, but she can only think, is it really him? She has to find out exactly what happened all those years ago. She and her cat make a beeline for the library pavilion. While she frantically unrolls ancient scrolls, her little sidekick suddenly shouts, "Found it." She reads the dusty text, a crime of treason. The cat, ever the cynic, reminds her that history is written by the victors. The truth is rarely so simple. The official record only states that the Oda clan had destroyed the rebellious Sibo clan. And most importantly, there was no mention of any orphans left behind. Later, she sits before one of the old family retainers. The old man scoffs, telling her a woman shouldn't be presiding over interrogations, but our girl just sipped tea, cool as a cucumber. My father never avoided talking about state affairs with me, she says smoothly. Then she lays down a savage bluff. My lord father has entrusted me to investigate and verify something from 20 years ago. Even her cat is sweating, thinking about her wound. She cuts right to the chase. 20 years ago, who exactly dispatched the soldiers to kill the Sibo clan? The old man breaks out in a cold sweat, completely rattled. He stammers that it's a secret, that they were a clan the Lord once trusted very much. A shocking realization dawns on her. It wasn't her father who went. The orders were for arrest, not annihilation. The retainer confesses it was a henchman who claimed there was resistance and wiped them all out on his own authority. And the man who brought the news of the Sibo clan's annihilation became a traitor. Her eyes widen, turns to him, her voice steady. Do you also believe the news about the rebels? The pieces click into place with horrifying clarity. Akechi, he was the one who committed the massacre. He acted on his own, then concealed the existence of the Sibo orphan. Her feet feel rooted to the spot. Akechi, she thinks, her world spinning. Her cat looks up at her. What will we do now? He points out that while they know about the conspiracy, they still don't know for sure if Liangshan is the orphan. She holds her companion close, a painful thought crossing her mind. I really hope it isn't him. How could he bear the truth of being deceived by his sworn enemy for 2 decades? What should we do next, she wonders. The cat, ever the strategist, says it's time to make things clear. Pulling down a chalkboard with a dramatic swish, he starts drawing out a complex plan, pointing to the Benuan temple. This is the most critical point of our mission. He warns her they must be careful not to change the course of history. Our girl nods seriously, taking notes like a diligent student. The cat continues, explaining they need to track the movements of all the key players, Akechi, her father, and the unfortunate man in the middle of it all. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. I thought of a way to do this, she says with a determined glint in her eye. Later, she's calmly trimming a bonsai tree when Liangshan is brought before her. A servant approaches, handing her a letter from her father. She reads it, a bright smile spreading across her face. Liangshan asks what's making her so happy. Father will be on the outskirts of the city tonight, she announces cheerfully. The news hits Liangshan like a lightning bolt. This fast, he thinks, his expression hardening. He lowers his head, a storm brewing within him as she walks away. That night, under the full moon, a shadowy figure darts across the rooftops. It's Liangshan. He spots 2 silhouettes behind a screen. It must be Lord Oda. It's too late to send a message to Lord Akechi, he thinks. I will kill him myself and avenge my mother. He imagines his mother's smile, the one he's longed to see again. But as he prepares to strike, our girl's face flashes in his mind. If I kill him, I will also lose her smile. He draws his sword anyway, slicing through the paper wall with a vicious tear. He bursts into the room, ready for blood only to be met by 2 guards, their weapons drawn. A candle hisses to life. Turns out it is you, a familiar voice says. Liangshan freezes, his eyes wide with fury and disbelief. It's a trap. He's captured and bound in the courtyard. Our heroine emerges from the shadows, a lantern illuminating her face. Liangshan, her voice devoid of emotion. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? She stares him down, her gaze piercing. He's completely stunned. How? What exactly does she know? She dismisses the guards, leaving them alone in the tense silence. Really, there is nothing you want to tell me? She asks again. He glares back, his voice string with ice. Your Highness requested me out from Asakura. Wasn't it just to see today's scene? She doesn't answer. He grits his teeth, his loyalty unwavering. I can't compromise my lord. She squats down in front of him. No, she says softly. I brought you to my side because you saved me. She reaches out, gently tilting his chin up to face her. He's completely flustered as she leans in closer. Their faces just inches apart. The cat is absolutely losing it in the background, screaming, too close. She whispers, her breath warm against his skin. I pity you in my heart, and I don't want you to continue being deceived. He stares back, utterly confused. What does this mean? Without another word, she stands and turns away. Take him away. As he's led off, Liangshan's mind reels. Could it be her purpose is the Asakura? He spirals, thinking the Oda clan will now attack them, just like they did the Sibo. Her words from before echo in his mind. He had asked if she knew of the Sibo clan, and what she would do if the Oda were annihilated. Her cold response now makes a terrible kind of sense. He hangs his head in defeat. I thought you were different, he whispers, heartbroken. Each performs its duties, she replies, not even turning around. Our positions are different, that's all? And with that she walks into the building, leaving him to his fate. He's chained in a sparse room, while she sits just on the other side of the screen, calmly sipping tea. So close yet worlds apart. A guard asks if they should move him to the jail, but she shakes her head. No, just leave him here. Her cat looks at her, confused. Why don't you tell him the truth? She looks down at her cup, her expression filled with a deep sadness. Sometimes it is better not to know the truth, she says softly. The truth of having been deceived for 20 years is just too cruel. And a ninja kneels before his master, Lord Akechi, with grim news. Princess Change has arrested Liangshan. Lord Akechi's face darkens. So that means he has already got exposed, he mutters, clearly annoyed. The ninja admits he underestimated the princess and asks if they should send reinforcements. But Akechi, ever the cool-headed villain, simply waves a hand. It's okay if they find out, he says with an icy calm. He asks for other reports, and his man presents a small, sealed scroll. Akechi takes the scroll and reads its contents. A sinister plan is coming together. His people have already infiltrated Oda's personal escort. Get up, he commands, explaining that the ever-cautious Oda has no idea his location has been compromised. As the ninja rises, Akechi shatters a cup on the floor in a sudden flash of rage. He gives the order. Oda arrives at Benuan Temple in 3 days. The mission is to rescue Liangshan tomorrow. As his subordinate leaves, a wicked smile spreads across Akechi's face. He thinks to himself, after raising you for so many years, it is also time for you to repay me. Meanwhile, back at the Oda estate, a servant brings a tray of food, but our girl Change stops her. Allow me. The maid is stunned, stammering, but, Your Highness? Change gently takes the tray from her. With a look of grim determination, she carries the food herself. She's heading to a dark room where heavy chains lie on the floor. Those chains are attached to Liangshan, who sits defeated and silent. He looks up as her feet come into view. She sits across from him, setting the meal down between them. With tears welling in her eyes, she says one word, eat, before turning to leave. He finally speaks, his voice laced with suspicion. Why didn't your highness kill me on the spot? He's assuming she's just waiting for Oda to arrive and do the dirty work. Our princess snaps back, I will not kill you, nor will I leave it to others. Liangshan is completely baffled by her actions. He decides to provoke her, a smug look on his face. Wasn't your highness actually misled by her subject? He pushes the knife in deeper. According to what this subject knows about your highness does not have the ability to like people at all. That strikes a nerve. Her fist clenches with a silent BNG. Her eyes widen, a flicker of pain and rage crossing her face. She quickly regains her composure. I know what are trying to do. Don't provoke me on purpose. She turns away, her voice becoming dangerously cold. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will kill you as you wish. And with that savage promise, she slams the door shut. Liangshan's mind is racing. He realizes she truly doesn't plan to kill him, and a horrifying thought occurs to him. Could Oda be planning to attack his home Asakura? The chains clank as he grips his fists. I can't just sit and await death. He clutches his head, tormented. Asakura is the only place I have to return to. I can't watch it be annihilated. Outside, Change is lost in thought when she hears a soft meow. It's her little furball. He asks about her injury, and she reassures him she's almost healed. She pets the cat, her mind already moving to the next phase of her plan. After telling her maid to look after the yard, she exits through a gate. Cradling her cat, she walks through the gardens. The cat asks what her plan is, and she looks down, her eyes sharp. There's one thing I need to verify. She questions one of her father's men, asking for Oda's location. The man looks pained, explaining that it's not that they're hiding it from her, but even they have no idea where the Lord is. Only his most trusted aides know his whereabouts. With a sigh of frustration, she dismisses him. The cat is just as confused as we are. What exactly is happening? Later that night, as lanterns are lit, our heroine sits outside, piecing it all together. If her father's movements are so secret, how did Akechi know he'd be at the Benuan temple? The blood drains from her face as she comes to a terrifying conclusion. I fear that Oda's trusted aides are Akechi's people. The traitors are in the inner circle. She knows they're in a passive position. That's why she had to expose Liangshan's identity so dramatically. She draws the temple's name in the dirt, and the cat understands. By catching Akechi's spy, she's sending him a message. She's telling him she knows, forcing him to get anxious and make a mistake. It's a high-stakes chess match, and our girl just made a brilliant move. But her thoughts turn to Liangshan, who is still suffering in his cell. He's haunted by a traumatic memory of a fire, of being saved as a crying child. Change knows he's the biggest variable. Her plan is ruthless. He can't know the truth. He just needs to be led to his death. Her cat argues, thinking Liangshan might understand if she just told him. He also wonders how she comes up with these galaxy brain plans. She just pats his head and says they have to do their best and leave the rest to fate, much to the cat's dizzy protest. Later that night, as she sleeps soundly, a ninja lurks in the shadows. Waze. A shuriken flies toward her window, but a guard's spear knocks it out of the air. The sound wakes up the cat and alerts Liangshan in his cell. Everything goes silent, and Change keeps on sleeping, completely oblivious. A different ninja slips quietly into Liangshan's room. Lord Liangshan, he whispers, Lord Akechi ordered me to take you back. A small, hopeful smile touched Liangshan's lips. My lord's stepfather doesn't blame me? The ninja plays along, saying a father wouldn't mind a child's disobedience. But in his mind, he's sneering at the poor fool who still doesn't know anything. As he starts unlocking the chains, the ninja whispers about how weak the Oda clan's defenses are. That's his mistake. Liangshan's expression freezes, because at that exact moment, the doors slide open to reveal Change, her cat, and a full squad of guards. It was a trap all along. Liangshan's eyes lock with hers, a flash of understanding passing between them. Our girl delivers the finishing blow. Not only that, but I am afraid the entire Oda clan has already been indulged into a siev. She gives the order, on. The guards charge, but the ninja is a skilled fighter, clashing swords with them. He cuts a path through the soldiers, slicing through Liangshan's final chain. Liangshan is free, and in a shocking twist, he grabs Change, holding a blade to her throat. She trembles as the cold steel presses against her skin. Everyone stop, Liangshan screams, his voice cracking with desperation. The fighting halts. The lead ninja smirks, seeing his chance. The cat is absolutely panicking. Liangshan yells again for everyone to retreat. The guards look to their princess, who calmly orders them to obey him. As her men back away, the cat screeches, tell him the truth, but Change just shakes her head gently. She looks up at her captor, her eyes full of sorrow. Not fear, I know you don't have any fault in this. Liangshan looks utterly torn. No, she whispers, our positions are the same. She pleads with him. It's still not too late to regret now, you can't go back, trust me. For a moment, he seems to waver, but the ninja has seen enough. He throws down a smoke bomb. Let's go. He grabs Liangshan's arm, pulling him into the thick smoke. When the smoke clears, she's standing alone. They're gone. Her guards rush to her side, asking if she's all right. But she doesn't answer, just staring into the distance, her expression unreadable. In a quiet, candlelit room, Lord Akechi sips his drink, waiting. Suddenly, a voice rings out, announcing the return of Lord Liangshan. Two men kneel before the Lord. One of them our green-haired boy, Liangshan. Akechi looks down at him, his expression unreadable. He reaches out, placing a reassuring hand on Liangshan's shoulder, a sinister little smirk playing on his lips. Get up, he says, helping the young man to his feet. Did you learn the lesson this time? he asks, his voice deceptively gentle. Liangshan can only stare downwards, his eyes filled with a silent, heart-wrenching pain. A flash of memory hits him, the moment he held a blade to our princess's throat, and the red string that bound his hands when he was captured. He bows his head in submission. Liangshan will remember this lesson, he says, his voice hollow. Akechi strokes his chin thoughtfully. I wanted you to be detained for a few more days, he muses. He lectures the boy, telling him his friendship was misplaced, and then lays on the manipulation thick. Good. You were raised by me. Do you think I wouldn't know your thoughts? Then he drops the bombshell. He has news that his sworn enemy, Oda, is at the Benuan temple. Your chance for revenge has arrived. Liangshan's eyes fly open in disbelief, asking if it's true. Akechi confirms it, acknowledging the boy's caution. He explains that this is a golden opportunity he can't pass up, and that Liangshan, who has a blood feud with, deserves to be there. Liangshan's face hardens, his eyes burning with a sudden, fierce determination. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, our girl's cat is having a full-blown meltdown. It's all right now. Let's run away, he screeches at the princess. She just calmly sips her tea, which only infuriates him more. He calls her stupid, and she promptly smacks him for his insolence. The cat absolutely explodes. Then explain to me, what other options we have? He roars, pointing an accusatory paw at her. Our girl calmly explains that with her limited guards, the situation was always out of their control. The cat is dizzy with confusion. What are you talking about? Did you come up with another trick? Oh, you have no idea, you little fluff. She lays out her absolutely savage plan. They'll let Akshi kill Oda, then frame Akechi for the whole thing. Then she'll start a fire and escape with Liangshan to the Holy Academy, leaving Akechi to take the fall. The cat is horrified. Was it originally this simple and this cruel? Can't we just escape? She looks at him softly. That's a bit troublesome. It's okay as long as we go together. She gives him his mission. Go watch the Asakura clan and report back immediately. The cat is carried away, totally bewildered. Is it because I am stupid, or has she suddenly got her ideas straightened? He grumbles to himself, wondering why she's so fixated on protecting that rascal Liangshan. With a leap, he's off bounding across the rooftops. Our girl watches him go, a worried look on her face, praying she can get to Liangshan before Akechi does. The sun rises on a new day. A procession of riders makes its way towards the temple. Under a wide straw hat, Liangshan rides, his face a grim mask. He grips the reins tightly. Finally, this day has arrived. All he can think about is avenging his clan. From a nearby rooftop, a meow the cat watches. It's time, he thinks, and with that, he springs into action. At the temple gates, our princess arrives, veiled and ready. She tells her attendant they'll pray once her cat returns, her eyes glowing with determination. But a seed of doubt begins to sprout. He's not back yet. Don't tell me he was discovered, she worries. Elsewhere. Makes a perfect landing. Zap! Right on his face. After taking an unusual path, he finds a group of unconscious women and starts searching for his target. He spots her, grabs her by the ankle, and tries to drag her away. But she wakes up and yeets him into the sky with a furious kick. Karma! He lands with a loud banji right on top of our girl's carriage. It's dark quick, she orders the driver, and the carriage lurches forward, with a meow clinging on for dear life. Inside the temple, a monk greets Lord Oda, leading him to a private room. Oda's men look on edge. Lord Oda glares while his attendant sweats absolute bullets. Oda enters the room alone, stepping into the darkness. Why don't you turn on the light? He asks, stepping back cautiously. Outside, the attendant screams stop and runs to fetch a lantern, but it's too late. An assassin drops, from the ceiling blade drawn. The guards outside hear the clash of steel and cry out. A spray of blood hits the paper screen with a sickening bang. A body thumps to the floor inside. The killer stands panting over his victim. It's Liangshan. He immediately collapses to his knees, staring at the body of Lord Oda. I killed him. Tears stream down his face as the reality crashes down on him. I finally killed him. Mother, he whispers that he has finally gotten her revenge. Just then, Lord Akechi appears in the doorway. Move, he commands his men. They storm the room with heavy chains, kicking to the ground. The chains wrap around him, binding him completely. Liangshan looks up, utterly betrayed and confused. My lord stepfather, what is going on? Akechi's face is pure ice. He declares that Liangshan, the last survivor of the Sibo clan, has murdered Lord Oda. It is a pity that I came late, he says with fake regret, and failed to save the Lord Oda. Liangshan can only stare. Stepfather, Akechi responds with a brutal kick. I don't have unlike you, he screams, revealing his true colors. I have raised you for 20 years. Now is the time for you to pay me back. He grabs Liangshan by the collar, choking him. Now be obedient and confess your guilt, he hisses. You can go be with your beautiful mother. Liangshan freezes. How do you know? How would you know about mother? He gasps, a horrifying memory of Akechi pulling him from the fire surfacing in his mind. Back in her room, our girl waits anxiously by a flickering candle. I must arrive on time, she pleads to herself. She clutches her robes as a terrible feeling washes over her. I felt it. The nothingness. She and Amio race through the woods under the moonlight. Back at the bloody temple, Akechi caresses Liangshan's hair. You inherited your mother's hair color. She was a very beautiful woman. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place, and Liangshan's eyes widen in absolute horror. Is you? An executioner raises his sword. Go to hell and ask the people from the Sibo family? Akechi sneers. But just as the blade is about to fall, a voice screams, stop. Our princess has arrived, running desperately towards them. Liangshan's eyes meet hers, a mixture of despair and a tiny flicker of hope. She doesn't hesitate. She pulls a dagger and holds it to her own throat. Trust me, she pleads, fearing she's already too late. She turns her icy gaze on Akechi. Lord Akechi, what happened? Why do you want to kill this person? Liangshan can only stare, dumbfounded. Akechi feigns surprise. Your Highness, how are you here? She plays her part perfectly, claiming she came to see him and just heard the shocking news that a Sibo survivor had killed Lord Oda. Akechi says nothing, his eyes narrowing. She's far too calm. He realizes with a jolt she knew everything beforehand. She presses her advantage. Is Lord Akechi overlapping with the Oda clan and executing the punishment for us? Then she delivers the checkmate. He killed the clan lord. He should be taken back to the Oda clan to be punished. There's no need for Lord Akechi to interfere unless you are trying to hide something, my lord. Akechi is stunned into silence, completely caught in her web. All right, buckle up, buttercups, because this is where it all goes down. Argued and surrounded, decides to play her ultimate trump card. She looks Akechi dead in the eye and drops a truth bomb so massive it shakes the entire courtyard. The old man absolutely flinches, his mind reeling. She actually knows. He thinks the color draining from his face. Even Liangshan bows his head, the weight of the secret finally out in the open. But our heroine isn't just winging it. She glances over to the bushes where her trusty sidekick, a little black cat, is hiding. In a quick flashback, we see the whole chaotic plan being hatched. She tells her cat, Karma, that she's going to pretend to get sick. She lovingly rubs his fur, explaining they need to rescue Liangshan and fast. The plan is simple. She'll deliberately provoke the villainous Akechi, and at the perfect moment, Karma's supposed to jump out and create a massive distraction. Karma, ever the drama queen, immediately panics about them dying together. Our girl just hopes no accidents happen. Back in the present, Akechi is done playing games. His men draw their swords as he snarls, now that you know. I can't let you leave safely anymore. He looks absolutely delighted at the prospect of some good old-fashioned murder. One of his men tries to be the voice of reason, pointing out that two people disappearing will look super suspicious, but it's too late. A swish comes from the bushes. It's showtime. Karma the Chaos Cat launches himself directly onto Agaris, scratching and clawing like a tiny demon. The poor guy completely freaks out, flailing wildly. The distraction works perfectly. The other guards are so startled they accidentally start fighting each other, with swords clanging in the night. Our girl scoops up her little furball of fury as Liangshan seizes his chance. We succeeded, he roars, breaking free from his captor. He gets to his feet, using the very chains that bound him to trip the guard. Now armed with chains and his own sword, he is a force to be reckoned with. His eyes blaze with pure, unadulterated rage. He finally understands that the man he respected as a stepfather for 20 years was the one who destroyed his entire clan. With a guttural scream, he lunges at Akechi, ready to end it all. But just as his blade is about to strike, our girl cries out, "Don't kill him." Her desperate pleas stops him dead in his tracks. He hesitates, his mind torn, and that single moment of weakness is all Akechi needs. The old villain strikes back, his sword flashing out. Liangshan takes a cut to the arm but ignores the pain, screaming for his highness to be careful. In a flash, he scoops her into his arms. "Let's go," he yells, making a break for it. Our poor girl is just along for the ride, completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Karma, ever the sassy narrator, quips, "Is this the accident that you mentioned?" Liangshan, bless his heart, promises he'll get her out of there safely. But our luck is so bad she can feel disaster brewing. Karma is practically having a meltdown, wishing he could just die according to the plan. They make a mad dash for a horse and carriage, escaping into a terrifyingly dark forest filled with glowing eyes. Liangshan whips the horse, yelling, "Go!" as Akechi's men give chase right behind them. Inside the rattling carriage, the mood is grim. Our girl tries to stay positive, but Karma is already over it. She thinks she needs a new plan to stop Liangshan, and Karma sniffs at some suspicious items. The cat looks up, deadpan. "Think there's no need for us to stumble him," he says. Suddenly, our girl's face pales with absolute horror. It's the nothingness. Outside, the carriage is surrounded. A monstrous shadow wolf leaps from the darkness and tears the carriage apart. A whole pack of these demonic creatures materialize, swarming them. The carriage is destroyed, and Liangshan is thrown to the ground, screaming her name. The wreckage is everywhere. Miles behind them, Akechi's men are stopped by a wall of trees that seemingly grew out of nowhere. "How is this possible?" a guard stammers. But Akechi is relentless. "Cut them down. They must die today," he bellows. Back at the crash, our girl is dazed. "Damn, how come there are wolves here?" she mutters. Liangshan stands before her, sword at the ready, completely surrounded by the shadow beasts. She clutches a terrified Karma, who is screaming that this is Enot the death he signed up for. Liangshan attacks, but his blade phases right through the creatures. He can't believe it. "What the hell is this?" As he's reeling, one of the wolves spots an opening and lunges directly for our heroine. Karma is losing his mind, terrified of failing the mission and being stuck as a cat forever. The horrifying truth dawns on our girl. "Ordinary weapons can't hurt them," she whispers. "Moreover, if we are killed by them, there will never be another chance. Their very souls would be trapped in this dimension forever." Miles away, a mysterious man with long white hair is sleeping. His snap open as if sensing the danger. He rushes to a window, his expression grave. The nothingness started to move. He clenches his fist, determined. "It won't happen," he vows, knowing that she is the chief priest, and she has the same power he does. Back in the forest, the wolf is upon her, and Karma screams in terror. Liangshan yells for her to be careful. But it's too late. In a heroic, heart-wrenching act, Karma throws himself in front of her, taking the full force of the wolf's claws to his tiny body. He hits the ground with a sickening thud. Wounded, unconscious, tears stream down our girl's face as she watches in horror. The little cat whimpers, it hurts, as dark energy begins to leak from his body. "Karma," she sobs, scooping him into her arms. She holds him close, her heart shattering into a million pieces. The cat's last thought was about like. She cradles his body, completely devastated. Just then, another wolf attacks. Liangshan pulls her into a protective embrace, shielding her with his own body. She looks up at him, stunned, as the beast leaps towards them. She closes her eyes, deciding she'll figure out her feelings later. Right now, all that matters is survival, and in that moment, a brilliant golden light explodes from her. Liangshan stares in absolute awe. Glowing like a goddess, she speaks with newfound power. "In the name of the chief priest, I ask you to please fight for me." The light flows from her into his sword. He kneels, accepting the power with a solemn vow. "Your Highness will always be this subject's ruler." He rises, promising to be the sharpest knife she will ever wield. Now armed with a holy blade of light, he faces the pack. With a single, powerful swing, he unleashes a wave of golden energy that carves through the darkness. The shadow wolves, once untouchable, are now sliced apart by the holy power, their forms dissolving into nothingness under the night sky. As the last of the darkness fades, she stands under the full moon, clutching Karma's body. Meanwhile, FYC's men are still hacking away at the trees. The old man sees the shadows vanish from the sky and freezes. "What?" His men can only point, speechless at the sight, but Akechi refuses to be deterred. "Don't worry, keep chasing them," he orders, and they ride on. Liangshan gets them on a horse, telling her to hurry. But as she looks down at the still, silent form in her arms, a new wave of panic washes over her. It's too late. Our girl stands at the edge of a cliff, her face a mask of grim determination. Below, her companion cries out her title, but she knows it's already too late. Her eyes, shimmering with starlight pupils, stare into the abyss. She has to get away from her stepfather's people, who are closing in fast. Her green-haired guard tells her to go on without him, but as the clatter of hooves grows louder from the woods below, she knows they're out of time. He pleads with her, insisting everything will be fine if she just returns to the city. But she clutches her little cat familiar, her mind made up. "I have to go first," she says, ignoring his protests. With a steely gaze, she turns to him. "If you believe me, just jump down with me," she declares. And, with no more time for debate, she adds a final, cryptic promise before leaping into the void. He screams, lunging for her, but he's too late. As she plummets into the darkness, she closes her eyes, vowing to protect his secret next time. Her body disappears into the chasm below. Suddenly, she's floating in a strange, dark space. "Where am I?" she wonders, looking at her own hand. In a flash of memory, her hand reaches for two figures walking into a blinding light. "Don't go," she cries, but they fade away. The scene shifts. A maid's voice asks, "Young master, how is it?" A mirror is held up, revealing not our heroine, but a tiny, sad-looking boy with pink hair. He sits on a lavish chair surrounded by maids, who whisper cruel things about him, calling him a fool. He trembles, pulling his knees to his chest. A gentle hand reaches for him and pats his head with a surprising warmth. The little boy looks up, asking, "Who are you?" and sees the ghostly image of our heroine floating above him. A voice echoes, "You are me. I am you." We cut to a pale hand on a bedsheet. It belongs to the pink-haired man, lying unconscious in bed. Two of his companions watch over him with grave expressions. One argues that they have to do something, that the boy is innocent and a part of their beloved chief priest. But the other delivers a cold, hard truth. If you want to protect one, you can only give up the other. An impossible choice between one life and thousands. The pink man suddenly sits up, clutching his head in agony. And then a familiar voice cuts through the pain. "You're awake." It's our girl, and she immediately throws her arms around him in a desperate hug. He sinks into the embrace, a soft, resigned smile on his face. As they hold each other, she begins to sob. "Why? Why do I cry when you're the one who's hurt?" She weeps into his chest. He says nothing, just holds her tighter. Then he gently leans back, his eyes searching hers. "Could it be," he asks softly, "that you also like me?" Someone watches them from the doorway, his face unreadable. Our girl is just stunned, completely lost for words. She can answer. A new voice cuts in. "Your Highness, it's the green-haired guard from the cliff." He grabs her arm, and she whirls around in shock. "How can you be here?" He just smiles, holding her tight, which earns him a look of pure, unadulterated rage from the pink-haired man on the bed. A quick flashback shows us why he's here. He remembered her last words as she fell, her challenge to jump with her if he trusted her. With the enemy closing in, he made his choice. He took a literal leap of faith right off the cliff after her, plummeting into the darkness. Back in the present, he holds her hands and explains, "I decided revenge wasn't as important as you." He pledges his undying loyalty, no longer a servant of Asakura, but her subordinate. He then sends our stunned heroine out of the room. The man from the doorway thanks the pink-haired man for saving her, who brushes it off like it was nothing. But the second they're gone, he collapses back onto the bed with a loud BNG, completely unconscious. The impossible choice echoes again. To save one, you must sacrifice the other. A hand caresses his head, a voice wishing he never has to understand such a terrible burden. Meanwhile, as our girl walks with her new bodyguard, she feels the murderous glares of the four other men, their eyes glowing red with fury. She pauses, unnerved, and he gently holds her hand, asking if she's still thinking about her cat. He has a name, she snaps, pulling away slightly. In a gesture of apology, he brings her hand to his lips for a gentle kiss. At his touch, the world around her shatters into a million pieces, and she finds herself floating in a void of broken glass. A memory of him saying, "Because of your existence, the sky is so beautiful," echoes. Before it, too, cracks apart. A sinister voice whispers, "Did you see it?" She jerks her head around, startled. The voice repeats, "You saw it, right?" "What?" she cries out. A shadowy, masked figure appears before her. "My name is Greed," he says, one of the incarnations of the nothingness. He knows she saw the memories and taunts her with a devastating question. "Have you ever thought about who you are? Are you her?" "I'm not her," she shouts back defiantly. "I have parents and a brother. I have my own life." A vision of her family photo flashes before her eyes. But Greed leans in close, his voice a venomous whisper. "You enjoyed their love, don't you, Greedy? In their eyes, you harmed her." He delivers the final soul-crushing blow. "As for you, you're worthless." Back in the real world, the pink-haired man tumbles out of bed with a thud. Gasping for air, he clutches his chest, desperately pleading for her to wake up from the nightmare he can feel her trapped in. Our heroine lies sleeping completely unaware, as all the men gather around her bed. They realize the avatar Greed must have appeared, and wonder what she will do now. Unconsciously, her hand is clasped with the pink-haired man's. He's writhing, consumed by a dark energy. While in the void, our girl sits across from her tormentor. A terrible truth is revealed. Their souls are linked. The strength of one means the death of the other. The men can only watch helplessly. Her brother calls her name, and even her new guard looks on in anguish. But there's nothing they can do. The pink-haired man collapses to the floor again, and is gently placed back in bed. The two souls are intertwined in a chaotic dance of light and darkness, leaving one heart-wrenching question. If two linked souls fall in love, what cruel fate awaits their future? Our poor girl is trapped in a nightmare, begging someone not to go. Her brother, carrying a tray, hears her cry out his name. She's desperately searching for him, even in her sleep. He rushes to her side, holding her close and whispering reassurances. She clings to him, finally feeling safe. He gently asks if she wants to go visit him today too. Soon, they arrive at a massive hospital. Her brother's face is filled with a quiet sorrow. He warns her to be careful on the steps, guiding her gently. Inside, they stand before a hospital bed. Lying there unconscious is the pink-haired boy, Karma. She asks if he still hasn't woken up. Her brother places his hand over Karma's, a silent, somber gesture. He can't stop thinking about what happened on that day. He remembers the guardianship ceremony between our girl and her guardian, Liangshan Shengjing. But something went terribly wrong. In her mind, she encountered something terrifying that hurt her eyes. He agonizes over why she never told him. The blue iris flower seems like an ominous sign. He knows Karma's injuries should have healed by now. He wonders if something happened to Karma when our girl's mind was attacked. In her memory, a sinister figure looms over her, whispering that she is worthless. The vision shows Karma collapsing, consumed by dark tendrils. The figure covers her eyes, declaring it her punishment. Snapping back to the present, she flinches. She explains that because she lost her sight, she's constantly tormented by nightmares. She's trapped, unable to tell what's a dream and what's real. They told her the light would return, but it never did. Meanwhile, at the academy, a dark presence seeps through the halls. Liangshan stands watch. When suddenly, the door bursts open. It's Green and Brad. How did you break the barrier? Liangshan demands. Green snaps back, telling him to retreat with the students while they go protect Qianj. Liangshan knows they can't let this drag on. Back in the hospital room, our girl clings to Karma's hand. She whispers, what exactly? When suddenly, she feels a twitch. You woke up, she gasps. Her eyes, though unseeing, are wide with shock. In her mind's eye, she sees a blurry image of Karma sitting up. Crash? The sound rips through the room. Brother, she calls out, startled. He yells at her close the door and not worry about him. Bam! A monstrous shadow wolf smashes its way inside, pinning her brother to the ground. Our girl's eyes fill with terror. The beast's glowing eyes are pure malice. Brother, she screams. He tries to reassure her that he's okay, but then he shoves her back, yelling, hurry and get out of the way. He fights back with everything he's got, wielding twin light blades. Our girl watches, helpless. She's seen this kind of thing before. A memory of Green fighting off wolves flashes in her mind. Her brother is clearly outmatched, his suit getting torn. This can't go on, she thinks, her face grim with determination. I must do something. She remembers her past self, a powerful priestess using her abilities. A spark of hope ignites within her. That's right, I can do something. A warm, golden light emanates from her hand as she places it on her brother's back. The power, this is Qianj's power, he thinks, feeling the energy surge through him. The shadow beasts recoil from the light. Empowered, he slashes through the monsters with renewed strength. But just as victory seems possible, our girl is horrified. Her power, it's gone. The scene blurs. Back in bed, Karma weakly calls her name. He sees a shadowy beast looming over his bed. No, stop, he cries out, reaching for her as the monster attacks. A single blue iris falls. Just in the nick of time, backup arrives. A massive golden shield erupts, blocking the beast's attack. Your Highness, it's okay, we're here, Green says, comforting her. The guardians appear in a brilliant flash of light. Our girl sits on the bed, her brother now the one unconscious. She asks her power is gone. Liangshan explains it didn't disappear. It just became unstable, which is why she's temporarily blind. He tells her she doesn't need to explain what's in her mind. Her power is tied to her guardians. If she wants to get stronger, she needs to find more of them. Her soul is getting stronger, even if her body is weak. Karma listens, his expression unreadable. She understands. Turning to her still unconscious brother, she promises to take care of her injuries. She clenches her fist, a new resolve hardening in her eyes. I can't let anyone hurt me again, she thinks. I need power. Later, her brother wakes up. He finds a strange object on his chest and asks Liangshan about it. Liangshan smiles cryptically, saying it's a reminder that Qianj is about to embark on a new journey. Now recovered, asks if her body is okay for the mission, since only her soul is traveling. He assures her he'll recover at the academy while she's gone. As they hold hands, her heart begins to beat faster. A beam of light shoots down from the sky. And just like that, they're gone. Boom. An explosion rocks a war-torn village. Karma groans, waking up on a cot in a rustic room. He stumbles to his feet, confused. Where is this? Another massive explosion goes off outside. He looks out the window, his eyes wide with shock. A battlefield. He lets out a completely undignified scream. Suddenly, a hand clamps over his mouth. "What are you doing?" our girl asks. He stammers, and nothing. Another blast shakes the building, and she pulls him away from the window. "Let's hide first and talk later." She explains that she explored while he was unconscious and found a basement that could be used as an air raid shelter. He twitches, annoyed. "Couldn't you have said such a thing earlier?" He decides to check it out himself. After a moment, he calls up. "There's no danger, come on down." She carefully makes her way down the steps. They sit together in the small, lamplit space. He blushes, realizing how close they are. So small, he thinks, looking at her huddled form. He coughs awkwardly, trying to clear his head. He asks her what happened during the ceremony with Liangshan, noting that the injury she took for him shouldn't have been that serious. The word mission triggers a bizarre memory of a black cat asking why he likes her. He slaps his forehead, mortified at the memory. So shameful, he can feel his heart racing. He quickly changes the subject. "What about this mission? What clues do we have?" She pulls out a handful of papers. She explains that she found them in the house. War's just reached this place, and today is the enemy's bombing day. Since she hasn't received any objectives, the mission is still unknown. The most important thing now is to survive the bombing first, she concludes. Karma looks at her, a thought crossing his mind. "I don't want you to know about such a thing," remembering dark vision of her being hurt. Suddenly, the hatch above them creaks open. A young woman with blonde hair peers down, her face lighting up with relief. "Thank goodness," she says. "The people here are still alive." Here is your GO8 YouTube manhwa recap script. As the dust settles from the bombing, a gloved hand reaches out to our girl. "Give me your hand." Karma pulls her up from the wreckage, his expression grim. She looks around at the absolute devastation. Is the bombing over? Did the army retreat? Picking up his bag, he gives a simple, tired yes. But a cheerful voice cuts through the gloom. A girl in a red hood tells them it's just a temporary retreat and they need to get to the church for safety. Our heroine is just floored. How can this girl be so calm after near being blown to bits? She and Karma share a look of pure, unadulterated. What is happening right now? The bubbly girl introduces herself as Yelena. When Karma introduces himself, our girl Young Kyonj can't help but think his name is a little strange. Yelena's hearing is apparently superhuman, because she snaps back, "I heard that," causing our girl to flinch. Without another word, this chaotic ball of sunshine grabs them both and takes off running towards the chapel. Finally safe, Youngkyun stares out at the ruins, her mind racing. This mission is way more dangerous than she thought. Suddenly, a roasted potato is shoved in her face. It's Yelena offering her food with a kind smile. Our girl takes it, a little stunned. As they eat, explains that this is all the food they have. If the army returns, they could all starve. Yun Kyonj watches her, thinking that despite her weird energy, Yelena is a genuinely good person. Yelena then pats her on the head like a puppy, telling her to eat up and grow strong. Karma and Yun Kyonj exchange a deadpan stare. They are so over this. Just then, a man runs up, thanking Yelena for her brilliant plan that helped them rescue people and gather food. Karma leans in to whisper, "Is it her?" But Yun Kyonj shakes her head. No. Their cryptic conversation is cut short by Yelena, who yanks them to their feet, promising to show them something fun. And by fun, she apparently means watching an old man play a game with. Yeah, thrilling. The silence is deafening. She then leads them into the autumn woods. The two of them peek from behind a tree, utterly confused. A white rabbit hops into view, and Yelena suddenly pulls out a slingshot. Oh, that kind of fun. Her expression turns deadly serious as she takes aim. The stone flies through the air with a sharp snap. Bullseye. Karma and Yun Kyonj can't help but clap, genuinely impressed. But their celebration is cut short by a massive boom that shakes the forest. Karma instinctively grabs our girl's hand. He turns to her, his voice filled with concern. "What's wrong, little Kyonj?" She's completely collapsed on the ground, overwhelmed by the sound. Through the trees, they see them. The soldiers. They came back. They bolt, but Yun Kyonj suddenly freezes. She whispers in horror, it's too late. The soldiers are heading straight for the chapel, where all the villagers are hiding. Yelena's eyes harden, her hand tightening around her slingshot. Karma demands to know what she's planning. Don't be impulsive, he warns. She knows he's right, but she can't just do nothing. Yelena lays out a risky plan. She'll act as a decoy. She'll lead the soldiers away while the other two run back and warn the village. But Karma immediately shuts it down. You don't need two people to report. It's too dangerous. He makes a decision. He and Yelena will be the decoys. Our girl starts to protest, but her eyes wide with fear for them. Karma doesn't have time for arguments. He gives her a swift chop to the neck, knocking her out cold. Your physical strength is not as good as mine, he states bluntly. As he holds her unconscious form, Yelena giggles. Haha, your relationship is really good. Karma's face twists in annoyance. Isn't, he snaps, completely flustered. Yelena just smirks, thinking how obvious it is that he cares for her. With our heroine temporarily out of commission, Yelena whispers a new plan to Karma. She'll create the first distraction. She pulls back her slingshot, aims, and fires. A soldier drops with a thud. No! Yelena yells and young Kianj, now awake, makes a break for it. She runs as fast as her legs can carry her, praying that Karma will be okay. You definitely can't get hurt again. She bursts into the church, but it's eerily empty. Then she remembers the air raid shelter. She throws open the trapdoor, and a relieved voice calls out. The priest immediately asks where the other two are. She quickly explains that they're distracting the army, but the priest gives her shocking news. Our guerrilla forces have already arrived to repel the enemy. Her heart sinks. Gunshots erupt outside, and the priest yells for her to stay down. The terrible realization crashes down on her. Their sacrifice, it was for nothing. She has to go back. She has to find them. Meanwhile, Karma and Yelena are running for their lives. Karma's foot catches on a tree root, and he stumbles. He shoves Yelena forward. Don't worry about me, go and hide. But she hesitates, seeing the soldiers closing in. In that terrifying moment, she looks at him and says, "You are really a gentle person." They share a fleeting, heart-wrenching glance. Suddenly, the forest explodes with gunfire. Back at the shelter, our girl hears the battle. No, I must find them. She uses her system ability to move stealthily through the battlefield. She finds a friendly soldier and tries to ask about her friends, but he grabs her wrist, stopping her from running into the line of fire. He points out the enemy soldiers firing from the trees. At the same time, Yelena tells Karma to keep running while she provides cover fire. Karma takes off, breathing heavily. Bam! Yelena's slingshot takes down another soldier. She allows herself a small, triumphant smile. She readies her weapon again, only to find her pouch is almost empty. I only have one stone left. Panic starts to set in. Back with our heroine, she desperately pleads with the soldier. My friends are in the woods. I need to save them. He's not having it. He ties her a tree for her own safety, refusing to believe her story. She struggles against the ropes, completely helpless. A system notification for Yelena pops up. A few small stones fall to the ground near her feet. It clicks. This is the game's cruel logic, a memento of the fallen. A triumphant cry rings out. The enemy has retreated. The battle is over, but our girl is left tied to a tree, questioning her very existence. The priest finds her, asking what she's doing there. He begins to untie the ropes. She hears footsteps approaching. Looking up, her breath catches in her throat. Karma, it's him. He's carrying an injured but alive Yelena on his back. They made it. We are okay, he says gently. How are you? She can only manage a small, I'm fine, as she watches them being led away. And then a single tear escapes and traces a path down her cheek. She touches her face, utterly bewildered by the overwhelming emotion. Why, am I crying? Here we go. Let's dive back into this emotional roller coaster. Our boy Karma is patching up Yelena's ankle, and she gently scolds him for not mentioning his own injuries. But watching them, our girl Kanj is clearly not feeling it. She grits her teeth, trying to push down some complicated feelings. Snapping out of it, she marches over to Karma. I have something to tell you about the Guardian, she says with grim determination. But before she can spill the tea, Yelena chimes in, asking if Kanj is alright. Karma immediately shuts it down. Let's talk about that later, he says, deciding he and Yelena will go to the church for help, leaving Kianj behind. He just walks away with her, leaving our poor girl all alone. As she watches their shadows disappear, a single thought consumes her. So irritating. Later, inside the makeshift infirmary at the church, the air is thick with suffering. While the ever-so-perfect Yelena serves the wounded with a saintly smile, Kianj just watches from the doorway, feeling completely useless. Finally, she decides to pitch in, grabbing a basket and navigating the crowded pews. But of course, disaster strikes. Someone bumps into her while she's carrying a heavy bucket of water, and a splash. She goes down, completely drenched and humiliated. She just sits there in a puddle of her own failure. Just as the man apologizes, Karma swoops in, grabbing her arm. She has never done these before, he explains, as if she's a fragile doll. He drags her outside, away from prying eyes. What were you thinking? He demands. Kyanj can only mumble about the mission she's supposed to be focused on. This sets Karma off. Do your eyes only see the mission ahead? He snaps, gesturing wildly. So many people were injured, can't you see it? He insists they're just travelers and that these people are from the past, asking if she plans to stay here forever with them. Kyanj is stunned into silence by his harsh words. Karma turns away, defeated. Forget it, you wouldn't understand, he mutters, thinking to himself that in her eyes there's no place for him anyway. But then, something shifts. Karma, I feel weird, Kyanj says, her voice trembling as she grabs his arm. Tears suddenly start streaming down her face. I don't know why, she cries. Why do I feel sad when I see you and Yelena together? The confession pours out of her. Why do I cry? Why? Can't I help always looking at you? And boom, Karma is hit right in the feels. His face turns beet red as a tiny Cupid's arrow finds its mark. This boy is shook. Trying to play it cool, he wraps an arm around her. Let's go search for a towel, he says, trying to sound normal while his inner monologue is a chaotic mess of lecturing and flustering. He's so flustered he starts muttering nonsense out loud, leaving Qianj utterly confused. Back inside, a priest praises Yelena for her hard work, and she gives a sweet, satisfied smile. When our chaotic duo returns, Yelena immediately asks what happened. Karma quickly covers, saying Qianj was just clumsy and asks for a change of clothes. Yelena happily agrees, and practically bounces away to get them. Karma waits outside, while Yelena helps our girl change. Little Qianj is so soft she coos, and Qianj shyly thanks her. Yelena is completely smitten. Qianj is so cute, she thinks, pulling our girl into a bone-crushing hug. Karma hears the yelp for help and rushes over, asking what's wrong. He finds the two of them in a tangle, looking completely bewildered. But Yelena's chaotic energy cannot be contained. She declares Qianj's hair is too long, and she's going to make it beautiful. Before he can react, she lunges at him with the scissors. She tackles him to the ground, in a flurry of motion and a cloud of dust. A moment later, she proudly presents her masterpiece. Karma now has a surprisingly stylish short haircut. He touches it nervously. Is it strange? Qianj and Yelena give him big thumbs up. Good job! Later, the group sees soldiers discussing militia conscription. Yelena pipes up, telling Karma he'd be great with a gun since he's so good with a slingshot. Qianj just nibbles on her food, skeptical. Yelena keeps hyping him up, then turns to Qianj, vowing to support her if she wants to join the army too. Karma flashes a dazzling smile, his beautiful man's method in full effect, and Yelena absolutely swoons. She immediately limps over to sign up. As they watch her go, Karma asks Qianj if she thinks Yelena is a good person. Qianj agrees, but Karma's expression is clouded with worry. She asks if he's worried about the mission, but he admits it's more than that. I'm a little worried, he confesses. What if our mission is over and we won't see her ever again? He pats her head gently. Don't worry. May the guardian hiss Yelena, he suggests, and a dark memory of her being tied to a tree flashes through her mind. The question hangs in the air. Who is the new guardian? Suddenly, a gunshot cracks through the air. It's Yelena at target practice, and she's a natural. She hits the mark again and again, and the soldiers erupt in cheers. She smiles, basking in their praise. The officer is blown away. You are welcome to join us, he says. You are the most talented sniper I have ever seen. Yelena's eyes gleam with determination. Meanwhile, our duo is stuck with laundry duty by the river. Qianj offers to help Karma, but as she does, he sees a horrifying vision of two dark figures behind her. He gets a literal chill down his spine and stammers, no need. He quickly tells her to focus on finding clues about the Guardian while he handles the dirty work. As he scrubs, he puzzles over why he hasn't received a mission notification. Qianj thinks maybe she missed it on their chaotic first day. She then spirals, recalling past missions and their true purpose. They aren't just saving people. She suspects they exist to guide the Guardians to their deaths at the proper time. Our task is actually to die with the Guardian when necessary, she explains with chilling clarity. Having reached this grim conclusion, she simply flops to the grass, deciding to do nothing and wait for fate. Karma is just confused. He picks up a piece of her laundry to wash, but when he sees what it is, his face explodes in a blush. It's her frilly undergarments. Qianj is just lying there, oblivious. He calls her name, smacks her right in the face with the wet cloth. How can you give me kind of clothes to wash? He screeches, completely mortified. Yelena walks up, laughing at the scene. It's not good for little Qianj to do this, she teases. You have to do it yourself. She offers to teach Qianj how to properly wash her things. The next time we see her, Yelena is proudly showing off her new military uniform. Karma tells her it suits her very well, and she blushes at the compliment. But as they share a sparkling moment, Qianj feels that familiar, irritating pang in her chest. Yelena's heart is hammering. She thinks to herself, right now. She looks over at Karma, who's tending to his own leg and offering her words of encouragement. Her mind is made up. I want to tell him. She takes a deep breath, her eyes locked on his. Karma, I like... And we're back. Just as things were getting spicy, Yelena drops a bombshell confession on Karma. I like you, she says, her voice trembling. With the war looming, she knew she had to tell him right now. But hiding in the wings, our poor heroine feels a familiar, bitter sting. So irritating, she mutters. Karma is completely blindsided, stammering her name in shock. This is too much for Qianj. I can't stay here, she thinks, her heart shattering. She bolts, splashing right into the nearby stream. Karma whips around, his eyes wide with panic. Hey, the clothes she was washing are floating away. He scrambles into the water to rescue the runaway laundry. He manages to grab them, feeling oh so proud of his heroic deed. So lucky, he thinks, completely oblivious. He turns back to Yelena, the mood totally broken. I don't know how to respond to your feelings, he admits, before dropping the hammer. Sorry, Yelena, I already have someone I like. He gives a deep, apologetic bow. But Yelena is a fighter, wiping a tear. She tells him she won't give up. I can wait for you, she declares with fiery determination. From her hiding spot, Kyonja's world crumbles. Could it be? Does Karma like Yelena too? The thought is unbearable. Then am I a superfluous person? She wonders, her heart aching. Just then, the world explodes. Boom! The blast echoes through the forest, and Karma's first instinct is to scream for our girl. Kyonj, are you okay? He finds her cowering behind a tree, safe for now. Suddenly, an old man rushes towards them. Hurry up! You can't stay in the village anymore, he yells. Without a second thought, Karma grabs Hyunja's hand, his grip firm and protective. Uncle, what happened? She asks, her eyes wide with fear. They all start running for their lives as soldiers swarm the forest. The man explains the grim situation. A massive enemy force is attacking, and they're being forced to retreat. The other officers are on the front lines, buying them precious time to escape. He urges them to go, but Yelena plants her feet. She says, her voice steel. I am also a soldier now. I can't run away. She gives them one last, determined look. Sprints towards the battle. The man cries out, but she's already gone. Karma turns to Kyonj, his expression serious. Kyonj, we are good friends, right? He tells her he can't just abandon his friends to die. Protect yourself, he says, his voice soft but urgent. Wait for me to come back for you. And with that, he vanishes into the chaotic crowd. Karma! She screams, reaching for him, but he's gone. Her world goes dark, like she's falling into an endless void. Another massive explosion rips through the sky, destroying a nearby church. Dazed, Kyonj stumbles through the smoke and bumps right into a soldier. He points at her, but all she can hear is Karma's voice in her head, talking about a guardian. The soldier yells at her to retreat, but our girl's heart is in pieces. Why does my chest hurt so much? She wonders. Then, something inside her snaps. She delivers a savage kick to the soldier's gut, snatches his rifle, and takes off. Sorry. Let me borrow something from you. She has to find Karma. She has to get answers about him and Yelena no matter what. Meanwhile, Yelena is a force of nature, taking out enemies from a trench. Karma is nearby, but he's been spotted. A soldier takes aim and fires. But just in the nick of time, Kyonj appears, rifle in hand. I want to be with you, she declares, grabbing his arm. They dive into the trench, just as Yelena arrives. Karma just looks at Kyonj, his eyes full of something she can't quite read. A shell lands nearby, and he instantly shields her with his own body. What do you want to do when you are distracted at a time like this? He scolds, clearly terrified for her. He can tell she's bursting with questions, but she hesitates. He presses her, his voice strained with urgency. What exactly do you want to say? Don't hesitate in such a terrible time. But she can't. How can she confess now when she thinks he loves someone else? Then, a flicker of understanding crosses his face. He looks at her, his voice barely a whisper. Are you jealous? Before she can answer, his eyes go wide with terror. Kyonj, be careful, he screams, shoving her to the ground. A single shot rings out, a flash of light on his chest. Blood splatters across her cheek as he collapses into her arms. It's okay, he gasps, his life fading. I will always be by your side. And then the world erupts in a blinding explosion. We cut to a pristine office. A man is being told that Kyonj failed her mission. But the silver-haired man isn't worried. She has never let me down, he says calmly, walking through a door glowing with ethereal energy. Another man watches him, wondering who on earth he is. The silver-haired man stands over a sleeping Kyonj. Little Kyonj, wake up, he says gently. Across the impossibly large room, Karma sits alone on another bed worlds away. Kyonj wakes with a start, crying out for Karma. The man comforts her, holding her hand. He tells her to go see him. She finds Karma, who tries to console her about the mission. She thinks about making him feel better, insisting she doesn't believe they failed. Suddenly, the silver-haired man appears in a grand doorway, and standing beside him is Yelena. The man says he's happy. He doesn't know why. Kyonja's mind spins, flashing between Yelena's confession and Karma's sacrifice. She likes Karma, but she realizes she likes Yelena too. The silver-haired man then reveals the truth, his form shifting. I ask Yelena, you didn't think it was me, right? She asks with a smirk. Kyonj is speechless and apologizes, but Yelena cuts her off. Don't apologize to me. It just makes seem more pitiful. Kyonj stammers, trying to explain. But Yelena whispers that she's tired of everyone apologizing to her. She declares she still won't give up on Karma. But the silver-haired man grabs the Yelena illusion. Your soul is still too weak, he says, dragging the struggling girl away. Kyonj and Karma are left in a state of total confusion. Kyonj notes how much Yelena's personality has changed. The room falls silent, so quiet she can hear Karma's heart beating as he takes her hand. She realizes this mission meant so much more than she thought. A whirlwind of jealousy and happiness. Karma looks at her tenderly. Forgive me for not telling you, he says, kissing her hand. I thought you wouldn't believe it. Do you understand now? Everything that feels weird to you, it all comes from me, Kyonj, I like you. He asks her what she feels and she blushes, her heart pounding. I also like Beh. The door flies open and her brother storms in, interrupting the perfect confession. Kyonj, let's go home and have dinner, he says, shooting daggers at Karma. The love triangle just became a full-blown rivalry. Here is your GOA8 manhwa recap script. As our girl walks with her overprotective brother, he suddenly asks why she wants to go to classes now. She just kicks at the ground, casually saying she's bored. He gives her a suspicious side eye. Is that so? He asks, clearly not buying it. As they walk off, we see a figure hiding behind a corner watching them go. Her brother leans in and whispers, is it because you're bored or is it because you want to see a certain someone? Our girl flushes, completely caught off guard. He just laughs it off, patting her head and saying they're going to be late. Meanwhile, our poor stalker boy collapses to the ground, panting. He's shocked by the brother's keen senses and despairs, wondering how he'll ever get close to her. He throws a mini tantrum on the floor, but then remembers his mission. He has to give her the answer he couldn't before. He pumps his fist, filled with a new resolve, and so begins Operation Get Kyonj Alone. For the whole day, he plays the world's most obvious spy, sneaking around in the bushes. But every time he gets close, her brother is right there, ruining his chance. The poor guy is practically wilting from frustration. Finally, her brother says he'll wait for her outside a building. This is chance. The second the door slams shut, Karma makes his move, vaulting through an open window like an action hero. He lands perfectly, calling out her name, ready to finally talk to her. But his bad luck streak continues. Every time he thinks he has her cornered, she's surrounded by other people. He's back to hiding in the bushes, but then he sees it. She's finally alone, sitting on a bench. This is it. But just as he's about to make his grand appearance, the principal shows up for a chat. Karma literally gives up on life, face planting into the grass with total quitter attitude. Later, our girl heads to the library, telling her brother she can handle it herself. Karma is also in the library, moping about his failed day, and that's when he sees her passed out asleep on a pile of books in the history section. He quietly approaches, a soft smile on his face. He's followed her all day, and this is where he finds her. He leans in close, thinking she's so cute he could just die. Just then, her eyes flutter open, and she's met with his face just inches from hers. Her heart absolutely hammers in her chest. And then, she whispers something that makes his whole world stop. Karma, I was waiting for you. He realizing they almost kissed, and she asks if he was waiting to tell her something. He's completely flustered, his mind racing back to his confession. But she speaks first, her voice full of emotion. Last time's answer is, I also like you. She confesses, admitting she's never felt this way before. She takes his hand, saying she wants to try. He gently pulls her into a hug, his heart soaring. He tells her they can take it slowly, that he's just happy she gave him an answer. He holds her close, thinking, you are finally mine. But elsewhere, things are not so romantic. Her brother is in the principal's office, absolutely furious about some art mess. The principal insists he's telling the truth and that he can't bear to see her get hurt. He tells the brother it's time for them both to go to the Eternal Time door before the brother kicks the desk in a rage. Back with our new couple, Karma is asking our girl on a date when a strange energy crackles around them. Suddenly, her brother is there, yanking her hand away from Karma's. But before a fight can break out, another guy appears, announcing that Alina is back and the guardianship ceremony is about to begin. He gives Karma a smug look, saying he probably wouldn't be interested anyway, which leaves Karma completely stunned. He watches her leave, his mind reeling. He tells her he'll wait for her, gently stroking her hair and promising they have plenty of time in the future. As she walks away, her brother shoots Karma an icy glare. Never let her know, he warns. He won't allow anyone to hurt her. At the ceremony, the principal announces they can begin. A woman named Elena introduces herself as Kyonj's new guardian. But as she reaches for our girl, her sweet smile turns into a demonic grin, and she calls Kyonj a greedy child who needs to accept her punishment. Suddenly, a dark, masked figure appears from behind, covering Kyonj's eyes. She screams, but the principal tells her it will be fine. He takes her hand, and her entire world dissolves into a starry void. The masked figure reappears, It's great to see you again, he says with a chilling smile. Meanwhile, Karma is being consumed by a violent dark energy. He clutches his head in agony, realizing these changes in him are linked to her ritual. In the void, Hyunj is now trapped in a cage. What do you want to do? She cries out. The figure just laughs, telling her to guess. She realizes this is different from last time. He's imprisoned her, and the person who will be affected most is Karma. The memory hits her like a truck. Karma was injured saving her. He's the variable. She panics, realizing she has to get out now. We see a horrifying vision of Karma collapsing, overwhelmed by darkness, a demonic horn sprouting from his head. She screams his name, begging the figure to stop. He just grins, revealing his true goal is to return freely by fighting the justice order, leaning in menacingly. Karma! Waking up on the floor of the ceremony room, the principal and Alina tell her everything is fine, but she doesn't care. All she can think about is Karma. She has to see him. Now, she bolts from the room and starts pounding on his door, screaming his name. Inside, he's collapsed on the floor, still wraithing at that dark energy. The darkness finally fades, and he stumbles to his feet, dizzy and confused. He opens the door just in time for her to collapse right into his room. He finds her passed out on the floor and can't help but smile, thinking she must have waited for him all night. He gently carries her to his bed. When she wakes up, she vaguely says she was worried about him, but remembering her brother's warning, she keeps the vision to herself. Karma, looking pale, claims he's just a little dizzy. Then he gets a wicked glint in his eye and says, "Kiss me, and I'll be better." He leans in close, his intentions clear. She's a nervous wreck, but he just holds her gently, telling her they can take their time. She whispers, "Yes," but the romantic moment is shattered by a loud beep. A glowing bracelet on her wrist lights up. It's a message from Moses. A new task has arrived. The mood is officially killed as they both stare at the mission alert. Okay. In a swirl of cosmic dust, our heroine and her partner float through a dreamscape, their hands linked in a silent promise. A disembodied voice asks if she's ready. She whispers back a solemn yes. Suddenly, she's back in reality, weak and lying in bed. A mysterious voice echoes in her mind, a final instruction from a world away. The soul will guide you to find her. The scene shifts to a grand stage, where the memories of the body she now inhabits begin to play. A song fills the air, a heart-wrenching ballad from a pink-haired songstress. This is Gevita, the never-fading rose, a superstar at the peak of her fame. But as she reaches the final note, something goes terribly wrong. The microphone slips from her grasp. With a gasp, she collapses onto the stage, the crowd erupting in chaos. Backstage, her manager is in a full-blown panic. Not just Gevita, but our hero Kyunj has fainted too. But a dark-haired man swoops in, cool as ice. "No need for a doctor," he says. "I'll take the lady home." The manager can only stare in shock as this mysterious bodyguard carries our unconscious heroine away. The news explodes overnight. The papers are ruthless. Gevita, the superstar, has fallen. A few days later, our girl is recovering in a lavish home, calmly reading the very articles that spell her public demise. She lets out a soft hum, piecing together the puzzle of her new life. Her partner, Kyunj, brings her a stack of papers, gushing about how beautiful she is. She hands him a key article, her strategy already forming. Kyunj pats her head, absolutely beaming. "I didn't expect to become your assistant this time," he says, "but I'm happy to take care of you again, free from being a slave pet." Our girl ignores his adorable bragging and frantically searches the papers. "Found it!" she exclaims. She's discovered the identity of Gevita's lover, a powerful member of parliament named Billand. The headlines are scandalous, suggesting Gevita will give up her career to marry him and support his political campaign. Kyunj reads the article and breaks into a cold sweat. He knows her overprotective brother and father group will not be happy about this. A vision of a winking woman haunts him, a reminder of the chaos to come. But our heroine is already deep in thought. To complete her mission, she has to keep playing the part of Billand's lover. But she's certain of one thing: this Billand is not the Guardian. A mysterious figure is in her mind, asking how she's so sure. She explains that the Guardian is always a seemingly minor character who has a major impact on history. Kyunj agrees. Billand is destined to become president, making him far too important to be their target. Then, a critical question pops into her head, leaving her completely stumped. Who sent the two of us back that day? Meanwhile, in a grand office, the man himself, Billand, is informed of Gevita's condition. He dismisses his assistant coolly. Send her flowers. Arrange a dinner. Once alone, his mask slips. He stares at a photo of Geta, a dark look in his eyes. How can you not come back? He thinks, I have great expectations for you. The stress triggers a chaotic dream for poor Kyunj. He's back in the legendary season of love. Spring. He asks our girl if they've been together for long. And she shyly agrees. He leans in close, whispering, "I want to kiss you." Their lips are about to meet when he spots a tiny, furious glaring at them from the bushes. Completely spooked, Hyunj grabs her and runs. "Let's change to a more beautiful place," he suggests, trying to salvage the moment. They find a new spot and lean in again, only to be interrupted by more sets of angry eyes watching from a window. And another one from the floor above. All three of her protectors are watching, absolutely fuming. The dream turns into a nightmare as Krianj screams in pure frustration. He jolts awake, relieved it was just a dream, or was it? He looks at our girl sleeping beside him, and for a moment, the dream feels real and tender, a memory of a stolen night together. Back in the present, our heroine is reading the paper when she notes Karma seems very upset. Just then, the doorbell rings. Still shaken from his dream, nervously goes to answer it. He expects to see Billund, but instead, he finds a handsome man holding a massive bouquet of roses. "It's not Billund," Kyunj screams in shock. Our girl runs to the door, her face lighting up. She cries, throwing herself into his arms. This is her brother, sent by the principal to protect her. He gives Kyunj a withering look and adds, "After all, your partner seems useless." Hit Kyunj like a physical blow. The sister complex has arrived, and love just got a whole lot harder. Her brother whispers that the flowers are from Billund, who has invited her to dinner. Kyunj is horrified. A dinner? Suddenly, she's trapped between the two of them, the air thick with tension. Her brother's gaze is icy. "Are you going to refuse?" he asks. She shakes her head, explaining that the newspapers exaggerated their relationship for publicity. The three of them ride to the restaurant in the most awkward car ride in history. Billund is waiting, and when she arrives, he greets her with a possessive hug. "Did you like the flowers I sent?" he murmurs, leading her into a private room. The door bangs shut, leaving her two bodyguards fuming in the hallway. Kyunj is losing it. "Brother, do you think he'll do something to her?" he seethes. The brother just snaps back. "Who are you calling brother?" Inside, Billund is all smiles, asking about her health. He gets straight to the point, questioning the rumors that she's retiring. He then reminds her of their agreement. "As my lover," he says, his voice silky but sharp, "could it be that you can't support my career?" Our girl's eyes narrow. "Are you threatening me?" Billund just smiles. "How could I? I love you." Outside, Kyunj has a terrifying realization. According to history, he tells her brother, Billund was successful, but he died in a car accident soon after. Since her current role is tied to him, his fate could drag her down with him. This mission just became dangerously complicated. The dinner ends and Billund walks her out, his arm draped around her. Kyunj immediately steps in, insisting she needs to rest. Billund kisses her hand, a final possessive gesture. The moment he's gone, her brother asks if she was bullied. Before she can answer, Kyunj grabs her hand and furiously wipes away Billund's kiss. "The situation is different than I imagined," she tells them. "Let's go back." As they leave, she drops a crumpled note. Her brother, ever vigilant, catches it in one swift move, just as a mysterious woman in red disappears down an alley. Later, back in her room, our heroine opens the note. The message is short and absolutely chilling. "Do not approach him." All right, buckle up, buttercups, because things are about to get wild. Our girl and her brother are just trying to have a nice, quiet exit from a fancy party. The guards are ushering them to the car. Everything seems totally normal. But this is a manhwa, and normal lasts for about 5 seconds. Because suddenly, kaboom, an explosion rocks the street, sending bodies flying and trapping them behind a heavy gate. The world dissolves into chaos, shatters, and her brother immediately throws himself over her and their pink-haired companion, shielding them from the blast. Outside, masked men are unloading clips into their car. The situation is dire as more gunmen storm the building. They make a run for it, but they're completely exposed, with bullets whizzing past their heads. They dive for cover inside the now empty restaurant, a desperate huddle on the floor. The pink-haired brother is seething, blaming the useless Billund for not providing security. But his brother is all business, focused only on finding a way out. And that's when he spots her, a mysterious girl running down a back alley. A light bulb goes off. That's their escape route. He quickly lays out the plan, and they scramble up the stairs towards a high window. Outside, the remaining guards are clueless, assuming they've already left. The getaway car tries to peel out, but it's no use. They're surrounded. The thugs realize their prey is still inside the restaurant. Our girl makes it to the window, peering down into the dark alley where her brothers wait. "Kanj, hurry up. Jump, I'll catch you." The pink-haired one shouts, his voice tight with anxiety. She hesitates for just a second, looking down at her brother. But before she can leap, the dark-haired brother shoves his sibling aside with a move-it glare. And in a move that would make any romance novel swoon, he catches our girl perfectly in his arms. The other brother, oh, he is a storm cloud of pure, unadulterated rage in the background. They don't waste a second sprinting down a corridor and barricading the door behind them with a heavy crate. The gunmen burst through moments later, only to find the alley completely empty. Safely back home, the trio's on the couch, the sheer terror of the night still hanging in the air. Our heroine thinks back on the cryptic message she got, wondering if the person who sent it, could it be her own brother? The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as both brothers stew in their thoughts. But on one thing they can agree, Billund is a total scumbag. Just then, the doorbell chimes. The pink-haired brother answers, only to be stunned by a man holding a ridiculously large bouquet of roses and an invitation from Billund. He doesn't even let the guy finish his sentence before slamming the door in his face. He storms back in, explaining that Billund's secretary had the audacity to show up. Our girl then reveals disgusting truth. Billund had threatened her entire career to force her to help him. The brothers exchange a dark, silent look. The rage is palpable. You can just imagine them giving Billund a piece of their mind and their fists. Meanwhile, in his office, Billund's secretary feels a sudden, inexplicable shiver. Billund himself is reading a report, looking almost contemplative. "I never expected that you would actually say something like that," he whispers, a strange look on his face. His secretary bursts in without knocking, earning a sharp reprimand. The poor guy is just confused, reporting that Miss Gevita rejected the invitation, likely because of the attack. This seems to be the final straw for Billund. He decides his superficial attempts aren't working and declares he's going himself to show some real sincerity. His secretary looks on, concerned about his master's sudden change of plans, but follows him out the door. Back at the house, the team is in strategy mode. Who is this mysterious guardian who sends cryptic notes? The dark-haired brother admits this mission is trickier than expected, which is why he was sent to help. Our girl forms a plan in her mind. If they simply ignore the Guardian's instructions, she'll be forced to reveal herself. Just as the pink-haired brother is musing that the counselor, Billund, can't be a guardian, he warns his brother to be careful. And of course, the doorbell rings again. It's him. "Mr. Billund, you're not welcome here," our girl says, her voice dripping with ice. But the man pushes right past her flustered brother. The two protective siblings are shooting him looks that could kill, but Billund only has eyes for Gevita, asking if she's still mad. He makes himself comfortable on her couch, presenting his gifts. In a total power move, she tells her brothers to leave them alone. As soon as they're gone, Billund starts his pathetic apology tour. But our girl is having none of it. She snaps, "You overestimated your position in my heart." The savagery. She tells him to drop the act or she's walking out. He looks surprised for a second, and then he starts laughing hysterically. "Is it funny that your scheme was discovered?" she seethes. And then this absolute clown gets down on one knee. "My dear, please marry me." She's floored by his audacity, thinking he's the most despicable man alive. But he's not finished. He tells her she must agree because his political campaign needs her popularity. He has her backed into a corner and she knows it. She concedes, but on her terms. "This is simply a cooperative relationship," she declares, her eyes cold as steel. She'll play her part in public, but he is to never, ever show his face at her home again. And, as a final condition, he better be prepared to protect her on the day of his speech. Defeated, but having gotten what he wanted, Billund stands and leaves with his gifts. Outside, he confidently tells his secretary that Gevita will be there. With a sly smirk, he orders his man to send more people to protect her. Back inside, her brothers question her decision. She explains that it's been 4 days with no word from the Guardian. This is the only way to lure them out of the shadows. And so the plan is set in motion. The news hits the stands like a bombshell. Celebrity Miss rose to at speech with Congressman Billund. The papers sell out instantly. But one person isn't celebrating. A rival, perhaps, reads the news with tears in her eyes, vowing that she absolutely cannot let this happen. Our girl, however, reads the paper with a satisfied smile. She will definitely show up again, she thinks to herself. Her brothers, on the other hand, are moping like their world has ended, feeling a deep sense of crisis over their sister being carried away. The doorbell rings again, and a soulless pink-haired brother goes to get it, annoyed. He finds another newspaper on the step, and a note falls out. He looks around, but the street is empty. He brings the note inside, confirming he saw no one. Our girl ponders its meaning, when, ding-dong, the bell rings yet again. The three of them jump, completely fed up. The door flies open, and it's Billund again. "Gevita, my dear, it's me," he chirps, barging in. He presents another bouquet, this time of daisies, shoving them into her arms. Her brothers are about to explode, mentally labeling him every name in the book. The dark-haired brother literally pulls out a dagger and has to be held back. Billund, completely unbothered, suggests they leave so he and Gevita can have a private chat. He offers to provide her with capable bodyguards, but she cuts him off. She's already agreed to his terms. What more does he want? He leans in close, whispering that they need to look passionately in love. The sheer nerve of this man. She looks like she's about to be sick. He then asks if she likes daisies, revealing he's been studying reports on her every like and dislike. She snaps. I don't like it anymore, so you can take it away. She shouts, physically shoving his flowers out the door. But he doesn't give up. The next day, he's back with white roses. Day after day, he brings new gifts only to be thrown out each time. Our girl is at her wit's end, absolutely fuming. Even Billund's secretary questions his intense focus on her. But Billund is resolute. The plan was always to marry her, so developing real feelings will only make his act more convincing. He sees her as nothing more than a beautiful chess piece, a springboard to his success. Brushes off his secretary's concerns, confident in his own methods. He believes that by now, a solution for everything is within his grasp. Alright, hit that subscribe button and ring the bell because we are diving straight into the drama. Our boy is having some serious second thoughts about the plan. He asks Qianj if she's sure about this, knowing how badly it went in the original story. But our girl is a mastermind. She knows there's a risk of humiliation, but it's the only way to lure out her mysterious guardian. She points out Billund's goons, explaining that by playing the damsel, she looks harmless. She grabs his hands, looking deep into his eyes, telling him not to worry so they can finish this mission and go home. The romantic tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. But of course, someone has to ruin the moment. The bodyguard clears his throat, muttering that they look better like this. And just like that, the mood is shattered. Our pink-haired boy is radiating pure rage, his jealousy meter officially off the charts. The ride to the event is tense. The two guys are already having a death stare contest in the backseat. Meanwhile, our girl sits alone, the perfect bait, thinking, he'll definitely show up. Suddenly, a pair of expensive-looking shoes steps into her view. It's Billund. He swoops in, grabbing her hand and pulling her close. Dear, what are you thinking about? He purrs, dipping her dramatically as the reporters swarm them. He leans in, whispering a threat. With so many reporters here, you won't let me down, right? Playing her part perfectly, she murmurs back, how could I, dear? She flashes a dazzling, camera-ready smile, and Billund looks momentarily stunned by her performance. Then bam! She brings her heel down hard on his foot. The cameras flash, capturing the loving couple as she sweetly calls him honey. An assistant quickly ushers them to the stage, announcing the speech has begun. They take their places before the massive crowd, while our two boys watch from the audience, looking completely unimpressed. Billund starts his speech, welcoming the rose that never fades, Miss Gevita. He gushes about how grateful he is for her support, but then his tone shifts. I have one big event I want to announce, Gevita. The crowd is buzzing, assuming he's about to confirm the dating rumors. They're all swooning over what a gentle lover he is. Our girl gets ready for her part of the act, but just as she does, the sky starts raining. Flyers flutter down, declaring, "Don't believe theirs." The flyers are plastered with photos of her past as a dancing girl. The crowd's adoration turns to rage in an instant. They scream that she's a liar, unworthy of being their star. The mob chants for her to get out of the country as our pink-haired boy screams her name in panic. Billund tries to shield her, attempting to calm the chaos. Suddenly, a man lunges from the crowd with a knife. Qianj's eyes go wide. Be careful, she screams, shoving Billund aside and taking the fall. His guards tackle the attacker as the crowd completely loses it. Qianj is thrown to the ground in the stampede. Just as she's about to be trampled, a hand grabs her and a voice whispers, "Hush." It's a mysterious blonde woman, pulling her to safety. Who are you? Qianj asks as they're whisked away. Meanwhile, a wounded Billund is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at his guards for failing to protect her. He orders them to find her at any cost. While our boys desperately call her name, their faces etched with terror. The blonde woman leads Qianj down a dark alley, pointing out her assistant and bodyguard in the crowd. She assures her they're safe, since Billund was the real target. She covers Qianj with a cloak and pulls her into a hidden doorway. I live down here, the woman says, leading her down a staircase. Holding up a lantern, the blonde woman stares at Qianj, completely mesmerized. You are so beautiful, she breathes. She gets a little too close, making our girl uncomfortable. Qianj asks who she is and why she's helping. The woman, flustered, admits she was sent a letter. She seems incredibly nervous. She introduces herself as Chris and warns Qianj that Billund is a dangerous man. You helped him, Chris says. His enemies won't let you go easily. Chris looks deadly serious. Qianj, putting the pieces together, realizes this must be the guardian she was trying to find. She asks Chris to deliver a letter to her friends, knowing they'll be going mad with worry. Chris agrees immediately, saying no one will notice a simple bar waiter. She takes the letter and heads out. The city is in an uproar. Newspapers are flying off the shelves with the scandal. Angry mobs have surrounded Kyonja's house, demanding she come out and explain herself. They bang on the door, completely unaware that our boys are watching from an upstairs window. The pink-haired one is impressed the bodyguard bought a safe house, only to learn he bought it for Kyonj. He sweats, thinking, I can't afford to offend this sis-con. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto someone in the crowd below. It's Chris. She's trying to find Kyonja's companions when she gets shoved. A hand yanks her into a doorway. It's the bodyguard. Inside, Chris is shocked to see them. They demand to know where Kyonj is, and she hands over the note. It reads, I'm safe. The girl can be trusted. The pink-haired boy sighs in relief. Chris assures them her place is secret and Billand's men won't find it. She agrees to take them to her after dark. Elsewhere, Billand is practically breathing fire. Where is she? He roars. His aide has to deliver the bad news. They've searched the whole city, but she's vanished. The aide suggests he focus on damage control, but Billand just crumples the newspaper in a rage, obsessed with finding her. That night, our boys finally arrive at the hideout. Kyonj is sitting alone in the dim light. You came, she says, her face lighting up. The bodyguard immediately pulls her into a fierce hug, leaving the pink-haired boy hanging awkwardly. Kyonj admits she doesn't remember Chris, so Chris explains. Years ago, when Kyonj was a dancer, Chris tried to steal from a guest. Kyonj stopped her and helped her, changing her life forever. It's a truly heart-wrenching reunion. Now for the big question, what's next? Chris says they need to hide, suggesting a place outside the city. But with Kyonj being the most famous person in the country, getting out won't be easy. The next day, the maids are paralyzed with horror. Chris has dressed as a man, and they are absolutely speechless. Then, Kyonj steps out from behind a curtain, also disguised as a boy. The awkward energy is off the charts. Just three little chibi boys looking lost. The maids are practically having a meltdown. Kyonj explains it's the only way to get out unnoticed. They can't use the back door. They have to blend in with the bar patrons upstairs. From there, they can call a carriage and escape the city. The pink-haired boy, now a maid, steels himself for the mission. The two maids tremble as they walk through the crowded bar. Kyonj and Chris try to act natural in their disguises, but the pink-haired maid panics and rushes forward, tripping and falling right into the arms of a dashing gentleman. Beautiful lady, are you okay? He asks, catching her. The others freeze in shock, but our quick-thinking maids an opportunity. She feigns dizziness, clutches her head, and begs the smitten man to help her get a carriage. The performance is flawless. He's instantly charmed and agrees to help, while her friends look on, petrified by her savage acting skills. She gives a triumphant little wave as she's escorted out. Safely reunited, the team glares at the pink-haired maid. What are you staring at for? She snaps. I did it so we could get out of the city. Kyonj, dressed as a boy, just puffs out her cheeks in defeat. 3 days later, Billand is still fuming. His aide informs him the attack was orchestrated by a powerful political rival. With reporters camped outside, his image is in tatters. Billand makes a decision. Make an appointment with a reporter. He stares out the window, thinking, Gavita, I'll absolutely not let this go. Meanwhile, our crew is enjoying a peaceful life in the countryside. The pink-haired maid is literally crying tears of joy. But as Kyonj reads the latest newspaper, her face falls. The scandal has died down completely. She wonders if Chris was right. Was this all part of Billand's plan? Just then, Chris and the bodyguard return, and Chris hands her a bouquet of daisies. The sight triggers a memory. Billand gave her the exact same flowers. A new paper arrives with a screaming headline. The boys read it, and their faces turn to thunder. Billand held a press conference. He confessed he knew about her past all along and declared his undying love for her. He's publicly begging for his fiancée to be returned to him. At the conference, he confirms everything. He tells the reporters he loves Gavita's strength and bravery. He apologizes for hiding her past, but insists it doesn't change his love for her one bit. The crowd is stunned. He drops the ultimate bombshell. He pulls out a diamond ring. I am here solemnly to propose to her, he declares. Please help me ask them to return my fiancée to me. She is innocent. The cameras erupt in a frenzy of flashes. Billand stands there, the picture of a devoted, heartbroken lover. What a chaotic, savage move. Here is your GO8 manhua recap script. The gang is huddled around a newspaper, and the mood is tense. Karma points a shaky finger at the headlines, wondering if any of this is credible. The maid, Chris, claims that Billand has completely turned the tables on them. The bodyguard reads the grim news aloud. The media is twisting Gavita's past to make Billand look like a saint. Karma shivers, while Chris, our girl, not to be fooled by that unscrupulous man. But our heroine Kyonj isn't buying it. Why would he lie to me? She wonders. Chris snaps back that it's obviously to keep using her, but Kyonj's resolve hardens. I am definitely going back. It's too dangerous. Karma immediately protests. He declares that regardless of Billen's plans, he's going to get involved. Kyonj places a reassuring hand on his, her eyes full of trust. I believe he will not hurt me. The bodyguard agrees, deciding he and Karma will go scout the city first. As they leave, he calls back. If the newspaper is right, we'll be back for you soon. Back at the house, Chris gets all emotional, vowing to protect Kyonj, benefactor, but our girl is having none of it, coolly telling her to mind her own business. She turns and walks away, leaving a stunned Chris behind. In the city, the headlines are screaming about Counselor Billen's affectionate confession. The bodyguard observes the public, realizing the entire narrative has flipped. People are now calling Billen a gentle person. Convinced they misunderstood Miss Gevita. Convinced it's safe, the boys decide to head back and get her. They arrive at the quiet country house, finding a beautiful bouquet of roses and a note waiting. The bodyguard reads the note and declares there's no danger. But just as they let their guard down, they spot two men in black suits scurrying away to report to the Sir. A chilling realization dawns on them. Meanwhile, an irritated Billen sits at his desk, demanding, "Where is she?" His assistant bursts in, gushing about their success, but Billen cuts him off. The assistant reports that Gevita's team was spotted at her residence on the outskirts of the city. A strange tingle runs down Billen's spine. Keep an eye on them, he clutching his chest in sudden pain. She must be found. On a dusty country road, the boys' carriage is clattering along when they're told there's a fork ahead. Take the fastest route, commands. Suddenly, a sleek, modern car blows past them, leaving them choking on dust. The sight is jarringly out of place. The driver cracks his whip, trying to catch up. They finally arrive at the house, telling the driver to wait. The silence is deafening. They call out for Gevita, but their voices are met by the sight of that same black car parked right in front of the house. Two men in suits emerge from the vehicle. Karma immediately goes on the offensive. You followed us? What did you do? The men coolly state they're here on Mr. Billen's orders to pick up Miss Gevita. The bodyguard scoffs, saying their lady doesn't need an escort from them. But as the men turn to leave, a wave of unease washes over Karma. Wait, he yells. They burst through the front door, shouting for her. And freeze. The room is an absolute disaster zone, completely ransacked. Kyonj, they scream into the wreckage. The bodyguard realizes Chris is also gone. He races upstairs to her room, that nagging feeling of wrongness growing stronger. Inside Chris's closet, they find the damning evidence. Men's suits hanging right next to women's dresses. The bodyguard's face darkens. This doesn't explain anything. We need to find Kyonj. Then the final puzzle piece clicks into place. No, it's Billen. Outside, the two goons are startled as the bodyguard kicks the car door open with a thunderous bam. The boys charge out, their eyes burning with rage. The bodyguard moves like a blur, landing a savage punch that knocks one man out cold. He slams the other against the car as Karma tosses him a rope. Take this. Moments later, the two men are tied up and trembling. What trick did you pull, luring us away to take Miss Gevita? The bodyguard snarls. The goon stammers that they were alone. Karma grabs him. Gevita is gone and the house is wrecked. Who else could it be but your master? The man swears they know nothing. That's it. The bodyguard's patience snaps. Go find Billen. Now. He shoves the prisoners into the car, and they peel out, racing back to the city. Meanwhile, our poor heroine wakes up. Her head is pounding, and she's in a cold, dark cell. Chris is by her side, asking if she's awake. Kyonj yanks her hand away. Her eyes are like chips of ice. Don't you think you need to explain something, me? A series of flashbacks flood her mind, telling Chris to mind her own business. Sitting on the couch, a dark figure approaching from behind, and the brutal attack as Chris watched with fake concern. Be careful, Chris had cried. What a joke. Back in the cell, Chris sighs, defeated. When did you find out? Our girl is a stone-cold savage. I knew the day you rescued me, Kyonj says calmly. She explains that an honest person wouldn't need to hide their true gender. Don't worry, she adds softly, I know you are a very good child. Another flashback, the moment she touched Chris's hand. Chris looks confused. Kyonj continues her epic takedown. Why does a waiter's hand feel like one used to manage guns? And why were there men's and women's clothes in the closet? Chris, disguise dropped, asks why she wasn't exposed. You could have prevented this, she says. Kyonj admits she distracted her protectors on purpose, that it was all part of the plan. Suddenly, Chris starts screaming for help, playing the victim. Is anyone out there? Kyonj curses under her breath. The guardian is coming. She waits calmly, trusting her brother and Karma will find her. Back at Billen's mansion, the car screeches to a halt. The bodyguard wastes no time, kicking one of Billen's goons right out the door. Inside, Karma is lost in thought, trying to figure out Kyonj's plan. He sighs, totally discouraged. Outside, the bodyguard has neutralized the entire security detail, leaving them in a crying, tied-up pile. A guard inside hears the commotion. Who is there? The bodyguard kicks the main doors wide open. He faces Billen, his voice dripping with ice. Give Miss Gevita back to me. Billen is stunned. Where is Geta? He asks, pulling a gun. Bam! The bodyguard slaps the weapon from his hand. He grabs Billund by the collar, slamming him against a wall. Where is she? Billund, utterly baffled. What do you mean? Didn't my people bring her back? It's then that Karma realizes the horrifying truth. So it wasn't you who did it? Billund looks completely lost. Karma prays them apart. Brother, let go! It's a misunderstanding. Javita was taken by someone else. He shoves a stunned Billund into a chair. Taken away? Impossible. Billund's explaining he sent his men to protect her. Think about it. Why would I harm her after working so hard to fix her reputation? Karma's eyes narrow. What did you mean you were afraid of accidents? Billund finally cracks, admitting a political rival was behind the last attack. The brothers are livid. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ignoring them, Billund gets on the phone. He orders a search of all his properties, and a moment later, he gets a lead. An informant says he's at one of my mansions. Let's go. He heads for the door, calling for a driver. Then he sees the pilot of his unconscious men. Awkward silence. The bodyguard sighs. I'll drive, let's go. They speed off into the night. Back in the cell, Chris confronts our girl. You knew all along. Was this all to pave the way for Billund? Chris smirks. You love him more than I thought. With tears welling in her eyes, Kyunj admits, yes, you are right. She steals herself. This mission is getting stranger by the second. She remembers her last mission where a mistake got Karma hurt. This time, there was no warning. She feels a dangerous, unstable energy. Something is about to go horribly wrong. Footsteps. A man appears, telling Chris that Billund and Gavita's assistants are here. But as Chris turns to leave, the man shoves Kyunj back into the cell. Our goal has been achieved. You were nothing but bait. They run off, locking the door behind them. Kyunj collapses, her mind reeling. Impossible. The task should be almost over. Kyunj, a voice cuts through her despair. It's Karma at the bars of her cell. Wait there, I'll save you. He fumbles with the keys, bursts in, and pulls her into a tight hug. Are you hurt? She just shakes her head, whispering, I'm fine. The bodyguard watches as Karma immediately starts lecturing her in adorable chibi form for being so reckless. Do you know how worried we were? With tears streaming down her face, Kyunj finally whimpers, I was wrong. Karma's heart stutters and he blushes. Just don't do it again. From the shadows, a figure watches the emotional scene. Kyunj looks up, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. It's Billund. Here we go again, folks. Buckle up. Our heroine is on the floor, clinging to her pink-haired boy when she realizes the shocking truth about the man standing before them. It's Billund, a man who was never supposed to rise this high. In the original story, he died in an accident, not become a presidential candidate. He looms over them, and with a savage bam, he slaps the other guy's hand right off of her. How long are you going to hold my fiancé? He growls. Our girl's eyes widen in shock. Fiancé? She snaps back that he's fantasizing. But Pink Hair isn't having it. He leaps up, pointing a finger right in Billund's face. Kyunj is my lover, he declares. Just scoffs. Who is Kyunj? This is Gavita. The argument descends into adorable chibi chaos as Chris just grabs our girl and drags her away from the bickering idiots. But the peace is short-lived. She hears footsteps approaching, and they're not friendly. A new woman appears, and with a sickening slank, our girl is thrown into a cell. The woman smirks from the other side of the bars. Thank you, Miss Gavita, she says. I would not have completed my mission so quickly without you. Our girl demands to know what she's planning. Outside the cell, Karma is in disbelief. The woman who betrayed them, is Chris surprised? Chris asks with an icy smile. The other guardian turns to our girl, demanding to know if this was her plan all along. She just tells him to be polite to their guests. Meanwhile, Billund's been thrown into a cell of his own, facing his political rival. Billund is furious, but his rival just scoffs, saying Billund doesn't deserve to be his competitor and that his people are incompetent waste. And speak of the devil, Billund's assistant in a panic, searching for the bodyguards. He finds them in a giant, unconscious dogpile. He learns his master followed Gavita's assistants, but with no driver, he has no way to follow. He runs off, screaming in frustration. Back in the cell, the rival drops a bombshell. It wasn't just Chris who sold him out. Billund's world shatters. The trio whispers among themselves, realizing the Guardian was actually Billund this whole time. They know this guy won't let them leave alive. But our heroine looks oddly calm, as if she has a plan. Billund, bless his heart, starts pleading. Let Gavita go, he begs, and I'll withdraw from the elections. He tells the man he'll even disappear from this world if it means she's safe. The rival is unmoved. It's a pity, he sneers. But it's best to cut the problem by its root. He says his farewell, telling her to enjoy the mansion as her final resting place. Billund slams against the bars, horrified. Gavita is innocent, he screams, realizing he's dragged her into this mess. He turns and sees our little crew looking completely unbothered. Aren't you nervous at all? He asks, bewildered. Karma just pats his shoulder. We have our own plan, he says calmly, and that plan, our son, the entire mansion goes up in flames. Billund is choking on the smoke, screaming, Is your plan? The whole group is trapped by the fire. Billund, looking utterly defeated, apologizes to Gavita for getting her into this. But then, something magical happens. Our girl begins to glow with a brilliant, golden light. That's it, she thinks, clasping her hands together. Explodes outwards, consuming the flames and the cell itself. In a flash of light, they're gone. They reappear on a luxurious bed in a grand hall. The mission was a success. Her brother wakes up instantly, grabbing her shoulders. Kianj, are you hurt? She tells him she's fine, and he just starts screaming with pure, unadulterated relief. I was so scared. We were almost roasted. A calm voice cuts through the chaos. It's Moses, congratulating them on completing the task. The brother gives him a silent, icy stare. Karma rushes to our girl's side, his eyes full of worry. She assures him she's okay. He fusses over her, checking for any injuries. She admits she was just worried about him. Her brother steps in, telling her she needs to rest. He then orders a startled, blushing Karma to take her back to her room. The two walk off hand in hand, leaving the two men behind. Moses is not happy. What do you mean by this? He demands. The brother coldly replies that all that matters is Kyonja's happiness, but Moses doesn't trust him one bit. The brother finally snaps. Is not a tool for your goals. He accuses Moses of simply moving her from one cage into another. He declares he will never allow Moses to hurt his most important family member. Moses looks away, his voice quiet. I can't stand her being hurt either, he says. So I told you to stop them from being together. The brother's left alone, completely torn. Who is he supposed to believe? Just then, a shadow falls over Moses. A cane pokes him in the back. And who else could it be? The chaotic blondie himself. Hey, old friend. He purrs. Moses is not amused, calling him a hypocrite. The two face off in a classic chibi showdown. Billund smirks. I saw a good show just now, he says. The one called Karma. Is he the product of your past mistakes? Moses tells him to cut the cryptic nonsense. Billund stands up, announcing he has a much simpler plan. It's very simple, he declares with a shrug. I will pursue her. He warns Moses to keep his gloomy emotions in check. The words hit Moses like a physical blow. His hand trembles on his cane, the memories flooding back. Meanwhile, Karma is fumbling through a confession with our girl. He's so nervous he can barely speak. Finally, he just blurts out, can I hug you? She agrees, and he pulls her into a tight embrace, overwhelmed by how cute she is. He asks her on a date for tomorrow, and she says yes. After a tender goodbye, he immediately gets to work, planning the perfect date for a genius. Our girl, just floating on a cloud of pure happiness. The next day, she shows off her cute date dress to her brother. He's so furious he literally cracks the table with his bare hands. He grits his teeth and tells her she's beautiful. But the moment she's out the door, his face twists in rage. He fantasizes about turning poor Karma into human punching bag. Oh, the drama. From a window, two men are watching the lovebirds. It's a chaotic scene as a red-haired man clings to a blonde one, screaming, "Don't touch my lovely daughter." Moses just watches the disaster unfold from a doorway. The blonde man is none other than Billund. He plops down on the couch, looking smugly at the annoyed onlookers. A girl named Yelena runs in and gives him a high five. Billund announces he's here to pursue Kyonj, which sends the guy in glasses into a state of shock, literally turning to stone. Billund then grabs Yelena, asking for her help with his pursuit plan. Poor guy with glasses can only wonder what this neurotic lunatic is planning now. The red-haired man gets a call. It's the brother, screaming his blessing for Karma to date Kyonj before hanging up abruptly, leaving Karma utterly bewildered. He panics, thinking something's wrong, and sprints off to find her. The red-haired man just sighs, wondering where Moses has disappeared to. Moses is alone, sitting by a window, haunted by Billund's words. He remembers the pain of a past incident. A heart-wrenching flashback begins to a time of peace that was the greatest happiness of his life. He remembers her beautiful smile and how desperately he wished it was only for him, but that thought twisted into something dark. The memory shifts to him kneeling over her lifeless body, consumed by a grief so profound it's suffocating. Her last words echo in his mind. Don't blame yourself. I forgive you, Moses. This is just an inevitable result. Our boy Karma is absolutely booking it across campus. He's panting, sweat flying, a look of pure panic on his face. He's flashing back to a horrifying image of our girl collapsed on the floor, then another of her held at gunpoint. The poor guy is losing his mind with worry. He's just a tiny, frantic ball of anxiety. He screeches to a halt, and his eyes land on an angel. Kyonj is standing there, sparkling in a gorgeous new dress. Out of breath and blushing, he stammers, "Karma, what happened?" He doubles over, trying to catch his breath, just relieved she's okay. Internally, he's screaming, "Our first date is going terribly. Did Brad do this on purpose?" He tries to play it cool, coughing and making up an excuse about picking her up so she wouldn't get lost. He tells her she looks beautiful today, giving her the most adorable, gentle head pat. He shyly suggests they can go shopping. She reminds him she can't leave without lifting the ban, but he's already got a plan. There's a business district right here at the college. And so, their date continues as they walk off hand in hand. They stroll through a beautiful park on campus. He sweetly tells her since she's been so busy with missions, he'll show her all the places she hasn't seen yet. She happily agrees. Next stop, a super sparkly shop. They're still holding hands, and our girl is practically vibrating with excitement over some quality writing materials. Karma looks on a little sad and apologizes for not bringing her window shopping sooner, but she just smiles, explaining that it's been so long she'd almost forgotten what this feels like. Her expression turns somber as she picks up a little bunny pen topper. She reveals that after her parents passed away, she was taken to a base and never went outside again. A heart-wrenching flashback shows our poor Nugget crying alone in a cage. The memory hits Karma like a physical blow, his heart literally cracking for her. But her past wasn't all darkness. We see her as the powerful and respected Chief Yun with other researchers bowing to her. The contrast is too much for Karma. He's about to explode from distress. He promises her, "It doesn't matter, I will accompany you in the future." She agrees but mentions she doesn't have any money. She explains her brother provides for her and manages all her finances. A cute diagram pops up, labeling her as poor and blank, with no life experience, but also a head genius. Karma has heard enough. He cuts her off. "Stop talking. Today you can buy whatever you want." With a determined look, he declares, "We'll take everything." And he means it. He slaps down his card at the first shop, buying boxes of supplies. Next, they hit a clothing boutique where a sales lady suggests a cute white dress. Kyonj tries it on and looks absolutely radiant. Karma is completely smitten. He holds up the dress and a matching purse for her, then tells the stunned saleswoman, "We'll take her ride, please pack it up." He's not done yet. At a jewelry store, he picks out a stunning hair accessory, placing it in her hair himself. She looks in the mirror, and the clerk gushes about how perfect it is for her. Karma just hands over his card again, leaving the poor woman trembling from the sheer amount of the purchase. They become a chaotic whirlwind of consumerism, tiny shibas dragging mountains of bags. Karma's new mantra, "We'll take everything." She quietly says she thinks she said something wrong, but he stops her. He gets serious, promising to protect her and give her everything he has. She blushes, saying that's more than enough, but then she turns and sees the literal mountain of boxes and bags he bought. She snaps, "Karma? Are you crazy? Where do I put so many things?" Meanwhile, someone is not having a good day. Kyonja's brother sits alone, stewing in a dark cloud of gloom. He's been tracking his time with her, and for a whole week, it's been less than 3 hours a day thanks to a certain eye-catching person. He remembers her radiant smile, telling him how happy she is now. He sighs, defeated. "What can I do? I can only spoil my own sister." He collapses onto the table, surrounded by the Everest of gifts from Karma. Damn it! Back on their date, the happy couple strolls through a garden. She muses that their outing was fun, realizing it's not the place that's interesting, but being with Karma. Suddenly, her communicator beeps. It's not her brother, it's the principal. Billen's ceremony is about to begin. Karma offers to walk her there and pick her up after. As she agrees, a thought strikes her. Karma has been weird, and she realizes he's never present for any of the guarding ceremonies. He looks away, a bead of sweat on his temple. He walks her to the door, telling her to go ahead. As she disappears inside, he whispers her name. He clenches his fist against the wall, thinking, "No, I have to go back quickly," before hurrying off. Inside, Kyonja's mind is racing. His strange state must have something to do with her. A flash of memory, the blindfolded man, greed holding her captive in her own mind. She remembers how he didn't want her to leave. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Could being stuck in Karma's mind for too long be affecting her? She has to find the reason. The principal, Moses, greets her and tells her to start. She asks where Billand is. The name alone triggers a slimy memory of Billand, calling her his fiancé and getting way too close for comfort. The memory makes even Moses tremble. A vision of Billand appears, urging her to start the ceremony. He places a glowing hand on hers, and the world dissolves. She's falling through a cosmic, purple void. Suddenly, greed appears above her as she plummets. She lands with a gasp in a strange, beautiful field. She looks around at the floating islands, utterly confused. Shouldn't I be in my mind's world? Back in the real world, her body lies unconscious on a bed. Moses and Billand watch over her. Billand smugly reminds Moses that they are the most powerful guardians. He leans in, smirking. "What beautiful picture do you think Kyonj will see during my guarding ceremony?" In the vision, Kyonj is bewildered. She sees another version of herself in a white gown. Billand is on one knee, proposing to this other her with a bouquet of flowers. The real Moses watches from the doorway, looking deeply annoyed. Belan stands up and confronts Moses, calling him a coward whose rules are just a mask for his timidity. Kyonj watches the tense standoff, completely lost. A soft voice echoes around her. Don't trust your ears and eyes so easily. Let's go back, the voice says. The vision shatters, and she finds herself floating in the starry void again as she awakens. Greed is there. You're awake? Meanwhile, in the real world, Belan continues to taunt Moses. This is a gamble for you. Are you really not nervous? He whispers, getting uncomfortably close. Moses shoves him away, telling him to stay back. Moses just says calmly that she has to come out to know the result. Belan glares after him, wondering what he's planning. Back in the void, crystalline shards float in the darkness. Kyonj asks the blindfolded man, "Who are you?" He introduces himself as an incarnation of nothingness named Jealousy. He then adds, "I am not the same as Greed. I am a gentleman," but Kyonj ignores his name, demanding, "What do you want to do?" Greed. He suddenly appears behind her, grabbing her shoulders. He phases right through her, and she spins around, wondering where he went. She flashes back to Karma, watching her leave the room just moments ago. Greed's voice echoes, "Let me out," as he reappears before her, offering his hand. He leans in close, whispering seductively, "Why should you worry? You like him whether he truly likes you." He offers to show her something very interesting. She scoffs, "I don't believe you. Anything you show me is of no value." He chuckles, "Don't be so difficult, Chief Priest." The title shocks her. He continues, saying it's okay if they concealed things from her, because she must have guessed it long ago. She struggles, but his dark power holds her fast. "What did Karma hide from you? Don't you want to know?" He taunts. She grits her teeth. "I have no interest in what you're saying." But his power overwhelms her. That exact moment, Karma is waiting anxiously. He knows her ceremony has begun and worries what she might see. Suddenly, a wave of black energy washes over him, and he collapses to the floor in agony. In the vision, Greed smirks down at a horrified Kyonj. "No, you will thank me." Her eyes fly open. She's in a sunlit room, looking out a window. This is outside. No, that's not right. She sees her reflection. This is myself. A sound rustles behind her. She wonders if this is an illusion from jealousy, or if these are her memories. A voice calls out, "Chief Priest." Her eyes wide with disbelief. It's Karma's voice. But this Karma is different. He has horns. He looks at her coldly. "Chief Priest, don't blame me." A black, sinister energy erupts from his hand. She cries out his name, reaching for him as the darkness consumes her. He simply turns and walks away, leaving her to her fate. Kyun shoots up in bed, panting heavily. The vision felt so real. No, impossible, it can't be like this," she whispers, clutching her chest. Moses and Belan are standing in her room. Belan decides it's time for him to leave. Moses walks over to her bed and gently asks, "Kyunj, did you see anything?" Tears stream down her face. She grabs his arm, her voice breaking. I saw it all," she sobs. Then she asks the one question that could shatter her entire world. "Moses, answer me. Did Karma kill me in my previous life?" Moses is stunned into silence, his mind reeling. Karma, is he my enemy? Here is your Go8 YouTube Manhwa recap. Our story picks up with Moses and our girl Kyonj in a tense standoff. With trembling hands, he confesses he can't lie to her, but then he poses a chilling question. Will it be considered lying if I only tell one part of the truth? He looks down, hands her a quiet, devastating yes. Then he drops the bomb that shatters her world. Karma is her enemy. The words hang in the air, sending a ripple through time itself. They were thrown into a dark vision. Karma is on his bed, writhing in agony as a shadowy miasma consumes him. A sinister voice cackles. "Hey, is it painful?" As a mysterious masked figure appears in the darkness, Karma gasps, demanding to know who he is. The figure introduces himself with a flourish. "My name is Greed, one of the incarnations of the nothingness." Greed leans in, his words dripping with poison, mocking Karma's feelings for Kyonj as nothing special. Karma snaps, screaming, "Shut up." He hisses in pain, trying to fight the influence. He desperately argues that Kyonj not telling him things means she has her own issues to face, just like him. But Greed just claps, a slow, condescending sound. "It is really a touching love," he sneers. He then offers a twisted solution. "As long as you deprive her of power, these pains will disappear." Karma clutches his head, trying to block out the voice. He refuses, crying out, "No!" Greed's voice weaves a terrible fairy tale. He says Kyonj should have been a bird in the sky, happy girl clutching a toy rabbit. But instead, her beauty trapped her in a golden cage. A beauty so profound, it only inspires countless others to create more cages for her. Karma, now sprouting small demonic horns, grits his teeth. "I won't do that. I won't hurt her." Greed laughs at his pathetic resistance. Do you think if you bear the pain by yourself, she will be able to get better? He taunts. He presses closer, asking what that means for her future. The only way, Greed insists, is to deprive her of her strength and become her enemy. Karma shoves him away with a powerful pushes, but Greed simply floats back, unfazed. This is the designed destiny for you and her, he declares. Karma is resolute. I need to know the truth, he thinks, otherwise I will never hurt her. He clenches his fist, determined, and with a sinister bam, Greed smiles. It just so happens that I am here for that. Greed begins to tell a story of the ancient creation world, of a chief priestess who strictly guarded the flow of time. Because of her, chaos couldn't exist, but neither could change. Her very existence prevented new possibilities from being born. So, for the sake of balance, her death was inevitable. From the boom of her demise, two completely different souls were born. One was her Yunkyang, Greed reveals, and the other was you. He reaches out and touches Karma's horn. You belong to the nothingness. Interesting, right? He conjures a mirror, showing Karma's reflection with horns fully grown. This is what you should be. Karma stares in horror, whispering, no, impossible. In the reflection, Kyang's face appears, asking what he did to her. Greed leans over his shoulder, a predator cornering its prey. Didn't you want to know the truth? After seeing it, you will naturally make a choice. The vision shatters. Karma collapses to the floor, reeling from the horrific truth. Back in the present, our poor heroine is falling apart. How can it be like this? She whimpers, remembering the vision of Karma turning on her. Why is Karma my enemy? She confronts Moses, her voice trembling. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Jealousy told me that I am the chief priest and you were once my guardian. She points out that he can't lie to her in her mind's world, so they can just perform the guardianship ceremony to prove it. Moses gently takes her hand. I swear that I didn't lie about Karma, he says softly. As for the guardian ceremony, it is not time yet. He tells her she's tired and that he'll have Kianfen pick her up. But she has one last desperate question. Does Karma remember? Moses turns away, his face unreadable. He has no memory, but this bond between the two of you does not exist. He walks away, leaving her with one final thought. I'm going to find Karma. Kianj is left alone, wiping her tears. He doesn't remember, and neither does she. A fierce determination rises in her heart. Even if it was a true betrayal, it was in the past. She thinks of all the hardships they faced together, all the barriers they overcame, all of those silly, irritating moments that melted away. Now I can't just leave it alone, she decides. I like Karma. She bolts out of the room. I want to see him. Meanwhile, Karma is lying on the floor, tormented by visions of his past life engulfed in flames. He sees our girl's tear-streaked face from a past life. Greed's voice echoes in his mind. That's the truth, Karma. Make your choice. He clutches a photo of Kyang, his heart in turmoil. Kyang, what should I do? Suddenly, a dong comes from the door. Kyang is outside, out of breath. Karma, are you there? Karma panics, realizing his horns haven't disappeared. She calls his name again, her hand on the door. He quickly throws on a hoodie and opens it just a crack. Why are you here? She explains she's finished with the ceremony and has something to talk to him about. The air is thick with unspoken words. How can she tell him such a heavy truth? Karma cuts through the silence first. Kyang, I like you. I love you. But I don't want to hurt you. She freezes, unsure how to respond. He quickly backtracks. Actually, there is nothing wrong. I just miss you. He pulls her into a tight hug. Let me hold you for a while, he whispers, thinking this might be his last chance. He gently pushes her away. You must be tired. Go back quickly, don't let Kanfen worry. He closes the door, leaving her stunned. The second the door is shut, he collapses, tears streaming down his face, his body sliding to the floor in defeat. Elsewhere, Kianfen stands under a tree, lost in thought. He wonders if he should believe Moses, recalling the man's strange orders to look over Kianj. He remembers confronting Moses, demanding to know what he was plotting. Moses had simply replied, she and Karma, before trailing off. Just then Kianj calls out to him. They agree to head back. He can tell something is wrong. She asks him, brother, can we really control our own destiny? He smiles reassuringly. No matter what happens, fate is in your own hands. He reminds her that he found his way back to her side. That's what matters. She thanks him, but her heart is still heavy. The next day, Kanfen finds his sister looking utterly soulless at her desk. 3 days pass and nothing changes. That night, he decides he's had enough. He walks to Karma's dorm, his mind made up. Kianj has been silent for several days already, and it can't go on like this any longer. He knocks on the door. Karma? It's me, young Kanfen. We need to talk about Kianj. He's met with complete silence. He knocks again, but there's no answer. A sense of dread washes over him. He uses his power to blast the door open with a loud crash. Inside, he finds Karma unconscious on the floor. He rushes to his side, immediately calling for an emergency center. Karma's mind is trapped in a nightmare. He sees his horned reflection in a mirror. He turns to see Qianj, but then panics, pulling up his hood to hide. He begs an unseen force, please don't hurt her. He bolts awake with a gasp. Qianj, it's a dream. He finds himself in a hospital bed with Qianfen sitting nearby. Qianfen tells him the doctors found nothing wrong. Why did you faint? What happened? Karma turns away. It's none of your business. Qianfen's temper flares, and he slams his papers down. It's none of my business. Do you know how Qianj is? He demands to know what told her that night. After she returned, she kept shutting herself in the house. He gives Karma a final warning. I have decided not to intervene in your relationship anymore. But if you hurt her, I won't let you go. Karma says nothing. A Greed's voice in his head. Don't think about asking for help. This is your destiny. The vision of Greed standing over him flashes in his mind. Karma suddenly looks up and confronts Qianfen. You have more to explain than I do, don't you? Why did you appear in the last mission? He pins him with a glare. You were ordered by Moses, weren't you? Does Qianj know that you are monitoring her? Qianfen is taken aback by the accusation. He's so terrified of Karma's sharp perception that he almost blows his cover. He grabs Karma by the collar. I don't need to ask the others. What did you do to Qianj on that day? Karma easily pushes him off, sending him stumbling back coughing. Qianfen finally relents. He admits he listened to Moses. But it wasn't to monitor Qianj. He tells Karma that with him, his sister is truly happy, something he's never seen before. He remembers how she never gave up on pursuing freedom, and how she saved him in the process. Tells Karma that he'll keep an eye on Moses. So many dangers and obstacles have come to light. Don't lose to yourself. After Qianfen leaves, Karma sits alone by the door. He struggles to his feet, a new fire in his eyes. So many obstacles, I can't lose to myself. I will choose my own future. He clenches his fist. My relationship with Qianj must not end silently like this. Since Qianj won't see him, he decides to create a chance encounter. He gets dressed up and waits anxiously near the library. He's sure he'll be able to meet her today. And then he sees her. But she's not alone. Some slick-haired pretty boy named Billund has her cornered. Little Qianj, he smarms, now that you don't see Karma, why do you refuse my pursuit? She tells him to let her go. But he just gets closer, offering to be her emotional confidant. From inside the library, Karma watches, his heart sinking. He recognizes the guy, Billund. Defeated, he turns away from the window and walks away down the empty library aisle. As he steps outside, he almost right into the last person he wanted to see. Moses. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Hit that subscribe button, grab your snacks, because this chapter is a whole chaotic mess and you are not ready. We open in the library where Billund is trying to pry open our girl's heart. Little Qianj, he says, are really not going to tell me. I'm very experienced with feelings, you know. She clutches a book to her chest, her back turned to him. The past between me and him, it's just too complicated, she whispers. But Billund drops some serious wisdom telling her, you can't kill your feelings because you're afraid of making mistakes. Qianj looks up, her eyes wide with shock. Are you helping me? With a heavy sigh, he tells her to go find Karma, admitting he's helping himself in the process. He hands her book back, but not before dropping a cryptic warning. Don't trust this too much. He won't lie, but he may not tell you the whole truth. And just like that, a fire is lit in our heroine's heart. She realizes Billund is right. Her fate, her feelings for Karma, she can't let them be decided for her. She takes like a shot, running through the gardens as the sun sets. She finally reaches his door, completely out of breath. Karma, it's me, Qianj, she pants, knocking frantically. I know you're inside. Please open the door. But inside, it's a totally different story. Karma is trapped behind a shimmering magical barrier, put there by none other than Moses himself. The man is radiating an icy calm as he warns Karma not to act rashly. Karma is having none of it. Get out! I want to see Qianj, he roars, but Moses just smirks. It's useless, she can't hear you. Karma slams his fist against his face, a mask of fury. Why won't you let me see her? What are you planning? He grips the magical staff blocking his path. Moses' expression turns cold. Didn't Greed explain it to you? The reason I don't want you to see her? He leans in, his voice dangerously low. You shouldn't have such feelings, Karma. You don't belong here. That's the last straw. Karma shoves the staff away. I have the final say in whether I belong here or not. Get out of my way. With a clang, Moses raises his staff, and it transforms into a glowing blade, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Karma throws his arms up to block the savage attack. A dark, shadowy energy begins to swirl around him as Moses pushes him back. Do you want to see her in this state? Moses taunts, and as the smoke clears, we see it. Tiny black horns have sprouted from Karma's head. Moses lays down the heart-wrenching truth. You are the other side of her soul, like the sun and the moon. You two cannot coexist. He lowers his weapon. In order not to let her end in ruin, let's discuss it again. Later that night, the moon hangs high in the sky. Moses quietly opens Kyonja's door to find our poor girl collapsed on the floor, having waited for Karma until she passed out from exhaustion. He whispers, "I'm sorry." He gently scoops her up into his arms and carries her out of the room. Outside, he runs into a suspicious Billund. "I still doubt your intentions, Moses," Billund says, eyeing the unconscious girl. Moses simply looks down at her. All of this is coming to an end. He gives a serene, almost chilling smile. Soon, all the obstacles in front of her will disappear, and she will get what she wants the most. The next morning, our girl wakes up with a massive gap in her memory. She's having tea with a man who cheerfully tells her this her last mission, after which she'll be free. She has no idea what happened. Confused, she wanders the halls. The only thing she's sure of is that Karma has to be at this mission. Moses appears, welcoming her. "Kyonj, let's start." Her anxiety spikes. "Moses, what about Karma? Is he not coming?" Moses gives her a placating smile. "He will come later. I'll wait for him." But as the hours tick by, there's still no sign of him. She sits on her bed, her worry growing. "I haven't seen Karma all day. What happened?" Moses just tells her the time is coming, and she has to wait. She stares out the window, wondering if he's avoiding her. She steels her resolve, thinking she'll get answers during the mission. But a chilling flashback reveals Moses carrying her away while a hidden Karma watches. Suddenly, the world shifts. A new mission begins. The title card reads, "The Shame of Leonidas." Our girl is now dressed like a Grecian princess, but her reality is anything but royal. She's being pelted with stones by a bratty little kid. She fumes, steam practically coming out of her ears. Am I being bullied? The kid wins up for another throw, but he's interrupted. A rock clatters to the ground. Kyonj looks up, stunned, and who walks in but a total smoke show of a Spartan warrior. A chiseled god named Aretas. Our girl is absolutely swooning at the sight of him. The little brat, Chloe, high-fives the general. Aretas stares down at Kyonj with pure contempt. "Chloe, you shouldn't waste your energy on the weak." He looks at her like she's dirt on his sandal. "Can't you stand up at this level?" She is fuming. This guy has a great body, but a brain full of air. He delivers the most savage line imaginable. Such a weak body should be thrown off the cliff of Mount Togoat as soon as it is born. Before she can process the insult, he yanks her to her feet. "What the?" He leans in close, holding her against him. "This is for them to see," he murmurs. Princess status has no meaning. He carries her past the little bully, and she realizes this kid must be her younger brother in this world. But she pushes the thought aside. Her mind is only on one person. "Forget it. Where is Karma?" Just then, a man approaches. "General, the king is waiting for you." Aretas doesn't even look at Kyonj. "Go back and tell the king that Karma is not worthy to be my student." Her head snaps up. "Karma?" The man begs Aretas to explain it to the king himself. Aretas practically tosses our girl aside and jumps down. He scoffs and walks off without another glance. Kyonj puffs her cheeks out, insulted at being treated like nothing. So insignificant, she mutters before deciding, "I'll follow them. I'll definitely be able to see Karma." In the throne room, Aretas faces the king. He doesn't mince words. "The weak are not worthy to be my students." But then a familiar voice rings out. "It's Karma. Do you think I am weak?" He challenges, looking absolutely furious. Ridiculous. The king tells him he's lost his mind, but Karma smirks. "I think the weak are the ones who dare not accept the challenge." Ooh, shots fired. Aretas down his nose at him. "I deny you, but I can train you as long as you are not afraid of death." Karma's eyes burn with determination. "I will prove myself." As Karma walks out of the throne room, he's suddenly tackled by a frantic Kyonj. He stumbles back, and she pants out of breath. "Karma." He stands up and turns to leave, his expression completely closed off. She watches him go, her heart sinking. "Karma," she calls out again, desperate. "I have something to tell you. Can you please listen?" He stops but doesn't turn around. His voice is icy. "Such a winning sister, what would you want to tell me?" She asks the question that's been tearing her apart. Was everything before fake? He finally looks over his shoulder, his eyes distant. There is no difference anymore, and with that, he walks away, leaving our girl utterly shattered. She runs into a nearby room, sliding to the floor in a heap of tears. "Doesn't he like me anymore? Is it because of my suspicions? Did I do something wrong?" A gentle voice calls her name. She looks up to see Yelena. "You didn't do anything wrong," Yelena says softly, rushing to her side. She sees the gash on Kyonj's forehead. "Sorry, it hurts, right?" She gently tends to the wound. Kyonj looks at her friend, her eyes full of pain. "Yelena, about Karma, can you tell me what happened?" Yelena's expression darkens as a terrifying memory flashes through her mind. "The activities of the nothingness are becoming more and more unscrupulous," she explained, is frantic. "Then why did you and my brother participate in the mission?" Yelena shakes her head. "I don't know what my brother, but Moses asked me to come." Then she drops an absolute bombshell. "I'm here to tell you that the guardian this time is Aretas." Kyonj stares, confused, as Yelena adds, "He is my father in this body now." "It's him!" Meanwhile, back in the throne room, Aretas is kneeling before the king. My lord, I can give my life for your city, but this matter goes against my principles. The king rises from his throne with a boom. Eurydice, you are my most trusted general, he says. The reason I called you here wasn't because of karma. The old king looks weary. I am old, my hair died in battle, my second son is weak, and the youngest is underage. I need a strong heir. He places his royal staff on Eurydice's shoulder. He calls to the elders for a vote, and just like that, they raise Eurydice's hand in victory. The elders all agree. General Eurydice has always been a symbol of strength. We have no objections. An announcement is made. An inheritance ceremony will be held soon. Elsewhere, Karma sits alone, slumped against a wall, completely defeated. Moses appears before him. You can only accept, he says coolly. Karma looks up, his eyes blazing with a desperate fire. My power can't reverse my soul, but it can destroy it. I don't want it to control me. As rain begins to fall, he stands up, defiant against his cruel fate. A single ominous purple flower blooms at his feet, a symbol of the tragedy to come. In the dead of night, our poor heroine sits alone in her room, a prisoner in a gilded cage. She wanders to the window, staring out at the endless, starry sky, wondering when she'll ever be free. Many days have passed, she thinks, her heart heavy with despair. When can I go out? The situation is dire. They know who the guardian is, but only Yelena can reach him, leaving everyone else powerless. A whirlwind of memories and anxieties flood her mind. A man's regret, another's cryptic smile, the memory of a hissing cat, and Karma's heart-wrenching words, I can't live without him. It all culminates in one question. Why did it become like this? Voices from the past haunt her. A man with silver hair declaring, he is your enemy. Yelena's worried face offering to help. And another's chilling warning about Moses. He will not lie to you, but he also may not tell you all the truth. A fire ignites in our girl's eyes. Must be hiding something important from me. I have to figure it out. She bursts out of her room, determined to find answers. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a solemn ceremony is underway. Elders gather around a sacred flame, and guards stand watch. From a distance, the blonde-haired Yelena watches with a worried expression. She trembles, wondering if her father's inheritance ceremony will go smoothly. Inside, a king calls out a name, Eurydice. The powerful general kneels, pledging his undying loyalty to the state and the soldiers, vowing to bathe in the blood of his enemies on the battlefield. The king presents him with a golden staff of power, but just as he's about to take it, Yelena gasps from outside the doors. A voice rings, stopping the entire ceremony cold. The king turns, asking Karma if he's absolutely sure about this. Karma's face is a mask of grim determination. He asks if there is any other way. As the chaos unfolds inside, Yelena walks away down the stairs, a strange look on her face. Things are already developing according to the arrangement, she thinks. Back in the hall, an elder objects, declaring that someone cannot inherit the throne. Karma steps forward, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. I am opposed to Eurydice's succession to the throne, he announces boldly. Argues that his father isn't old yet, and it's too early for this. He confronts Eurydice directly, calling the decision hasty. Eurydice snaps, his voice dripping with contempt. He calls Karma a waste who has no say in the matter. Practically flexes on him, stating this was a joint decision by the church and the king and Karma has no right to intervene. Karma, desperate, turns to his own father. Father, do you think so too? The king's face is stone. The elders are right, he says, his voice laced with disappointment. He laments that he thought Karma would become a true warrior. His patience shatters. Karma, you disappointed me so much. As the guards close in, Karma looks utterly betrayed. But he's not done yet. What if I stood up and challenged Eurydice? He shouts, stunning the guards. The entire room freezes. Eurydice, intrigued, asks, what are you going to challenge me with? Karma declares he will undertake the ancient initiation ceremony, clenching his fist with resolve. He points out that only Eurydice and the king have ever survived the trial on the dreaded Mountain Tugo, a place infamous for its vicious wolves. I will use this to challenge you, Karma proclaims. I will retrieve the head of the Wolf King and gift it to my father. He lays out his terms with savage intensity. If he loses, he'll be exiled forever. But if I win, Eurydice, he points a finger, his voice ringing with power, I want you to be my teacher and dedicate your life to serving me. The room erupts in whispers as he roars, do you dare to accept my challenge? Eurydice, stunned, completely thrown by the boy's audacity. He grabs Karma's arm, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The night air is thick with anticipation. Elsewhere, Yelena searches frantically for our girl, only to be told she's missing from her room. Hiding in the shadows, Kyonj overhears two servants gossiping about Karma's reckless challenge. Her eyes widen in horror. A coming-of-age challenge? Just then, Yelena finds her. Kyonj grabs her friend, demanding to know how Karma knows about the ceremony. She's in a full-blown panic. Yelena tries to calm her down, insisting Karma knows what he's doing, but Kyonj isn't having it. No, I'm gonna stop him. Yelena throws up a magical barrier, stopping her cold. Let me finish, she says firmly, revealing a shocking truth. I have a notification for the mission. The mission requires Karma to become the new king, and it's far too late to stop him now. Kyonja's world shatters, his name a broken whisper on her lips. She stumbles through the halls, her mind racing. She begs Yelena to help her leave the city, but Yelena refuses, saying it's too dangerous. I can't let him fight alone. Kyonj cries, her void with desperation. Yelena reminds her it's the place of the trial, a forbidden zone. She promises to help but tells Kyonj to wait. But our girl can't just sit by. At least let me watch him set off, she pleads. Please, Yelena. Karma prepares for his journey, grabbing his spear and shield. Yelena manages to bring Kyonj to the city gates, but the guards immediately block their path. Miss Yelena can pass, they say, but the princess cannot. Yelena snaps, pulling rank and claiming she has her father's permission to take Kyonj to the ceremony. The guards reluctantly let them pass. They merge into the crowd that has gathered to see the prince off. Kyonj scans the faces, her eyes searching only for him. The crowd is divided, some call him brave, others a fool. Eurydice gives Karma one last chance to back out. Karma just scoffs. The weak will beg for mercy, Eurydice. Watch it. He gives his rival one last defiant glare, promising to succeed before he's ordered to leave. With a final confident smirk, Karma turns and walks out of the city gates, into the dangerous unknown. Karma! Kyonj screams, trying to push through the crowd as Yelena holds her back. The commotion catches Eurydice's attention. Yelena, why are you here? He asks. Yelena stammers out an excuse, but then realizes with a jolt that Kyonj has vanished. Eurydice, seeing the crowd, offers to send guards to escort his daughter home, but Kyonj is already gone. I'm sorry, Yelena, she thinks, running through the alleys. I won't let Karma face the danger alone. She races through the city until she spots a supply cart leaving the city. An idea sparks. With a clank, she sneaks aboard, hiding herself under a tarp, just as a worker yells for them to move faster. She peeks out, heart pounding. She's done it. She overhears the men complaining about the prince and how they have to bypass the trial site full of fierce wild wolves. This is her chance, but her victory is short-lived. A booming voice shouts, "Stop!" It's Eurydice. He claims it's a routine check, but his eyes are sharp with suspicion as he reaches for the tarp. He rips the cover off, revealing a terrified Kyonj. The workers gasp in shock. Eurydice's face is thunderous. Little princess, he grits out, you better explain why you are here. He dismisses the workers and demands to know if she's trying to follow Karma. Kyonj curses her terrible luck. He grabs her arm to drag her back, but she refuses to go. Suddenly, she cries out, clutching her chest in agony. It hurts, she gasps, doubling over. She collapses to her knees, completely fooling him. General. Find a doctor, I can't move, she whimpers. He looks skeptical but tells her to wait there and sprints back toward the city. The moment he's out of sight, she grins. Succeeded. When Eurydice returns with a doctor, the spot is empty. He realizes he's been played, and his face darkens with absolute fury. Meanwhile, Kyonj is running for her life through the dense forest, her energy fading fast. The woods are massive. How will she ever find him? A distant howl gives her a chilling idea. She can't find Karma, but the wolves can find her. She finds a sharp stone and, without hesitation, slices open her own hand. She lets her blood drip onto the forest floor, a beacon for the beasts. Far away, a massive wolf catches the scent. As night falls, Kyonj sits against a tree, weak from blood loss, whispering that she won't let Karma face this alone. In the darkness, dozens of glowing eyes begin to appear. At the same time, Karma easily dispatches a few wolves, planning his strategy. He's confident he can lure the Wolf King, but then he feels a strange power surge through him. A dark energy swirls around his body. Suddenly, a howl pierces the night, and the wolves he was fighting turn and run. Confused, he follows. He sniffs the air and his blood runs cold. It's the smell of fresh blood. Someone else is here. Is it her? He breaks into a desperate sprint. It must be her. His heart hammers in his chest. Why, he thinks, I was so cruel to you. Why would you follow me? He finds her. She's pale and weak, completely surrounded by a massive wolf pack. She thinks she's helping him, whispering for him to hurry. And then he's there, a blur of motion, standing between her and the snarling beasts. His face is twisted with fury. I don't need you like this, he seethes. I don't need any sacrifice from you. I just hope, he starts to say. But it's too late. A wolf lunges, tackling him to the ground. Kyonj screams his name. The beast has him pinned, but with a tremendous whoosh of power, Karma throws the wolf off him. Like it's nothing. Kyonj stares in awe at his incredible strength, but the world around her begins to spin. As she fades into unconsciousness, a terrifying dark aura explodes from Karma. Horns sprout from his head, and his eyes glow with demonic red light. When the dust settles, the wolves lie dead around him. The forest is silent once more. He approaches Hyunja's unconscious form. Even in sleep, she flinches away from him. He looks down at her, his demonic features softening with conflict. "What should I do with you?" he whispers. He tears a strip from his own cloak to bandage her wound, then pulls his hood over his face to hide his horns. He gently lifts her into his arms. He carries her carefully through the woods, finding a safe place to rest. As he lays her down, she murmurs his name. She's trapped in a dream, seeing the modern version of Karma she remembers. "You came back, right?" she asks, tears in her eyes. He smiles softly. "Can," but that the sweet dream turns into a nightmare as a chain materializes on her wrist with a clank. She's shackled, a prisoner once more. "How did it turn out like this?" she cries. The Karma in her dream looks at her with icy eyes. "Kian, sorry," he says. The floor gives way, and she plummets into an abyss, screaming his name. She wakes with a jolt, not in the forest, but somewhere else entirely. A tiny chibi Aridus is shaking her, yelling, "You dare to lie to me?" Back in the woods, the real demonic Karma senses something. He trembles, hiding in the bushes. Peeking out, he whispers, "Found it." From the shadows emerges a monstrous, three-headed wolf, the legendary Wolf King. "All right, buckle up, buttercups, because things are about to get chaotic." The city guard just minding their own business when they see their general striding back into town. "But wait, is he carrying our girl?" The guards are absolutely shook. "He's got our poor princess in a vice grip." He snarls that the thing he hates most is being lied to, and she won't escape punishment. She struggles, insisting, "I am a princess, not a slave. I have the freedom to leave the city." And then he just drops her. Our girl hits the dirt with a shocked little gasp. The absolute audacity. A soldier tries to ask about Karma, but the general snaps at him. Our girl is still trying to get away, but he just barks, "Shut up." Then he scoops her up like a sack of flour and throws her over his shoulder. I guess that's one way to travel. She's completely exhausted, just dangling there limply. He tells his men to get bandages and a cloak, muttering that it's better if she's sent back. Our girl's heart is breaking. At least she thinks this means Karma isn't in danger. But then a heart-wrenching memory hits her. Karma turning his back on her, saying he doesn't need any sacrifice from her. Tears fill her eyes as she dangles over his shoulder. What is Karma thinking now? She wonders. How did we become what we are now? He probably doesn't need me anymore. The tears begin to fall, pattering against his back. This absolute blockhead looks up at the sky and asks, "It's raining? Bro, read the room." He finally sets her down, taking in her tear-streaked face. He just calls her weak before dramatically swooping his own cloak over her shoulders. He pulls her in close, and they walk away from the gate together. He gives her one last icy warning. "Next time you leave the city privately, I will report to your father directly," before turning his back and leaving her. Back in her room, our girl is deep in thought. At least she knows Karma is safe. Now she just has to figure out how to explain all this back at the college. Suddenly, a voice calls her name. It's Yelena, and she's brought a doctor. She says her father sent them after hearing she was injured. The doctor gently tends to her wounded wrist. Yelena watches, thinking to herself that maybe the general isn't as cruel as she first thought. She sits by the bed and asks our girl, "Little Kyanj, did you go looking for him?" Kyanj nods sadly. Yelena presses. "So, was your misunderstanding solved? Is he in danger?" Our girl admits they didn't solve anything at all. Karma is very strong now, she explains, and Yelena's hands clench behind her back. Yelena's eyes widen. Is he?" Kyanj confirms it, yes, very strong. Enough to single out a wolf pack alone. Yelena stammers, pretending she has no idea why. She tells Kyanj to get some rest, and that she'll wait for Karma to come back. Night falls and a new day dawns. The fourth day. At the city gates, a guard squints into the distance. He gasps. That is Karma." "No, that's His Highness." And what an entrance he makes. Karma strolls back into the city, casually carrying the severed head of a giant wolf. Savage. The general is alerted immediately. He can't believe his eyes when he sees Karma. Aridus and his soldiers march out to meet him, his face a mask of disbelief. How can it be? Karma meets his gaze, a cold smirk on his face. Does the general believe now that I have this ability? They stand off, an intense silence hanging in the air. Karma then drops the massive head of the Wolf King, right at the general's feet. The crowd erupts in whispers of awe. Someone points out that Karma has accomplished what the general couldn't, bringing back the head of the Wolf King for his coming-of-age ceremony. The general is completely humbled. He kneels before Karma and the proof of his power. Aridus swears an oath to be the teacher of the Second Highness. Yelena and watch from the crowd, and Yelena breathes. Phew, he did it. Aridus finishes his oath, pledging to unconditionally support him for life. Karma looks down at the kneeling general with a detached expression. Sure, it's you. He helps Aridus to his feet, but his gaze sweeps over the crowd, landing directly on Kyanj and Yelena. Yelena flinches under his icy stare. Karma's voice rings out. "I will become the new king of this city-state. Do you have objections? He turns back to the general, a chilling smile on his lips. Since you want to support me, just let me see your loyalty. It's time for you to pay the price, General. Take him away and return to the palace, Karma commands. Little Qianj is horrified, grabbing Yelena's arm. Yelena, what the hell is going on? Yelena is trembling, her face pale with terror. Everything is as Moses said. She starts to faint and Qianj shouts her name. Our girl catches her friend just as she collapses. Yelena, what happened? Qianj shakes her, demanding answers. What you said at the gate, everything, and Moses, what do you mean? She cries. Why did you keep it from me? I was doing the mission, wasn't I? Yelena finally explains the horrible truth. Karma knows Eurydice is the new guardian and he's being taken away to be executed. She insists they have to leave and go back to the college. Yelena's to play it cool, saying Karma will surely let Qianj know when the mission is done. But inside, she's screaming. She knows Karma's plans are far darker, and she can't let our girl witness what's about to happen. But little Qianj isn't buying it. She can tell Yelena is avoiding her questions, trying to stop her from getting involved. Meanwhile, Eurydice is being dragged away. He asks Karma, Sir, is this your order? Karma sits on the throne, a dark aura around him. He thinks to himself, I already have no time. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. He stands, his face hidden by a hood. If I want to kill you, he says, his voice dripping with venom. No one can stop me. Eurydice is forced to his knees before the throne. Back with the girls, Yelena says she's going to take a look and tells Qianj to stay put. Qianj agrees, but her eyes narrow with suspicion. She knows Yelena is trying to keep her away from the action. Yina runs off, leaving our girl alone with her thoughts. She wonders if this is all happening because she lost her strength. But then it hits her, she lost her power. How did Karma become so strong? A warning not to trust Moses echoes in her mind. Your last words, don't follow me, hang in the air. Qianj is left alone, consumed by worry. She realizes with a jolt that Karma has become the new king, and the mission is about to end. She vows that when she returns to the academy, she'll get to the bottom of this. Yelena pushes her way through the guards to get a view of the throne room. She looks on in absolute terror. A flashback to Moses' chilling instructions plays in her mind. He told her this would happen, that she had to seize the opportunity, and most importantly, not let Qianj near Karma. This is very painful, Yelena whispers to herself. Suddenly, a voice from behind her asks, what is painful? Yelena spins around, startled to see little Qianj standing right there. Why are you here? Qianj snaps back. Karma is about to end the mission. How could I not come? What are you hiding from me? Her eyes are blazing with fury. Yelena is speechless. A soldier bravely steps forward, pleading with Karma not to kill the beloved general. He trembles, offering his own life in the general's place. But Karma is unmoved. There has been a winner and a loser. Who are you to die for him? Get out. Karma's face twists into a demonic snarl. The soldier cries out, no, you can't kill the general. And in an instant, a spear of pure darkness impales the loyal soldier. The girls watch in absolute horror as he falls. Karma. Little Qianj screams his name. Truth crashes down on her. Is that the nothingness? No wonder Karma suddenly became so strong. He was corroded. Yelena knows she has to act. I'm going to stop him. If he uses the power of nothingness to kill Eurydice, the guardian soul will die directly. But Qianj is faster. She dashes forward, planting herself between Karma and Eurydice, her arms spread wide in a desperate attempt to protect him. Karma's true form is revealed, complete with demonic horns. Get out of the way, he roars, unleashing a blast of dark energy. The attack swerves at the last second, not hitting Qianj, but striking Yelena, who leaped in front of her. Yelena! Qianj screams, turning to see her friend impaled by the dark magic. Yelena looks back, her voice weak. I won't die, little Qianj. Suddenly, a brilliant portal of light tears open in the room. Students from the academy appear. Yelena, now back in her uniform, cries out. The channel is open. She's on the floor, using the last of her strength to maintain the portal. She's fading fast. A man tries to help her, but she pushes him away. No, leave me alone! You go quickly. The man pulls her back as Qianj's brother rushes toward the portal. Qianj, wait for me, he yells as he and another student dive through. The headmaster tells Moses he'll keep the passage open. Moses looks down at the girl on the floor and says coldly, she won't forgive you. He just smiles. People always have to pay for their mistakes, he says before stepping into the light. Back in the throne room, the crowd is in a full-blown panic. She disappeared. He is a demon! Qianj screams for her friend, Yelena. Eurydice holds our girl tight, screaming at Karma, you can kill me, but why did you shoot my daughter? You madman! Qianj looks up, her face stained with tears. She whispers in horror, Karma, you wanted, kill me? How did you become like this? She pleads. He only says her name, Qianj, as his dark power swirls around his hand. He tells her it's too late. I am not eroded. I am the nothingness Kianj. Dark arrows materialize and fly toward them. Aridus shields her as she screams, Karma, don't make such a mistake. Kill him and you will never be able to look back. He falters for a moment. He looks away, his voice filled with pain. Kianj, you don't understand. Our destiny cannot be reversed. He yells, his power surging once more. As long as I kill him and disrupt the timeline, I will have a chance. This is the only way. Just as he's about to strike, a blinding light engulfs the room. Kianj looks up, dazed and confused. He's in the arms of her brother. Kianj, are you okay? She stammers, Be brother. Why are you here? Moses appears, looking serene. I'm sorry, Kianj, we're late. Leave this to us. He explains that Yelena isn't dead and that they're sending her and Aridus back first. He pushes Aridus toward the portal as the group is pulled away from the chaos. Her brother holds her protectively. Don't worry, Yelena opened the passage. She is fine. But Kianj turns to Moses, her eyes filled with suspicion. Is this also in your plan? Letting Yelena follow me so she could open the channel? Was it all your plan? She accuses. He admits it was, but says Karma actions were not part of his calculations. Moses faced Karma across the cosmic void. Give up, he says. Karma laughs bitterly. You forced me into this, didn't you? Moses simply states, a powerful destiny cannot be changed. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. Kianj is the incarnation of the original soul of the chief priest. An image flashes in her mind, a being of darkness embracing a being of light. And you, Moses says to Karma, are just the darkness created at the moment of the chief priest's death. The truth hits Kianj like a physical blow. She remembers the warning. Don't trust Moses too much. Her brother, into a hug as she reels from the betrayal. Moses continues his cold monologue to Karma. Everything was going according to plan? I thought you would perish when Kianj's power awakened. Unexpectedly, you will be revered as the king of the nothingness. Karma screams at him to shut up. Leave here and go back to your world, Moses commands. But Karma is broken, screaming, Shut up, this not my fault. I love her, and I will not give you up. A dark portal opens behind him. He stands before his portal, defiant. Since you respect me as the king, you must fight with me. His dark followers pour out of the void, ready for war. It is time for us to take over, they cry, charging forward. An epic battle erupts between the forces of light and darkness. Amid the chaos, Karma summons shadow wolves, his eyes locked on Kianj. As she's pulled away, he reaches for her, promising, Kianj, wait for me, I will take you back. Her voice is a whisper, carried on the cosmic wind. Is it worth it? He roars back, his entire being filled with desperate love. Of course it is worth it. Here we go. The battlefield is an absolute mess when suddenly, Karma lunges forward trying to grab our girl. But her brother is faster, stepping in front of her like a shield. With an icy glare, he asks, Do you want to take my sister away? Did you ask for my permission yet? Boom! A massive wave of dark energy explodes from him. Shadowy beasts materialize from the magic surrounding the Demon King. The creatures lunge, but they're blocked by a blinding flash of light. It's Moses, the silver-haired god, and he is not playing around. Karma just smirks, completely unimpressed. I overestimated your ability, he sneers as his own dark power swirls around him. The shadowy tendrils lash out, swishing through the air, and slam right into her brother. Our girl screams his name, begging Karma to stop. Karma lays out his terms, his voice a low growl. Kianj, come with me. If you go to my world, I will stop immediately. He looks at her, his eyes full of a desperate hope. But a voice rings in her head, a stark warning. If she disappears, the time order will collapse into chaos. With a shattered heart, she pulls her hand away. I can't go with you. Karma snaps, grabbing her arm. Kianj, come with me. We are in love, we should always be together. But the second his hand touches her skin, it starts to sizzle and burn. Moses orders his followers use the purification array. The silver-haired god charges forward, roaring. Let go of her. He summons a brilliant sword of light. Your enemy is me, Karma. The two titans face off in a spectacular clash of light and darkness. Kianj scrambles to her brother's side. Brother, are you okay? The other gods work quickly, casting spells to dissipate the dark energy clinging to him. Kianj tries to help, but her power is too weak. Her brother just gives her a reassuring smile. Protect yourself, he didn't hurt me. Meanwhile, the battle is pure chaos. Karma's forces slam against the purification arrays. The light mages are barely holding on, but Moses has an ace up his sleeve. The nothingness is very powerful, he explains. But it has a fatal weakness. He levels his sword at the Demon King. It can't resist the power of loyalty. You are about to lose. Karma's face twists in rage. Says the man who is full of lies, he spits back. You are not qualified to talk about loyalty. He unleashes another blast of dark energy, but this time he seems shocked. Moses has him cornered, the tip of his light sword pressed against Karma's throat. Don't do unnecessary struggles anymore. Moses says, his voice cold as ice, and then he thrusts the sword forward. Karma collapses to the ground with a sickening thud. Our girl watches, her eyes wide with horror as his followers cry out for their king. She grabs Moses' arm, pleading, "There must be another way." Karma's loyal subjects rush to his side, helping their wounded leader to his feet. He whispers, "Let's go," as they retreat into a swirling black portal. In a flash, they leap into the vortex and vanish. The portal closes, and silence falls. Moses pulls our crying heroine into an embrace. "Sorry, Kianj, I had no other way," but just as he says it, a massive band rips through space itself. "Be careful," someone screams as the nothingness begins invading again. But Moses is calm. He reveals his true plan. Kianj can close the channel of eternal time. He holds her gently. "The freedom you want will be realized immediately." He begins leading her away, but she's terrified. "Moses! What are you going to do?" she cries. He takes his stance, surrounded by a massive, glowing soul array. Another god recognizes the forbidden magic. Soul array. "Moses, you will be completely gone." His body begins to dissolve into particles of light. He looks up to the sky, accepting his fate. As our girl can only watch in absolute terror, he vanishes completely into the void. Then, he's on the ground in front of her, barely clinging to life. "Kianj, you are still willing to come. Thank you." She sobs, clutching his hand. "Karma is gone forever. I can't lose you anymore." He gives her a weak smile. "I want to give you something. Don't refuse me." A golden light surrounds them, a guardian ceremony. Suddenly, she's pulled into a vision of the past. She sees herself standing between two men, a memory she had long forgotten. Moses' voice echoes, telling her that jealousy is the most powerful avatar of the nothingness, before whispering, "I love you." She sees him embrace her, but he's shrouded in darkness. Back in the present, his voice fills her mind. "I have a ray of consciousness left to let you know the truth." And then the gut-wrenching confession, "Sorry, Kianj, I killed the chief priest." His jealousy attracted the nothingness, and in his weakness he killed her. He explains that after her death, her soul in two. Karma is her dark side. All this time, Moses was guarding the world, incomplete, just waiting for her. "I spent thousands of years to redeem my sins," he says, his voice filled with regret. "In the end, I still hurt you." The vision shifts. She sees Moses making a deal with Karma. Karma agrees to leave and pretend it was a betrayal. "I don't want to make her suffer," he says, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "After I go, she will be free, right?" The truth hits our girl like a physical blow. "Why are you telling me this now?" She weeps. "Kianj," he says gently, "I don't want to deceive you anymore." He has one last gift. A beautiful, glowing purple flower materializes in his hand. "This will guide you," he tells her. She stares at it, utterly confused. Karma again. "What does this mean?" She takes the flower, and behind her, Moses' form begins to fade away for good. "Moses?" she cries out as he dissipates into pure light. The light flows into her hands, into the flower, a symbol of a fateful displacement and a broken love.